The Quarantine, a novel by James Smale. The room was warm, too warm, Russell thought, to share with a dead body, but no one seemed concerned. Guests wore their coats cinched tight at the waists, as if taking them off would obligate them to stay. In the back of the room, a giant silver percolator was brewing coffee, and there was another kettle for tea. His mother, having had 3 cups black, did laps around the room like the women. Leela grabs the corner wastebasket and holds it out for me. She smiles again, this time more broadly. I decide I like her. She has the ability to play along. No, she responds. Oh, I can feel the heat in my cheeks. You're here to meet with someone else. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I was told by my agent's assistant to ask for Leela. Well, she said Lisa, but she can't read her own handwriting. I'm going to have real words with Donna for putting me in this predicament. James, it's okay. I set up the meeting for you and this editor. And he liked it? The editor I'll be meeting with? She. Sorry. Apology number 4. I wince. This must be some sort of record. Take a deep breath. We're not really in the business of calling writers in to personally tell them how much we didn't like their work. A wave of relief. No, I don't suppose that's the best use of anyone's time. It's easier to do that in a letter. I received plenty of those, I say, before realizing how unvarnished that truth sounds. Well, not plenty, a normal amount. Pause. Leela. I use her name as punctuation, unsure if it sounds like an exclamation point or a period. She pulls the chair out farther and pats the back of it. It won't be long now, if you'd like to have a seat. I sit before I get myself in any more trouble, and she leaves the room, closing the door behind her. I swear I can hear her chuckle on the other side before heading off down the hall. Alone, I rifle through my bag to make sure I have a copy of my manuscript, should they ask to see it. I do. I walk over to the window and press my forehead against the glass to look straight down at moving vehicles that look like matchbox cars. Splat! That would do it. I cross back to the phone. What was the name of that game? Simon. There's one visible button, and without thinking, I push it. It beeps loudly, and I jump, but then there's a dial tone. I push the button again, quickly, and it stops. I pray the commotion doesn't summon Leela. She would not be pleased. I've been a writer for 10 years, since I graduated college. Or maybe it's 25 years, depending on when you start counting. My mother had an old Swiss Hermes typewriter when I was growing up. I have no idea where she acquired it or why she had it, but it was a thing of beauty to me. It was robin's egg blue and came with a lid that clamped to the typewriter itself, turning it into a stylish, if heavy, attaché. The keys clacked and the bell dinged, and I always pulled the lever for the carriage return like I was casting the deciding vote in a crucial election. You're not writing about me, are you? I remember my mother asking, when I was only 7 or 8 years old. Like many of her questions, she delivered it more like a command. No, I would say, and at the time, that was the truth. My stories were small, trite, about cats and the neighbors with the horse stables and a pond in the woods that wasn't much more than a puddle. But I felt they carried literary heft once they were typed. To me, typing was akin to publishing. I lived for that typewriter, and I would agonize when the ribbon became twisted or the keys stuck and I needed my mother's assistance. She didn't prioritize typewriter repair the same way I did. When I would point this out to her, she would roll her eyes and say, "One day, you can tell your therapist." She said that about a lot of things. But instead of getting a therapist, I became a writer. Instead of telling one person, I aspire to tell the world. I rearranged the thumbtacks in the bulletin board on the wall into a peace symbol before having a seat. At least I think it's a peace symbol. It may be the Mercedes-Benz logo. I often get those two confused, so I get back up to undo my work in order to keep my mind on track. I had some early success. As a writer, 2 short stories published in 2 different literary journals. With typical youthful naivete, I thought it would always be that way. But of course, it wasn't. I took odd jobs to pay bills, convincing myself the whole time that these jobs provided life experience, essential to a writer who wants to have something important to say. But I don't have much insight from these experiences to share other than how to make coffee and remain invisible in a room full of people and battle a growing depression. It's been years now since I've had anything published, So long that I wonder if it's still acceptable to call myself a writer. That thought in itself is depressing. So I sit. Someone, an editor, is finally interested in my work, I remind myself, and I have to make the most of this nibble. I have to turn it into a bite. Then I have to turn that bite into a shark-like chomp. As soon as I'm settled in the chair, the door opens. A woman enters, immediately turning her back to me so that all I can see is her slender frame and that she is a brunette and tall. She closes the door, taking pains to do so as gently as possible. I scramble to my feet, knocking a knee against the table with a deafening whack. And even though I want to scream out in pain, to sink back into the chair and massage my leg, when she turns around and I meet her gaze, I stop. And then, strangely, I begin to bow. Because I don't know the protocol. I don't know the rules of conduct in this situation. But I no longer feel any pain. I don't remember that I have knees, that everyone has knees, or what knees are even for. I'm completely mesmerized by her hair, blown back and resting gently on her shoulders, and a demure smile, both shy and radiant. I look down at the ground as if I've dropped something, convinced when I look up again, it will be someone else, a look-alike perhaps, a woman who molded her style after hers. But when I look up, it's her. It's you. I almost say it out loud. She's immediately recognizable. Her posture, her eyes, there is no mistaking her. Of course I know who she is, but that's an understatement. I try to breathe. Have I not been breathing? In fact, it's perhaps the biggest understatement in the history of understating things, which on its face sounds hyperbolic, but in this case, I don't think it is. It's not even whatever falls just shy of hyperbole. Embellishment? Overstatement? No, it's a simple declaration of fact. Because everyone knows who she is. Now I try to remember how to breathe. What is breathing? The process of moving air in and out of your lungs. It involves the diaphragm. Something expands, something collapses, the blood gets what it needs. Oxygen in, CO2 out. My inner dialogue is as deafening as it is dull. "James," she says, "lovely to make your acquaintance." Her voice is breathy, impossibly feminine, even in her. I try to attempt some quick math. Late 50s? She's wearing dark slacks, a cashmere pullover, a jacket. It has shoulder pads, Chanel, maybe, something distinguished like that. I'm not good with designers or labels. Daniel would know. He knows these things. She's very still, and her gestures are small. Her arms stay close to her body. It's as if she spent a lifetime trying not to make sudden, attention-grabbing moves. When she steps farther into the room, she glides with a seamless light-footedness. "I'm Jacqueline," she says, somewhere between the French and American pronunciations. That voice, is it real? Is it really addressing me? She holds out her hand, and I watch as my arm rises reflexively, lifted, perhaps, by an invisible bouquet of helium balloons, and as my hand reaches out for hers, I try to say something, but words fail me. That's not good for a writer. She looks at me quizzically before moving her hand the rest of the way to meet mine. We shake. Her skin is soft. My only thought is that she uses lotion. "You are James, aren't you?" I blank. My own name somehow passes my lips. James. I manage another word. And my last name. Yes, Smale. She smiles, and our hands drop back to our sides. Very good. And you were offered something to drink. She pulls back a chair for herself, but hesitates before sitting. Not anything strong enough for this. Sorry? Her apology has an airy lightness. It's not clumsy like mine. It's less an expression of regret and more a cue for me to make yet another apology myself. "No, I'm sorry. I may be in the wrong place. I was told by Lisa to wait here for an editor regarding my manuscript." It's a sentence, but it ends on an upswing, impersonating a question. "Leela," she corrects. "Oh my gosh, Donna, you're in the right place." I look at her because it feels like I'm on one of those hidden camera shows that are becoming increasingly common because they're cheap to produce. "Are you in the right place?" I say it hesitantly. "Oh, yes. My office isn't very accommodating, and closing the door for privacy just makes it seem that much smaller. I thought we would both be more comfortable in here." I can't hold it in any longer. "You're Jacqueline. I say, although my pronunciation is entirely American. Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis. Onassis, right. And I'm James Smale. How nice of us to recap. She offers another shy smile. Yes, I guess we've covered that ground already. And believe me, it's very nice to meet you. I'm just not sure what we're doing here, right now, in this room. And then, to drive the point home, I say, together. She takes a seat and motions for me to do the same, so I pull back my chair and sit, and she reaches out and rests her hand on top of mine. It's motherly, calming. She's wearing a distinctive bracelet that rattles softly like a tambourine. James, I'm the editor who liked your book. My entire life, I've been waiting to hear someone at a New York publishing house say these words. But in the thousands of ways I may have imagined this moment, not one time did it look anything like this. Tiny fireworks are exploding in my head like it's the 4th of July. For some reason, I can't take my eyes off her earrings, which are pearl. This is a lot to take in. Maybe I should have accepted that glass of water. Of course. She pats my hand twice and then stands. I'll get it for you. I start to protest. I can't have the former First Lady of the United States fetch me a glass of water, but she's already gone. Am I crazy? I scramble to pick up the phone, push the button for the dial tone, but who am I going to call? Leela? Even if I had her extension, wouldn't I just be humiliating myself further? What's more, she's obviously enjoying this, wherever she is. She could have prepared me. That would have been a small act of kindness, and yet she didn't. This is not off to a good start. I retreat to the corner and do 10 jumping jacks, a coping mechanism I've developed for writer's block. 10 perfect jumping jacks, and blood moves to your brain, in theory at least. Was my agent really not in on this? He's a practical joker, the type that likes other people to squirm it, helps, I guess, in negotiation. But would he do that to a client? Would he do that to me? I barely finish my jumping jacks when Jacqueline returns, holding a glass of water. She doesn't notice me at first in the corner. Ah, there you are, she says. I cross back to my chair and she hands me the glass. I thought perhaps you had jumped out the window. She nods at the view and I lean in to make sure I heard her correctly, then laugh, probably too hard. Should I explain why that's so funny? I hold up the glass of water as if to say, cheers, then down most of it in several gulps, and she gestures for us to retake our seats. All set then? She asks. I nod and watch her position herself gracefully in her chair, cross her legs, and pull herself in toward the table. When I take my seat, the chair unexpectedly drops several inches, and I have to fuss with a lever underneath to bring it back to a proper height. Flustered, I try to say something, anything, to mask this awkward spectacle. My middle name is Frances. Beg your pardon? Frances, my middle name is. I slow to a stop like a wind-up toy whose crank has run down. Jacqueline Onassis studies me. I watch her eyes sweep across my face. After an interminable silence, she says, Bobby. Yes, sorry, that needed some prefacing. My middle name is Frances, after Robert Kennedy. I don't know why I'm saying this. Your time is valuable. I will focus. Deep breaths. I can't believe you read my book. I read it twice, she says. She says nothing about my predicament with the chair as I fidget underneath and somehow sink farther in a second humiliating display. Twice? I try to sound nonchalant. Does that surprise you? I'm still getting used to your reading it once. I finally master the chair's mechanics and lock it in a respectable raised position. I pull myself into the table and take another sip of water. She flips for some notes on a pad of legal paper, and I wonder if they are notes about me, about my book. I strain to see, without looking like I'm straining to see. I'm dying to know her every thought. It's quite difficult to put down, once it gets going. A friend told me it's slow to start. Not slow, deliberate. In order to deconstruct the American family, you must work diligently to construct it. That's what I said. I brighten and for the first time feel like I find my footing. I'm wondering if we could discuss the book, the two of us. The way she adds, the two of us. Persuasion. Just us, alone in a room. Is she doing this on purpose?
Is she luring me in only to lowball me with an offer? How can I think of business at a time like this? Whatever she's doing, it's artful. I'd be happy to sit here and talk books, my book, any book, until the afternoon is gone, until all of the afternoons are gone. I would be honored. The quarantine, she says. It's an almost out-of-body experience to hear the title of my book in her unmistakable voice. I can hear the words Italian origins the way she says it. Quarantina, 40 days. Yes, did you live through such a thing? An actual quarantine? An isolation? With my mother? With anyone? No, not as such, not formally. Jackie nods. How did you come to it as a framing device? I take a deep breath. We all feel isolated, don't we? At one time or another? Does she? Oh, God. People yearn to connect. It should be easy, and yet it seldom is. That's true with my own mother. We talk, often past each other, somehow unable to convey meaning. It's fantasy, I suppose, putting two characters in tight quarters. Eventually, they can't avoid saying the things they desperately need to say. She scribbles a thought on her pad. Scribble is the wrong word. I doubt she's careless with anything. And that, fantasy you call it. I wasn't going to get my actual mother in a room for any length of time. That led you to write a novel. I didn't set out to. I considered myself more a writer of short stories. I thought I might have one published in the New Yorker one day, like many of the writers I admire. Updike, Cheever, Mavis Gallant. Dreamed I might, not thought. Thought has an element of presumption. I bite the inside of my cheek to slow myself down. So, one of the early chapters in the book, the one after the service, with the argument over pie, that's the one I wrote first. When I finished it, I imagined this, finally, was my New Yorker story. And then I showed it to a friend who encouraged me to write more. I pause here, expecting her to interject. She looks at me, poised and unblinking. I realize now how unsatisfying it would have been as a short story, that it was inherently incomplete. What a delightful note to receive as a writer. More. I smile at her like a child asking for juice. And you? Are you? She checks her notepad. Russell? The character in the book? I'm not Russell. Check yourself, James. Now is not the time to be cute. He is a version of me, I suppose, in that we are both seeking and searching, yearning to understand. I would love to know more about the mother. What would you like to know? What would you like to tell me? Afraid this is some unanswerable riddle, a test I'm doomed to fail, I revert to her previous question. If you're asking if she's my mother, she would say no.
Has she read the manuscript? No. As soon as it comes out of my mouth, I realize just how harsh it sounds on its own, so I say it again, softer this second time. No. And then, because it's a point of contention between us, I add, not even once. Mrs. Onassis taps her pen twice on her notepad. Why not? I wish she would. I suppose she's afraid of what she'll see. I saw something quite lovely. My eyes are growing wet, mortifying. It's a little early in the year to pass it off as allergies. I blink twice in an effort to stop it. I thank you for saying so, but it's almost beside the point. She doesn't want to be written about. Mrs. Onassis sets her pen down. Well, your mother's in good company there. I suppose so, I say, smiling so that she knows I understand she's referring to herself. So why did you choose to write about her? I'm not sure I did. Choose? I thought I would have endless stories, deep, complicated, rich narratives that had profound things to say. I started a half-dozen novels centered on characters I thought would jump right off the page. But after numerous starts and stops, they all seemed kind of flat in comparison to the most complicated character I knew, your mother, my mother. I glance down at the pad between us, and it reminds me of the terror of blank pages. So, desperation, I guess? Mrs. Onassis raises an eyebrow. Well, I think you've observed her quite eloquently. I admired her. I look down at my nails and am embarrassed to see it's been a while since I've cut them. I quietly move to sit on my hands. Since I'm not asking her, I'm asking you, is she your mother? Absolutely. And then, since I'm also deeply protective of her, I add a carbon copy, one that I can place just outside our relationship and stretch and mold and make malleable. Get inside. One that serves the novel, I hope, and one that I can possibly come to understand. Mrs. Onassis makes additional notes, and I wonder if she's writing down what I'm saying, which fuels my self-consciousness. Are these thoughts worth recording? When she looks up, she asks, "One you can come to set free. Your mother's in good company." Sitting across from someone so well known, I can't help but conjure a slideshow of every image I have of her, that every American has. The iconic moments, the idyllic portraits. Any one of them is imposing. Together, they are irrepressible. I tried desperately to clear them from my mind, to focus on the woman in front of me, but in person, she's no less an artfully framed photograph, stoic, quiet, still. The exotic bird, caged for voyeurs like myself. Have I done that to my mother? Catalogued her in snapshots? Confined her to a lifetime of observation? One I can come to set free. I like that. A man with a beard and wide tie opens the door, startling us both. "Oh, I'm sorry, Jackie, I didn't realize anyone was in here." "That's quite all right," she says, and the man quietly closes the door. It's all so normal. He calls her Jackie, he sees her every day, they probably sit in staff meetings. I want to call after that man just to make sure he knows who his coworker really is. I take advantage of the interruption. "May I ask you a question?" "I would be happy if you did." "Why am I here?" Laughter. It's almost indescribable, the feeling of making her laugh. Like somehow all is right with the world, even if this laugh is at my expense. Are we speaking existentially? No. Despite how my question sounds, I'm genuinely asking, why are you here as opposed to another author? Why my book? Mrs. Onassis flips back the pages that are folded over the binding of her legal pad and sets her pen down on top of it. Well, books are a journey, and I'm always excited to embark on a journey I haven't taken before. So I wanted to meet you, James. Thank you. I found your book to be very mature for a first effort. I have some ideas if you are open to hearing them. Of course, ideas that would strengthen the work and amplify the book's central themes. It's a wonderful setup, and there's work to be done on the ending, but we can fix all that. In short, I would like to acquire this novel for publication. It is my sincere hope that you're willing to work with me. And just like that, I've completed the slow climb to the top of a roller coaster. I'm about to experience the first drop, and people all around me are clutching their hats and sunglasses and screaming in both fear and exhilaration, and my mouth is open to scream as well, but no sound comes out. The feeling is so intense, I have to look down to make sure my chair hasn't collapsed again. "James?" I close my mouth in a vain attempt to appear sane. "It would be an honor to work with you. Would you like to take some time to think about it?" Should I think about it? My father always advised me to sleep a night on important decisions. My father had no such counsel. Well, if I may. The way she asks permission suggests both a timidity and a deliberate command in steering our conversation. It's a rare editor anymore who is more well-known, shall we say, than her authors. So immediately there's that to consider. She pauses, as if to make sure I'm following. "It would also mean you saying no to me when you believe I'm wrong. Do you think you could do that?" "Oh, no." She leans back, hopefully amused. "Is that a joke?" I have to think about it. Perhaps. A lame attempt at one rolled in the truth. I could learn to. Make a joke? Say no? It feels like a little rapport we're building. Daniel's heart is going to stop when I recount this bit for him later. I would like us to have a conventional editor-writer relationship, and that means I'll stand up for the things I believe in strongly, and you'll stand up for the things you believe in strongly, and we'll debate until there's a victor. For a brief second, I picture us going toe-to-toe in a boxing ring, performing the most delicate pas de deux, me too afraid to ever throw a punch. I would like that too. For us to have a normal relationship, no boxing gloves. Although, it might knock my friendship with Eleanor Roosevelt down a peg. I say the roo in Roosevelt like in kangaroo, as that's how Dustin Hoffman says it in the movie Tootsie, and it always makes me laugh. Mrs. Onassis, however, doesn't. Laugh. Another joke, I clarify. "You must have more questions for me." I do. I have 11 million questions, but synapses are firing or misfiring, if synapses even fire or misfire,
and all that comes out is one of those passing non sequiturs that are embarrassingly easy to access in moments of great awkwardness. How tall was Charles de Gaulle? She cocks her head, like I've started speaking in tongues, before finally emitting a laugh. How tall was... She stops to give it some thought. Tall? I don't suppose that's the kind of question you had in mind. No, it was not. I didn't want to be obvious. In that, you've succeeded. I'm sort of a Francophile. I love Paris. Which sounds dumb now that I say it. I mean, who doesn't love Paris? But here you are, and you've met Charles de Gaulle. Well, he was very tall. She starts to say more, then stops. She studies me, scanning my eyes to see if I can be trusted. She proceeds, but does so with caution. This is neither here nor there, but I suppose I will follow your lead and be unexpected. He struck me as somewhat sad. He rode with President Kennedy and me through Paris, and when we got out of the car, I remember thinking of Shelley's Frankenstein monster. It was something about the way he moved, slowly, deliberately, and the streets were lined with villagers. I tried my best to be charming. At the time, I was very focused on bringing the Mona Lisa to the United States. It had never been on loan before to a foreign nation. I wanted to be bright, sunny for my mission. As for the monster himself, it was hard to pierce that sadness. I'm struck by her answer, the way she attributes Frankenstein to Shelley. In case anyone listening would miss the literary nature of the reference. I want to linger on it, but there are so many other things I want to know.
About today and every other day, about history, about the world and our place in it, about everything she's witnessed, about why she says President Kennedy instead of my husband or Jack. But I can't delve into any of that, so I simply ask, were you successful in getting the Mona Lisa? Oh yes, I can be quite persuasive when I want to be, even to monsters. This time she winks. I understand that in being allowed to ask questions, I'm being further persuaded. But I can't stop. How long have you worked at Doubleday? 14 years. She crosses her hands in her lap. And several at Viking Press before that. That's probably more in line with what you were expecting. She dips her head in agreement. And you have an office in this building? I have an office here, down the hall. It's a regular size and stacked high with manuscripts. I get my own coffee and wait in line to use the copier, same as anyone else. And this is embarrassing, but what do I call you? Is there a title for former first ladies? Ma'am? I think Mrs. Onassis would be appropriate, if you agree. I nod. I've been nodding a lot in this meeting, overwhelmed to find all the right words. I lean in, set my arms on the table, and join my fingers. And you want to work together. I should feel awkward for retracing so much ground, but surprisingly, I don't. I see great promise. The work needs polishing, if I may be blunt, but now that I've met you, I'm confident we will accomplish good things together. My cheeks grow flushed and I start to sweat, and it dawns on me that we could be spending some real time together, beyond this meeting, beyond today. And if she opened up to me about Charles de Gaulle, even momentarily, she might open up to me about much, much more. That maybe she sees me as some sort of kindred spirit, that we might become friends. My brain marches 10 steps ahead of me, and I do all within my power to reel it back. I see Mrs. Onassis glance at the clock on the wall, and it's obvious from that one small signal that our time is almost up. So, it's that awkward moment at the end of a first date. What do we do now? She stands and offers her hand, and I leap up to take it. We shake. I lean in, just a little bit, just enough to absorb her intoxicating presence a heartbeat longer. Her hair smells like perfume, and also, surprisingly, of cigarettes. Why don't I have a conversation with your agent to work out the details? And then the hard work begins. I laugh nervously, realizing how difficult, crushing even, it might be to hear real criticism, constructive though it may be, from this woman. When she lets go of my hand, I desperately try to think of anything to prolong this goodbye, clamber to name other mid-century heads of state, and devise pressing questions about them. Alas, my mind roars only with the flat hum of an ocean, a momentous sound for a consequential occasion. We will be in touch. I opened the conference room door for her, as any gentleman would, and as quickly as she entered my life, she is gone.
I manage to stay collected until I reach the bank of elevators, even though I can feel everyone's eyes on me as I walk down the hall, back through the paper and pushpins and cubicles and past the framed book covers. I trip and pause only when it hits me that my cover will perhaps one day be among them. Miraculously, I get an elevator to myself for 4 floors, leaving just enough time for me to self-defibrillate before the doors reopen and 3 chatty coworkers enter the elevator and join me for the rest of the ride to the lobby, complaining the whole way about a new brand of powdered coffee creamer that leaves a residue in their mugs. I wonder if they have any idea what just happened. I'm curious if they can glimpse my secret, if they can smell it on me, my own residue, and the coffee creamer conversation is a cover. I try to smell myself to see if there is some trace of Jackie's perfume, or, better yet, some faint whiff of American decorative arts from her White House restoration, leather or oils or fine upholstery. It occurs to me they think I'm crazy, a man in a corner with a stunned expression, smelling himself for any trace of 1962. Does Jackie, surely she's not Mrs. Onassis in my thoughts, drink office coffee with powdered creamer out of a foam cup? Does she like it, or just choke it down to fit in? Does she talk about her weekend in dreamy terms? How was your weekend, Mrs. Onassis? Fine, I reframed the Chagall and then got some sun in Belize. Or is she just one of us, stretching her lunch breaks when spring is in the air, stealing uni ball pens from the supply closet to use at home? When the elevator reaches the ground floor, I let the others off first, then push through the lobby and revolving door, almost forgetting to exit on 52nd Street. The sharp February air enters my lungs and jolts me like a shot of ice-cold vodka. I line up in front of the first hot dog vendor I come to, even though I don't eat hot dogs. When I get to the front of the line, I pretend not to have my wallet and continue toward Times Square as I start to replay what just happened. I lied to Jackie in our meeting about how I came to write about my mother, because it was a choice, even if I said it was desperation. We were once close, very close, and slowly, as I grew older, we were not. She blames me for the end of her marriage, for my father. She never said so explicitly, but honestly, how could she not? My father was a difficult man, older, not just from another generation, but from another time. He never knew what to make of me. He certainly didn't approve of me, my sensitive nature, my creative ambitions, my wanting to live in the city, my insistence on being myself. He called me foppish once, and I think we both knew it was a placeholder for another derogatory F word. My mother spent a lot of time running interference. I think she thought she was doing what was best, shielding me from him, but it cost my father and me any chance at a real relationship, and she paid a price for it too. I retreated into adolescence. A casual observer would say I was barely there as my parents' relationship crumbled. But I was ever present, lurking in the shadows, an aspiring writer already reading Tennessee Williams, fascinated by human behavior. I mastered the spell of invisibility, at least as much as a powder keg could. I knew instinctually I was the catalyst, the spark for the fury around me. I dimmed my light as long as I was able, but gunpowder is made to ignite, especially when that gunpowder is repressed teenage sexuality. The explosion was not something the 3 of us survived. After they divorced, my mother withdrew, and she became a mystery for me to unravel. A more patient son might have waited for this to self-correct. I could have led by example as I grew into the man I was meant to be, been a beacon for truth that somehow lit the way. But the more closed off she became, the louder the invitation was to unscramble her. I would pursue, she would retreat. It became an endless, vicious loop. Eventually, I chose fiction as a way toward sact. It was inevitable that she would become my subject. I'm writing a book about Mom, I remember telling my sister, Naomi, when I completed a particularly inspiring writing intensive. It was a 3-day workshop, and I came out feeling the time for a novel was now. "Oh God, why?" was her response. "It was so obvious to me. Have you met her? Come on, why not?" I thought I could show my mother how much I understood her, how grateful, in fact, I was for everything she had sacrificed for me. My brother Kenny told me there were certain questions about Mom that were just going to remain unanswered, and the sooner I accepted that, the happier I would be. He was able to make peace with it. Naomi was able to go about her life just fine. But a child wants to be close to his mother, and I was forever the baby.
I think Kenny and Naomi felt that by not kicking the hornet's nest, they would be just close enough. Not so for me. I started writing, and I didn't stop. I was obsessive, writing for an audience of one. I stayed up nights, wrote through lunch breaks, and canceled plans with friends. Daniel had to remind me to eat, and even at times to sleep. 9 months later, right on cue, I delivered a novel I called The Book of Ruth, after the mother character, despite the heavy-handed allusion to the Hebrew text. Because of the Jane Hamilton novel, I settled on a new title, The Quarantine, after the self-imposed isolation, literal and figurative, at the heart of the book. Did I say any of this to Jackie? No, because I lied and said it was desperation. Although, wasn't it? Just not desperation for a subject, desperation for something else. Reconciliation. Repatriation. Very. Why wasn't I better prepared for this meeting? My agent, Alan, sent me walking into the lion's den with no warning of the lioness. I pass a payphone by Sbarro Pizza and empty my pockets of their contents. I fish dimes from a pool of pennies and subway tokens, then pick up the receiver, making as little contact with it as possible. How many drug dealers and prostitutes and, worse, tourists have used this phone before me today? I dial my agent's number, which I memorized after our first meeting. A phone rings 3 times before his assistant picks up. Donna, it's James Smale. Could you put Alan on the line? Donna laughs. He said you'd be calling. I hate being obvious. Should I ask him about former French presidents? But there's no way around it. May I talk to him, please? How was your meeting with Lisa? It was Leela, Donna. Her name was Leela. Actually, that wasn't her name at all. I can never read my own chicken scratch. Anyhow, he's on another line. Have him hang up. I'm shouting, but I can't tell if it's from excitement or from the din and chaos around me. What? It's hard to understand you. Where are you? Do you want me to interrupt him? It occurs to me he might be on with Doubleday, that the call might be about me. No, no, I say, both to her and to someone who has just approached with a cigarette, harassing me for a light. Just have him call me. I'll be home in 20 minutes. I hang up the phone and turn around to see a black man dressed in drag as the Statue of Liberty approaching, torch in the air and all. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, honey, he says. I smile and think of the last line of the poem, which has stuck since I learned it in Mrs. Chadden's 6th grade class. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. That's right, you do, baby, he says, before disappearing into a tour group wearing green foam Statue of Liberty visors, exiting the Sbarro. A bus stops at the red light in front of me with the high-pitched squealing of poorly maintained brakes. I glance up at the people on board before noticing that the bus sports a tattered poster for Oliver Stone's JFK, released in theaters this past Christmas. The poster is faded and torn, as if some drunk NYU student tried to pry it off for his dorm room wall and abandoned the theft halfway through. I can hear my heartbeat in my ears. I just met a woman in a conference room who was also somehow everywhere, even in the image of a tattered American flag draped over Kevin Costner's face on the side of this bus. It's impossible to reconcile. Across 7th Avenue, I spot a mother holding her child's hand. Her eyes dart from one potential danger to another, and she places her other hand on the boy's shoulder so as not to lose him. That single touch, a time machine for me. My first ever visit to this neon circus, I think I was 7. My parents decided to drive us into the city from our sleepy upstate home so we could feel the energy, walking us all the way up 5th Avenue from the Empire State Building to Central Park. On the way back to the car, my father charged forward, insisting that Times Square was a sight everyone should see. Kenny and Naomi were teenagers, able to withstand the bustle of the city and seemingly unfazed by it all. But my mother held me so tightly, at times I thought I might bruise. "Keep up, Aileen. The boy's fine," my father bellowed. And then, what we should really do is see the subway, a marvel of urban transportation. Those were the things that interested my father, tunnels and bridges and trains. But I didn't want to go underground, like rats. I could barely breathe above. I looked desperately for patches of sky. I glanced to my mother for help, prayed she would never let go, and she leaned down and whispered in my ear the words that would one day change my life. You know, all the great writers live in New York.
And just like that, the city transformed from menacing commotion to inviting possibility. In 8 years of living here, I've lost the sensation of my mother's excited whisper and firm grip. Times Square came to mock me, symbolic of the dismissal I faced trying to make it as a writer. It was every rejection letter, every failed job interview, every face that chuckled when I revealed my dream, every horrible, soul-crushing temporary job. It led to my hating New York, hating myself. I never felt the same energy of that day again. Until now. I count to 10 to just feel the energy, giving my father at least that much, then blow into my cupped hands to warm them. Gloves! I have gloves. I find them in my coat pocket and put them on before scurrying west across 49th Street. I have to get home to Hell's Kitchen. I have to get home to tell Daniel and to be there when my agent calls. I have to get home before I wake up. I bound up the steps of our 5-story walk-up 2 at a time from floors 1 through 3, then individually until I reach the top. On the 4th floor landing, my messenger bag swings forward and I almost eat one of the steps that leads to our door. It's then that I realize just how grungy our building is. The stairs thick with years of grime and grease from whatever unpleasant bits of the city people track in on their shoes. I brush myself off, but not the troubling realization that we really do live like this. It's not at all suitable to entertain these new circles I may be traveling in. When I reach the apartment door, it's locked. I mean, of course it's locked. Even though this is David Dinkins, New York, we're not animals. Usually, I have my keys in hand, but I ran up the stairs too quickly to retrieve them. I reach in my pocket and pull out a crumpled gum wrapper. Please tell me I wasn't chewing gum during the meeting. I check my mouth. No gum. Breath, not great, but no gum. This brings some small relief. I find my keys, but it takes me 3 attempts to open the door. Inside, Daniel is lying on the couch. I was hoping that was you. I thought we were being burgled. Daniel is the type of person who says burgled instead of robbed, and he's not even a writer or a lawyer. He directs theater. I stare at him, his maddeningly thick hair and dark features, unsure of what to say. Not what to say so much as how to begin to say it. Also because my heart is pounding from my sprint up the stairs, and I taste something coppery, and I may be having a stroke. You're not going to believe this. He gestures toward our 19-inch television. There's another one. I start to catch my breath. Another one what? Another bimbo. It was just on CNN. Another one? Strike that. I don't want to get engaged in conversation about politics, something I don't particularly care about at this moment. I think this is the end of his campaign. Daniel looks up at me and notices my chest heaving. Jesus, did you run up the stairs? And that's when I break into a huge cat who ate the canary kind of grin. What? Daniel has this look on his face that I love. I remember he made it on our first date, maybe even in response to my smiling devilishly at him. Brown eyes wide, lips slightly parted, hinting at the widest teeth behind them, one of his pronounced Latin eyebrows slightly higher than the other. 5 years later, that look still slays me. I shrug and grin more.
I must look like the Joker, or at least Jack Nicholson. You're not going to defend him, I hope. Clinton? Nope. Then I burst out laughing. It's a powerful release for the whole day. What then? Daniel and I met when we were both trying to get rush tickets to the Broadway revival of Cabaret. I made a crack about Joel Grey getting top billing for playing the MC. I mean, he had won an Oscar for the role, but he was still the MC. Daniel overheard me gripe and said it was like reviving Grease as a starring vehicle for duty, and I laughed. I had noticed him earlier online for the box office and felt a strong attraction to him the moment I laid eyes on him. It was the way he jumped up and down while pleading for a ticket, any ticket, like a dog on its hind legs begging for scraps. We were unsuccessful that day, but left far from empty-handed. I snap off the TV. I was watching that, he protests. It's CNN. It's on all day. I take off my gloves and my coat and throw them on the chair. I think I sold my book. Daniel stares at the blank TV screen until that sinks in. Wait, you what? Well, the offer will go to my agent, and I'm sure there will be some back and forth, and we'll have to come to some agreement on terms. He may be on the phone with them now. Did Alan call? And there's work to be done on it still. Hard work, she called it, on the ending mostly. I bite my lip. But yeah, I think I sold my book. Daniel's legs swing around and his feet plant firmly on the ground. He pushes himself up with his fists and hovers just over the couch, preparing to leap up if necessary. To a publisher? To a doorstop salesman? If it's going to take him so long to catch on to this bit of the news, the rest of it will be a Sisyphean task of explanation on my part. Obviously, to a publisher. To a good publisher? Daniel doesn't leap, but at least he stands. Who? The grin is back. This is going to knock his socks off. I sold it to a giant. A giant, he says skeptically. That's right, a literary giant? A giant giant. Daniel crosses over to me and puts his hands on my shoulders, concerned. I peripherally glance down at his hands. Wait, I've heard this before, he says. You sold your book for a handful of magic beans? Daniel is going off the deep end. What? And we no longer have a cow? But I shouldn't worry because you're going to grow a beanstalk. No, stop it. Not a giant, an icon. But I'm sure she hates that word. She's a really big person. Like obese? This is coming out all wrong. Okay, I'm ready to move on from this part. Jackie! I sold my book to Jackie! Daniel thinks on this for a minute. Karen's friend? The lesbian who works at Reader's Digest? Kennedy. Jackie. Kennedy. He freezes. Finally, the reaction I was looking for. Oh, he says, quietly, but he's still not quite there. Oh, I repeat, and then I coax. Nah, sis. Finally, magic happens. In unison. Jackie, Kennedy, Onassis. It's just like out of a movie, us saying it together. A scene that would strain credulity but would still be an audience favorite and get high marks in test screenings. Get out. Daniel removes his hands from my shoulders and pushes me in the chest. Hard. Ow, you're kidding. You just punched me in the sternum. Jackie, really? Kennedy? Onassis. Except I don't think that's her middle name. And she says Jacqueline, but like in the French pronunciation. You're joking. Non, non, I say, mustering my best French. I can't think of the word. Joke? Pas? He looks at me, scrutinizing my face, just as he did the first time I told him I loved him, to see if I am recklessly toying with his emotions or if I'm indeed telling the truth. He scans my eyes, perhaps to check if my pupils are dilated in the throes of some drug-fueled hallucination. At last he smiles, a recognition that I am of sound mind, just as he did upon I love you. Oh my God, when do you meet her? I just came from there. From where? From meeting her at Doubleday, her office. You just came from there. This is 2 steps forward and 1 step back. I try to be patient. It took me time to catch on to all this, and it happened with me in the room. You just entered our apartment door, coming straight from Jackie Really Kennedy's office? Yes, well, no. A conference room. Her office was too small. Her office is too small. That's what she said. Yes. She's the widow of Aristotle Onassis, who was, for a time, the richest man on the planet. I fail to make the connection. So, she could probably buy Doubleday and the building it's in, but you're telling me her office is small? I see his point, but I can actually answer this one. She doesn't want to buy Doubleday. She doesn't want special treatment. She told you that? I try to recall our exact conversation. She said something along those lines. And could she buy Doubleday? I seem to remember something about Onassis's daughter getting the money. We didn't go over her financials or anything. It's all kind of a blur, to be honest. But you know this because you just came from there. Exactly. And you had a meeting, not in her office, which is small, but in a conference room where she made an offer to buy your book. It took me a while, too. You're doing great. Daniel rolls his eyes. He thinks I'm being patronizing, but I'm really not. I'm being sincere. So I wrap my arms around him, nuzzle my face in his shoulder, and excitedly scream, "Did you just spit on my shirt?" He stretches the fabric for evidence. "Daniel, focus." He returns his attention to me. "So, what did you talk about, you and the former First Lady?" I asked her about Charles de Gaulle, the airport. Daniel peels me off of him. "The French president." I bang my head against his shoulder several times, embarrassed. As in, how he's doing? Because I think Charles de Gaulle is dead. I laugh, because that's the man I fell in love with, the man who makes me laugh every night before we fall asleep holding hands. I asked if he was tall. I kind of throw my hands up as if to say, what else are you supposed to ask her about? And also, I know, in recognition of my own ridiculousness. You asked her a question that rhymed? Daniel is incredulous. I don't think I phrased it as a couplet, but it was about the physical stature of the former president of France. I couldn't think of what else to say. And that's what popped in your mind? Not, what do you do in your spare time? Is that an original Oleg Cassini design you're wearing? Do you have any shirtless pictures of your son? Who is Oleg Cassini? My point is, your point is clear, I interrupt. But what else are you supposed to say to someone who wants to publish your book? Daniel takes a lap around our minuscule living room. Since the couch and the coffee table and the TV and the one accent chair we found on the curb near 9th and 43rd take up most of the space, he basically turns in a very tight circle, careful not to trip on the edge of the oriental rug, which is folded in half because it's too big for the room. When he stops, he says, "What I don't get is why? Why does she want to publish your book?" I mime a dagger going into my heart. Oh, come on. I don't mean it like that. I've read your book. I love your book. But you can't imagine anyone wanting to publish it? In fact, I can. I just didn't think she published fiction. It's a memoir. Sort of. Just fictionalized. It's a novel, genius, and I didn't think she did that. What did you think she did? I don't know. Art books. I blanch at the thought, but I don't know why. If you asked me yesterday what kind of books Jackie Kennedy published, I would have had no idea. I had only a vague recollection that she even worked in publishing. Today, I have no sense of her list either, but I'm feeling oddly defensive of it. You know, Daniel continues, coffee table books, like on the history of tatting. It's infuriating at times, the things he knows. In the middle of our worst arguments, he'll produce a fact that makes me want to hit him in the face with a shovel. Daniel can read my bewilderment. Lace making. The history of lace? The idea is almost absurd. The history of making lace? I glare at my boyfriend. You frighten me. Daniel does another turn in place, the way a dog might before lying down. Well, I don't know what to tell you other than she's interested in publishing my book. We're going to work on it. Together. Daniel chews the inside of his cheek. And what if she wants to change it? I imagine she will want to change it. That's her job. It's called editing. But what if she wants to change it and you don't agree with how she wants to change it, but you can't say anything because she's Jackie really Kennedy? You've really got to stop calling her that. I'm serious. What if she wants to set the story on Cape Cod? You could try being excited for me. What if she wants to set the story on Cape Cod and add schooner racing as a leitmotif because that's what she and Ethel did off of Nantucket? She and Ethel discussed leitmotif? No, raced their lady schooners. I want to laugh but also bang my head against the wall. Please don't say lady schooners again. But she doesn't. You just know. I nod. I don't know how else to explain it to anyone who wasn't there. We talked a little about characters and relationships and motivation, and I know we will talk more. And even if we hadn't, we definitely discussed my ability to tell her no. Daniels finally relents, his engine's out of steam. Well, congratulations. I mean it. Bravo. This time he hugs me. Thank you. This is what I've wanted. I grip him tight. His t-shirt smells like dryer sheets from the fluff and fold we splurge on sometimes when we have money. But more than that, it smells like him. Daniel breaks the hug first to look me square in the eyes, and I bite my lip to avoid a toothy grin. You had me going there for a moment, he says. The bit about Charles de Gaulle was a nice touch. Huh? Can you imagine if you ever did meet her and that's what you asked? I did meet her, and that is what I asked. Daniel laughs. Is Charles de Gaulle tall? Was he on the ball or off the wall? Did you two break bread on the National Mall? Tell me, Jackie, is the frog the opposite of small? I punch Daniel in the arm. Normally when I do this, it's meant to be playful. This time, I'm not so sure. I asked that for my mother. She used to talk about the presidential visit to Paris like she was there and not stuck in rural New York with 3 children under the age of 10. I knew she would love whatever the answer was. Oh, and there's a whole story about the Mona Lisa that I can't wait to tell her. Your mother, Daniel says. You may remember her. You've been introduced on numerous occasions. Your mother, who has adored the Kennedys for most of her life. Oh gosh, your Irish Catholic mother, whom you wrote a not entirely flattering, although to be fair, not entirely unflattering, book about. The one who named you Frances? The one who will have a book about her edited by Jackie Kennedy? At least he doesn't say fucking this time. And then it hits me. As frustrated as I have been with Daniel for not immediately getting it, there are layers to this bonanza that even I have yet to process. I'm still scooping my chip through the top layer of a 14-layer dip. There are 13 more layers of mush and fattening sludge to get through before I reach the bottom. As I chew on that image, I realize it's a horrible metaphor. With each passing moment, I feel more like the dip, in another sense of the word. Come here. Daniel motions for me to step closer, but I'm frozen in place. Come. Here. I take 2 steps in his direction, and he hugs me again, this time for real. You really did this. You really met Jackie Kennedy. He pauses, the truth now undeniable. He cups the back of my head, massaging my scalp. I thought you didn't believe me. I do now. It's written all over your face. You bastard. I can feel him smile, his cheek pressed against mine. I'm so proud of you. He squeezes me even tighter. What's more, I think this is a terrific marriage. You don't believe in marriage, I say, half-heartedly. I'm hundreds of miles away. I don't believe in monogamy and the subjugation of women, but I'm not so worried in this case. Gee, thanks. This could be a great creative marriage. He leans back to see if I'm paying attention. You've worked so hard, been so disciplined. This is your moment. I'm really happy for you. He musses my hair. Seriously, though, how are you going to tell your mother? I don't know. I'm certain the words fall out of my mouth, but in my head, I just say, really, 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 over and over again until my mind goes dark. I wake to the sound of my mother crying. I grasp and find one of the buttons sewn on the mattress, the one that I cling to when I wake from nightmares of monsters grabbing my feet. But the button fails to provide familiar comfort for a simple reason. I've never heard my mother cry. Not like this. And it's more frightening than any demon. Mom? I call, but no one answers. I study the contents of my bedroom in the morning light to distract myself. I can see my dresser and my toys and the needlepoint fire engine my grandmother stitched. The curtains flutter and float on the breeze sneaking in the open window. I know where I am, and I know my name, and that I am 7 years old, and I'm comforted by at least that much. Still, I feel apprehension, bordering on anxiety. What news could this crying possibly bring? I look down under the bed like I always do to make sure it's safe before planting my feet on the floor, and slowly slink out of my room. My mother is in the living room chair where my father usually sits, smoking a cigarette. She's watching our small TV while clutching a mug, as she does in winter when she wants to warm her hands. The news people on the screen seem especially somber, more so than usual. The volume is low, and I can't make out their words, but their expressions need no interpretation. Mom, I say it again, real quiet this time, in case I am not supposed to see this. I fidget with the snaps on my pajama pants, grasping for an activity so that I'll appear casual when I am eventually seen, and I will be seen. I count the seconds, as I somehow know they are the precious foundation of a future important memory. The more seconds I can count, the stronger the memory will be. There won't be many. My mother has eyes on all sides of her head. 9, 10, 11, 12. You should be getting dressed for school. Her head remains perfectly still, encased in a cloud of dancing smoke. I remove my hand from the snaps of my pants and take a step closer, looking at the thick, brown carpet the entire time, imagining it a sea of mud or quicksand. I quickly lift my feet just to make sure I still can. Go on, Frances, she says, encouraging me again to retreat, to get dressed, to leave. Sensing that I am not only disobeying her but am actually advancing, she sets her mug on the TV tray, ashes her cigarette, and wipes her eyes with the backs of her hands in a vain effort to transform this crying stranger back into the mother I know. I place one foot in front of the other, carefully, deliberately, heels touching toes every time, each foot docking with the other before I attempt any further forward motion. I can smell the acrid smoke of my mother's cigarette, and I inhale it deeply, inhale her. Eventually, I am beside her. I grasp the arm of the chair, afraid to reach out for her, afraid, given her strange trance, that she might dissolve into ash like her cigarette from even the faintest human touch. It's Bobby, she starts sobbing. I'm startled by how much sobbing looks like laughing, and by how the way she tucks her head into her arm makes her look like one of the preening swans that used to visit our duck pond. They got him. I rack my brain trying to place this Bobby and discern just how close he is to us. They got him? I'm not even sure what that means. Did a van pull up alongside him? Is he a cousin or a family friend? If they got him, were we somehow in danger of being snatched too? I look closely and can spot where tears have dripped and stained the sleeves of the blouse that covers her spindly arms. I want to lick them, her tears, like our dog Casper did mine the night my hamster died. I remember how loved I felt in that singular moment, puppy lashings covering my salty face, both rough and soft like the finest grained sandpaper from my father's workshop. I want nothing more than for my mother to feel this loved too. But just as I work up the nerve and I can feel the smallest tip of tongue cross the threshold of my lips, my mother inhales so deeply on her cigarette that I can hear the paper and tobacco crackle. Somehow, it's the loudest sound in the room. She exhales her words. They killed him, just like they did his brother. Nothing my mother ever said has stopped me so cold. This was not grief I was witness to. It was rage. I want to ask who they are, who is doing this killing, but I know better than to open my mouth. I want to know how people could be so angry or violent, but I know not to form this thought in words, not right now. The only way to coax more information out of my mother is to stay silent and let her volunteer it. I delicately trace the 5 freckles on her forearm. I have them memorized. They are stars, the makings of a constellation filled with stardust and matter that holds the answer to every question that could ever be asked. You just have to be quiet enough to listen, so I put my ear to her arm. She stubs her cigarette in the clay ashtray I made for her in Scouts, giving my handiwork her full attention, as if soaking in its imperfections, its mottled shape and uneven glaze. She then turns to me, startled to see me leaning against her, and stares at me this time, taking in my imperfections, the excuses she would have not to love me if I were someone else's son. Remember his name, Robert F. Kennedy. He was a good man. His full name does not help me place him, so I stare at the television, hoping the images will help. Most of the pictures are of chaos, and they move too quickly to clarify much of anything. Who is he? My mother thinks about how to answer. He was Irish, like we are Irish. He was Catholic, like we are Catholic. She clutches the cross that she wears around her neck. He represented a hope that the future would be good. Now I don't think I understand the future at all. She kisses me on my head, as if to wish me luck in these unknowable times, and I lean in, trying to get her to do it again. But she doesn't say anything else for so long, I think the conversation is over. Then, out of nowhere, she adds, "You share a name with him, in fact." I think of my name, James Smale, finding no overlap. Francis, you have the same middle names. Dad gets mad when you call me Francis. Your father gets mad about a lot of things. I like Francis, I say, my ability to suck up to my mother knowing no bounds. Your father's name is James, and he wanted you named after him. But I chose Francis, and so it became your middle name. She starts to quiver again, but this time she doesn't break. She gets up to turn off the television, and I hear the hum of static, and then nothing. Silence, except for the twittering of birds by the feeder outside and the faint singing of chimes. I want my mother to stop crying, but I also know that when she feels sad, I am the only one who can comfort her, and that means maybe getting out of going to school today. So I remain perfectly still. It's been like 2 minutes. The silence on the other end of the line is so absolute, I swear I can hear my mother's refrigerator hum. My first instinct was to wait, to tell her about Jackie in person, but I knew in my gut this was news that wouldn't age well. The best thing to do was to get it over with, rip off the Band-Aid and come clean. I drank half a bottle of Merlot for liquid courage, then picked at the $5.99 price sticker while having a staring contest with the phone. Eventually, I blinked and dialed. When she picked up, she said she was glad I called, having just had an uncomfortable exchange with the neighbor over a rapidly growing tree encroaching over her property line. When she finished recounting that, I asked after Domino, her overweight cocker spaniel recently diagnosed with canine diabetes. Unsurprising, I suppose, given his named after the yellow bag of sugar. Domino's responding to his medication, she said, but he has to go outside more often to pee. When we exhausted all possible topics of conversation, I dropped my news like I was carpet bombing Baghdad in Desert Storm. I check my watch. 3 minutes. It might help if you say something. The first time I ever mentioned the book to my mother, more than a year ago now, I had already finished a draft. I had an unexpected lull between temp assignments, and I drove out to see her. Naively, I thought she would be curious to know everything about it, so I printed her a copy at the shop near our apartment and had it spiral bound. The presentation was a nice throwback to the stories I once typed on her typewriter. Instead, she diligently sliced a tomato as I told her about the undertaking, explained the inspiration, and described the long hours I put into the endeavor. When I finished, all she said was, "Have some tomato," and she pushed the cutting board my way. "I don't want any tomato," I replied. I wanted a reaction to the fact that I'd written a book. A book? "Well, this is dinner," I remember her saying. I wasn't expecting company. "Dinner is a tomato?" "Yes, that's not dinner even if you weren't expecting company. I thought we could celebrate." I'll never forget the look on her face, pallid yet outraged. Celebrate what? Celebrate what? And that sums up where we've been ever since. I'm about to switch the phone to my other ear and check my watch a third time when my mother finally speaks. "I don't know what you want me to say." If I'm not mistaken, there's panic in her voice, but maybe it's just surprise. "You should at least read it." Another long silence. "You're still not going to read it? What difference does it make if I read it now?" I'm confused. "Do you not get this? It makes a difference to me." "Well, I just assume not." "You're being crazy." "I don't mean to be accusatory. It just comes out." "How wonderful for you. Now you can tell Mrs. Kennedy I'm crazy and mean it." "You think I told her you were crazy and didn't mean it?" I smile because it's a clever line, though I'm aware my mother can't see my smile over the telephone. I swirl the remaining wine in my glass. Shame sets in as I watch it slow and then fall still. I know my mother's not in the mood for jokes. "I have no doubt you meant it. I didn't tell her you were crazy." The clanging of pots and pans. She's always doing some ridiculous task when I call. Today's project, it seems, is emptying the cupboards. "Maybe you didn't say it in those exact words. Maybe not in any words." "I don't think that you're crazy, so it's not something that's in my head to tell." When speaking on the telephone, it's easy to conjure the mother I know from the past, when we were close. Her voice sounds much as it always has, at least since she gave up smoking. I like to think she's frozen in time, and that's mostly true. She looks to me the age she was when I was maybe 14. Not young, far from old, with a kind of natural, easy beauty. The only difference, her hair has gotten lighter over the years, dyed perhaps, to mask the gray. I wonder if she's all too aware of time passing, self-conscious about aging, but I could never ask. Certainly, she doesn't see herself through the same softening filter of nostalgia, and I'm sure it's much harder for her to look at me and imagine I'm still 14. People are going to read this now. Is that what you're telling me? I clear my throat. My novel? I hope so. Which is why it's important you read it first. "They're going to read that I stood on the table and made up words to Carol of the Bells when I burnt the Christmas ham." "So you have read it. Naomi told me." "Naomi told you?" I repeat, imagining this conversation between her and my sister. "Well, you did stand on the table and make up words to Carol of the Bells when you burnt the Christmas ham. Or new words. Carol of the Bells already has words." I can tell by her silence she thinks I've wandered into the reeds. "And you conducted an invisible orchestra with a wooden spoon. Then how is it a novel?" I have to push past this because we can't litigate every scene from the book she may or may not have heard of secondhand, certainly not over the phone. Dad had just, forget it, you are not insane. You are a human being. It was quite beautiful that moment, and I wrote it that way. What does it matter if strangers read that? Mrs. Kennedy is not a stranger. I'm momentarily puzzled. Are you friends? She read that I stood on the table and waved a wooden spoon. Yes, she read that. And then I add, although I don't know why, as it certainly doesn't help my cause, twice. I'm in my own kitchen now, with no recollection of getting here. When I first dialed her, I was down the hall. With the cordless pinned between my shoulder and my ear, I reach for a box of croutons and pop a handful in my mouth. "What are you eating?" she asks. "Croutons." When I swallow, I add, "It's non-stop glamour over here." It is glamorous now, though, in my mind. Starving writer is far more chic than starving office temp. "Croutons," she repeats disapprovingly. But after the tomato incident, I doubt she eats much better. We should get together more often. Between us, we could almost make a salad. "I can't believe you let her read those things," she finally says. "About me. About Ruth Mulligan, a fictional character. Based on me, Aileen Smale. She doesn't know you. She knows you have a mother. I assume she does not think I was immaculately born." My mother aggressively exhales. I've skirted too close to blasphemy. I hear a cabinet door close, and all I can think is that she should sell the house, that I've moved on and she needs to also. Naomi came closest to convincing her a couple years ago, introducing her to a realtor friend. "It's too big for you," we all told her, but she got skittish and we backed off. I remember I cried at the time because I was so ready to say goodbye. I'd been ready for a good while. Everyone's going to know that it's me. Everyone who? Everyone who reads it. So what? I fail to see what the big deal is. I would be honored if someone wrote a book about me. I think people who buy books have a firm grasp on what fiction means. Write what you know. Isn't that what they say writers do? They write what they know. You know me, therefore she is me. I'm almost impressed with her logic. Res ipsa loquitur. What? Never mind. What? I sigh. It's Latin. The thing speaks for itself. It's surprising to me that this is now her concern. When I asked her to read it the first time, she was quite adamant that the mother character was not her. "It's not about me," she had said at the time. "It's not?" No. And you know how I know? Because you don't know me. It was the ultimate slap to the face. A son, a stranger to his mother. How could he have written an entire book about her? A mother, a stranger to her sons? She had let herself be observed, but never seen. Naomi was our mother's defender at first. When I called to complain, she told me, "You would feel differently if things were reversed. If I expose something of myself?" That's right. You don't think there are pieces of me on every page of that book? What do you think writing is? I remember she paused, not awkwardly, but like she was genuinely giving it thought. I don't think I ever considered it. At least I had ushered one ally over to my side. "I don't know why you're so worried," I say to my mother now. When we've been quiet so long, I almost forget we're still on the phone. The box of croutons is empty. Nobody's perfect. I think people will recognize that. Certainly not in this family. In any family. I don't. My mother stops. It's too late now. I consider the world's imperfections. Not even the world's, our families. The way everyone has tacitly agreed to leave so much unspoken. Everyone, that is, except me. I don't want to be written about. Let's leave it at that. Good night, James. Don't you even want to know what she said, Mrs. Kennedy? The sound of another cabinet door closing, and then things go quiet again. I'm almost certain I can hear her click off the kitchen light. I want to go to bed. I'm tired. It's worth adding 2 more minutes to your day. I almost add promise, but it's not a promise I'm certain I can keep. I'm not tired from the day. I'm tired from 40 years of my children. Your children haven't kept you up in years. And yet, here you are. I plow forward before she can hang up. She said she admired the mother. She said the reason she responded to the book so strongly was because she admired the character at the heart of it. I let that sit before emphasizing, she was saying she admired you. I can hear my mother breathing, the labored way she used to when we were young and a migraine headache was bearing down. And you believed her. There's a click, and then the line goes dead. My agent's office occupies a small suite on West 59th Street. It's cozy and dim. The wooden shutters are kept mostly drawn, and the office is lit with Tiffany table lamps, giving it a soft glow. It has the requisite characteristics of what you think a literary agent's office once was and still should be. Someplace where you'd like to curl up with a good book and read. And you could find plenty of them, books, as the walls of the main room where Donna sits are lined with dark walnut bookcases crammed with endless titles. The rest of the office is littered with stacks of dusty newspapers, old copies of the New York Times Book Review, and past issues of the New Yorker. Sometimes I have to move papers out of a chair just to sit down. Donna usually greets me with the enthusiasm of a poodle who has been left home all day. Most of Alan's business is conducted via phone and fax, as his clients are spread across the country. I don't think they get many visitors. But when I walk through the door, the office is quiet and empty. And I jump when the door closes behind me. Alan? No response. I take a precursory look at Donna's desk to see if there's any paperwork with my name on it. I don't see any, and head farther into the office, nearly tripping on a box from UPS. Usually I can hear Alan on the phone, but it's so quiet I start to wonder if this idyllic agency setting isn't also an exemplary place to stumble on a body or two. Mrs. Peacock in the office with the quill pen. Alan? I ask again, this time a little louder. I hear motion in his office and I freeze. Is the killer still here? And then Alan peeks his head out the door. I thought you were Donna. Nope, just me. Come here. Alan waves me into his office and shuts the door behind me. He starts unbuttoning his shirt. Did you spill something? No. He looks me square in the eyes. Alan, when he has the shirt all the way undone, I put up my hands like I'm fending off an attack. No, 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 no. Just look at this. I jam my eyes closed. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me, but for my own safety, I lift one eyelid just enough to peek. He slides his shirt off his shoulders, revealing a surprisingly broad, muscular frame. Alan, I'm flattered. It's just... Out of the corner of my eye, I see a flash of red. Curiosity gets the best of me, so I open my eyes fully. His back is battered and the color of a rich Cabernet. Is there bruising? He asks. Jesus, what happened to you? Reggie. Alan excitedly nods his approval. I lower my voice to a whisper. Should I call the police? I make a quick scan of the office for weapons. Do I have it in me to three-hole punch an attacker? No, of course not. He slips his shirt back on and starts buttoning. Was this part of a negotiation? Am thoroughly confused and maybe a little impressed, as I'm left to wonder if Alan would really go to the mat in this way for his clients. Reggie's this guy. In Chinatown, I pay him to do that. I'm appalled, but also fascinated. Beat the gosh out of you? Alan's eyes swell with pride. I got in a few good hits. Of course, the writer in me wants to know everything, but he's already crossed behind his desk to move on. So, contracts, he says, tucking his shirt into his pants. He looks under a stack of papers. It's been 6 weeks since I first walked into Doubleday. Alan did his part and negotiated a fair deal on my behalf. I'm not sure if Jackie has real sway, if the book is indeed good, or if they let her buy whatever she wants to keep her from taking her prestige elsewhere. When Alan told me the official offer came in, I had to sit down. It wasn't the money, the advance isn't much to speak of, but the fact that Jackie came through, that this wasn't a dream, it was really happening. When the contracts arrived, Alan messengered a copy over to me, and we spent a good hour or two dissecting it over the phone. He pointed out where he was able to do well for me, and also what were industry standard terms. When I felt I understood the agreement as best I could, I made an appointment to sign. You ever met her, Jackie? He asks. We spoke on the telephone. In person, I mean. Sit down, sit down. For once, there's an empty chair, but I have to push a few manuscripts on the floor aside so there's room for my feet. Not one-on-one like you, hotshot, but back in the day when she was first at Viking. I knew Tommy Ginsberg, the publisher. We'd do business together, and he'd invite me to the office when he knew she'd be there. She's tall. Surprising, right? She was mostly sitting down. Alan guffaws. I wish I could have seen the look on your face. Yeah, well, you were no help. Listen, I didn't want you to be in your head. Remember our first meeting? You're very engaging, but you can get in your own way. I shake my head in protest, even though he's got me pegged. The first time we met, I was trying to make a joke about his credentials and mispronounced the word emeritus. After that, I was tripping over my tongue for the entire conversation. Bygones, right? I got the two of you in a room together. You're quite the yenta. He can tell Alan's still pleased with himself. He chuckles, forming a slick grin. He leans back in his chair, then grimaces and bounces forward. Bruises? Yeah, that's gonna smart for days. Anyhow, I don't even know why he hired her. Tommy, she had no experience. Her Rolodex, I guess, thought she could bring in some big books as an acquiring editor. I think he offered her something like $200 a week. I'm not sure the whole experience was even worth that. Why not? I'm fascinated. The relationship only lasted 2 years before it blew up in his face. She quit over some two-bit novel they did about the assassination of Ted Kennedy. You mean Bobby? I'm confused. No, Ted. It was some alternate history sort of thing. She sent him a letter of resignation in the middle of the night. The middle of the night. The book was in poor taste, but still. Meanwhile, for those 2 years, chaos. Alan looks all over his desk and finally produces a pen. You have to put it in context. She was enticingly available to the public for the very first time. She had an office, regular hours. Their poor receptionist had to field every wackadoo who stepped off the elevator wanting to see her. People would show up with a ream of blank paper and demand a meeting like they were the next Mario Puzo. Meanwhile, phones ringing off the hook, Mike Wallace on one, Barbara Walters on two. Some housewife called like clockwork for a daily report on what Jackie was wearing. One man showed up, and when he was refused an audience, he said he was wrapped in dynamite. Tommy himself had to intervene and talk the man down. Ha! He reads the shocked expression on my face. Clearly, I'm not finding this as funny as he does. Well, you'd have to know Tommy. So, what happened? I hesitantly ask. Bah, Alan dismisses my concern with a wave of his hand. There was no dynamite. I roll my eyes. Is it still that crazy? Do I need a flak jacket? Oh no, she got down to work and disappeared. Novelty eventually wore off. Alan hands me 4 copies of the publishing agreement and the pen. So I'm not nuts then, to sign these. You may be nuts, kid, but not for signing these. I flip the top contract open to the final page, which is tabbed, Sign Here. I pause, wondering if I should do something special to mark this occasion, but decide it's best not to stand on ceremony. I put Alan's pen to paper, and nothing. It's out of ink. I shake the pen and try again. Nada. I hope this isn't a sign. Oh, come on. Alan rummages through a drawer. Donna? I don't think she's here. You celebrate yet? He pats himself down to see if there's a pen in his pockets. Nope. Waiting to sign these. Family happy? I've been keeping a low profile. Superstition. I cross my fingers on both hands to emphasize the point before remembering that some consider that bad luck. Alan would sup at me. Your mother? I put my finger on my nose. I don't know what she thinks. She hasn't read it. What do you mean she hasn't read it? I asked her to read it. She gave me a tomato. She threw it at you? No, just offered it. To eat. I asked her a second time, and she said she'd still rather not. Rather not what? Alan conjures another pen, removes the cap, and hands it to me. It's a promotional giveaway from a paper supply company in New Jersey, and the top of the pen has bite marks. It feels anticlimactic, to say the least. I imagine if Jackie were the one to countersign these agreements, and not some business affairs person, she would do so with an elegant fountain pen. I guess we all work with what we have. Read it, I guess, but I suppose she'd rather it not exist at all. I hover the pen above the contracts, and my hand shakes. Alan notices my hesitation. It's a loving portrait, he says. It's an honest portrait, he chuffs. She'll come around. If not, now you've got a spare. What? Who? Jackie? My face turns as red as Alan's back. Editors are mothers of sorts. I'm annoyed the shutters aren't more open so that I can stare dramatically out the window onto 59th Street. This is my last chance to do the right thing by my mother. Yet would that be the right thing for me? Is the mark of adulthood putting others first, or is it standing behind your own vision, your own work, your own view of the world? Beads of sweat form on my forehead, and I have to wipe my brow. My hand still trembles, but I manage to sign all 4 agreements. I stare at my signature, barely recognizing it as my own. My name looks foreign, like it's not mine, but my father's, someone else who let my mother down. I thought this would be fun. I thought I would want to remember this moment, but in truth, I just want to move on. When do we get paid? First check upon execution. Alan takes the contracts from me, and I place the pen in an empty mug, which I'm hoping is a pencil jar and not the remnants of his morning caffeine. He flips through the agreements to make sure everything is in order. I suddenly see the wisdom in paying someone to hit me. I even consider asking Alan for his guy's number. If I'm indeed causing my mother pain, wouldn't some in return be rightful penance? And even if not, I already feel like the wind's been knocked out of me. Perhaps a few swift punches could knock it back in. I lean forward and put my head between my knees. You okay, kid? Thought I dropped something. I don't tell him I'm suddenly nauseated. One for you, one for me, two for them. I'll have Donna send them over this afternoon, whenever Donna returns from Donnaland. I sit up as he stacks the contracts, fastens them together with a binder clip, and slides them into a large envelope. We good? I nod, unable to say anything more. One more thing. Alan thrusts a piece of paper with a phone number in my direction. Your new mommy wants you to call her. It's 2 minutes before 5 o'clock when Leela guides me back down the long hallway that leads to the conference room, her coworkers packing up to go home. I try to make eye contact with everyone, smile to diffuse their annoyance. I can read the stress on their faces. Who is this, arriving just as we are leaving? Do I have to stay? Will I miss my train? Leela keeps her usual pace. Had we not met before, I would feel she, too, was itching to leave. She probably is, but Leela has only one setting, rushed. This time, when we hit the conference room, we bear a sharp right, down another hall, toward, I assume, Jackie's office. Do you want coffee? I can picture the coffee mugs washed and put away for the day, and the kerfuffle it would cause if I said yes. No, thank you. And then, because I can't help myself from babbling around Leela, caffeine makes me jittery this late in the day. I don't want to say what we both already know. I'm jittery enough already. A young, fair-haired man, handsome, maybe 25, approaches us while pulling on a blazer in a windmill-like fashion I imagine members of a varsity rowing team do. He locks eyes with me with an unsettling intensity, and while unnerved, I can't look away. I've spent years wanting to belong in these halls. Glancing down would send the wrong message. Oh, hey. Leela stops us. This is Mark. He's Mrs. Onassis' new assistant. Mark, this is James Smale. Leela punctuates my name with an air of disinterest. James Smale, Mark says, shaking my hand while trying to place my name. Leela rolls her eyes, I hope at Mark and not at me. Jackie's new acquisition. Right. Mark clasps his other hand on mine. They are soft and warm. Acquisition? Like I'm some antiquity she's acquired on an exotic foreign trip? I guess we'll be working together. I look forward to it. Mark lets go of my hand, but not before he winks. Thankfully, Leela doesn't see that. Her eyes might roll fully back in disgust. He walks past me, and we both turn back for one last look. I'm one who feels invisible more often than attractive, so I'm almost giddy when I see him smile at me. Not to say Daniel doesn't do his best to prop up my self-esteem, but he's obliged to. The return date on me has long since passed, and he doesn't have a receipt. But was this flirtation, or just aggressive friendliness? I stumble forward to catch Leela. Whatever that was, I don't have time to process it. We stop in front of a door that's only slightly ajar. Here we are. Leela raps on the door 3 times, loudly. I would have knocked gently, with decorum. I'm instantly horrified. I turn to protest, but she's already gone. Found it. The unmistakable voice rings out from inside the office. I knock again, quietly this time, and open the door a few more inches. Mrs. Onassis? I peer around the open door into the office and see no one. I bite my lip just in time to keep from saying Jackie. I peek farther into the room and find her standing by a bookshelf in the space behind the door. Oh, hello again, I utter awkwardly. I realize I have no idea what's going on and hope for my own sake that what she's found isn't a manuscript more intriguing than mine. What did you find? A book I brought from home. Come in, come in. She ushers me inside her office and I push the door closed most of the way behind me. I have the good sense to leave the door cracked, enough at least, so that I can't be accused of impropriety. It feels inappropriate to be entirely behind closed doors with her. The office is not what I would call small, although it's decidedly not palatial. It's quite nice, comfortable even.
There's nothing that would have prevented us from meeting here when we were first introduced. I'm wondering now if she didn't select the conference room as neutral territory to put me more at ease, and I feel empty-handed suddenly. A gentleman caller without flowers or wine or chocolates. So nice to see you again, James. I can feel myself blush. You as well. Jackie steps over several boxes, books, I'm guessing, which, in her skirt, is no small feat of gymnastics. They seem out of place, these boxes, uncharacteristically messy, but upon closer inspection, her shelves are at capacity with manuscripts and galleys. There's a painting of a dancer on the wall that looks like it could be worth a good deal of money, but I don't know enough about art to be sure. I half expect her desk to look like her husband's from the Oval Office, but instead, it's a formica-topped eyesore that looks more like it might belong to a junior high science teacher. The desk itself is covered in more manuscripts weighed down with decorative glass paperweights. Jackie holds the book up with both hands before circling behind her desk to take a seat. I thought this would be just what we need for our working together tonight. Have you read the poet Constantine Cavafy? I glance at the book, his collected works. No, I haven't. I wait for her to sit behind her desk before taking a seat in one of her guest chairs. I want to appear well-read, and if there was homework for this meeting, I want to have done it. But this particular poet might be a little too obscure to fake a passing knowledge of. He's not widely read in the States. My second husband introduced me to his works, and he fast became a favorite. He has a poem, Ithaca. The location of my book, I say, although these must be very different Ithacas. I'm doubting that any poet named Constantine wrote about central New York. I'm wondering if it might be a good title for your novel. Ithaca? I'm momentarily disheartened. Not that I'm overly invested in my own title, but that the time has arrived to get down to work. I already miss the part where we fawn over me and the book. Can't we have several more meetings like that? Though we generally try to avoid publishing titles with negative onomatopoeic sounds. I chew on that for a second. Ithaca? Ick? It makes the marketing department frown. Is she pulling my leg? There's an uncomfortable pause, and then I laugh politely, but not too much, in case I've misread her. I look around the office for clues that will put me at ease. Something that I recognize could belong to anyone, to normalize our interaction. The truth of the matter, it's all rather conventional. It's an office, like any other. So why Ithaca? Jackie resumes. Why set the book there? Oh, I say, the question snapping me back. I grew up there. Well, a microscopic town just outside. So when people ask me where I'm from, that's what I say. Daniel's voice fills my head. You don't want to change it to Cape Cod, do you? I beg your pardon. I shake my head slightly. Someone told me that you would. Never mind, nothing. It's small Ithaca. Exotic sounding, perhaps. I like the Greek name. I think it evokes the book's underlying tragedy. But otherwise, there's nothing special about it. Like the characters themselves, at first glance. They're unremarkable. On the surface, they could be any mother and son. But I find simple can be quite complicated. Oh, so do I. You only passingly refer to the name of the town in the manuscript. It got me thinking that you might mean it as more of a state of mind, or a state of being. Does that make sense? Of course she must know that it makes perfect sense, but phrasing it as a question sets me up to agree. Perhaps a skill she's used in the past, asserting her own ideas by involving others. It certainly does. Jackie looks like she's about to say something, and then stops. She thinks again before picking up the book. I've marked the page. I don't have my glasses. Would you do the honors? She opens the book and hands it to me. It takes a moment for it to sink in that she's asking me to read. Happy to. Just the last few lines. I fumble with the book, almost losing her place, until I manage to get a good grip. I scan down the text of the poem, looking for just the right place to jump in. Ithaca has given you the beautiful journey.
Already, I feel a lump forming in my throat, so I read quietly until I get to the very end. And if you find her threadbare, Ithaca has not deceived you. Wise as you have become, with so much experience, you must have always understood what Ithacas mean. I glance up at Jackie, and she's looking just past me, as if considering the meaning again for the very first time. Wow, I say. I left my apartment early to walk here, gathering courage along the way in the invigorating March air, desperately dreaming up intelligent phrases and casual topics of conversation to use as filler should our dialogue sputter. And yet, all I can come up with is wow. But it is remarkable, especially if Ithaca is not a town or a place or a state of being, but a person, a mother, a soul. Indeed, she has not deceived me. Somehow, I must have always understood that. Once again, Jackie opens her mouth to speak, then stops. But this time, she plows forward without any further hesitation. I have a thought. Oh? A grin spreads across her face, hinting at the woman one always suspected lay just beneath the decorum. She opens her desk drawer, pulls out an expensive-looking bottle of rum, and plunks it on her desk. The alcohol sloshes, creating a rippling meniscus. This was a recent gift from one of my authors after a trip he took to Barbados. I'm not sure I'm following. Rum was your thought? Close, Jackie says. She stands, lifting the rum to inspect it. She pulls her shoulders back as if not to let the heavy bottle topple her forward. Alan was right. She is indeed tall. Daiquiris. David Letterman recently aired a top 10 list of least popular New York City street vendors, and the #1 entry served stunned mouse in a Dixie cup. I don't know why that comes to mind now, except that it became a punchline between Daniel and me. What would you like for dinner tonight? How about stunned mouse in a Dixie cup? And talk about stunned. Even I wish I could see the look on my face right now. Daiquiris. I scramble out of my chair. When a woman like Jacqueline Onassis stands, a gentleman does too. She reaches back in her drawer and pulls out what miraculously appears to be simple syrup. I'm beginning to think this particular drawer is a magician's hat. Don't tell me you're a teetotaler, she says. I struggle to remember if teetotaler means someone who is on or off the wagon. No, far from it. I just don't usually drink daiquiris. That's because you don't usually drink with me. She notices me standing. Sit, sit. I'm going to collect some ice. Jackie places her hand on my shoulder as she squeezes past me and out the door. Alone in her office, I lean forward and grab the rum. It's hard not to think she's putting me on. I hold it up to my nose, and not only does it contain alcohol, it may be 150 proof. Do I know her to drink? Are there photos of her drinking? Magazine profiles that mention the habit? If I were her, there's no way I could not drink. Should I put a stop to this? Is this a bad idea? I have just enough time to place the bottle back on her desk before she returns carrying a little silver platter with several limes, a knife, club soda, and 2 glasses with ice. What else do you have in that desk? A coconut tree? Don't ever underestimate me. I wouldn't dream of it, I say, and that's the God's honest truth. I think you will like this. It's distilled from molasses instead of sugarcane. She adds a healthy pour of rum to each glass and a more conservative amount of simple syrup. Whatever it is that she's doing, she's quite adept at doing it. Then she slices several limes and squeezes as much juice as she can into each glass. I can see the tendons in her sinewy arms. I had to borrow these earlier from the cafeteria ladies. Good God, she's been planning this all day. I hope they didn't mind. Should I point out they won't be getting them back? Oh, they like me. She repeats the process with another lime, then tops each glass with a splash of soda. On my first day here, this goes back a while now, 14 years, I try to recall her resume from our first meeting. Jackie pulls a silver letter opener from a pencil cup and gives each cocktail a good stir. That's right, she says. Back then, no one, and I mean no one, knew how they were supposed to behave in my presence. If I got into the elevator, people would get out. If I walked down the hallway, people would turn around and scramble in the opposite direction. If I went to the break room to pour a cup of coffee, people would panic and hand me theirs. That's, wow, I grasp for the right word, lonely. Satisfied that each cocktail is well mixed, Jackie gently paps the letter opener on the rim of one glass, and it makes the most perfect chime. She picks up the tray and holds it out for me as if she's the most overqualified spokesmodel ever to be hired on a game show. Thank you, I say, accepting a drink.
I hold it firmly in both hands by my lap, even though the ice makes it uncomfortably cold to the touch. It was devastatingly lonely. It was like I had the plague. After several weeks of this nonsense, I decided to head down to the cafeteria for lunch. Of course, everyone put their trays down and got out of line in front of me and disappeared from sight. It was horribly embarrassing because the last thing I wanted was anyone thinking that I felt entitled to go to the front of the line. But it's not like I could tell them to hop back in line. They had evaporated. Anyhow, this one lunch lady, a rather robust woman, urged me to the counter with an exaggerated wave and bellowed, "What'll it be, Jackie?" My easy laughter catches me off guard. So what was it? Tuna fish salad, if I recall. We both laugh. I don't suppose everyone was fond of my being here, but after that, things were different. Better. Jackie leans into the memory, taking a full beat before coming back. In case that story didn't do it for you, consider this your lunch lady. I hold up my drink, and we clink glasses with good cheer. This long story, a toast of sorts to our new relationship and the work we hope to accomplish together. To Ithaca. To Ithaca, she echoes. I take a sip, and the drink is tart, citrusy, only a little pulpy. A few of these would be downright dangerous. How does it taste? It's sly. You're lucky you're here this week. Last week, I was keen on acquiring a book of cold blended soups. Leela and I tried a few of the recipes. As it turns out, after gazpacho, there aren't many cold soups worth a vary. Have you ever had cream of cashew soup? Cold? I haven't had the pleasure. Believe me, there's no pleasure to be had, unless you like wallpaper glue. I grimace, then gesture toward the Cavafy book, and she gives me permission to take it. I open to the marked page. Ithaca referred to in the feminine, like she is mother herself. You must have always known what Ithacas mean. Jackie makes a rich sound like an exquisite piece of chocolate is melting on her tongue. And those are just the last few lines. Beautiful, isn't it? Take that book home with you and read the rest. It's remarkably apropos. But have I always known? Is my book some sort of misadventure to understand something that, deep down, I already know? Inspired by Homer, if I'm not mistaken. Of course she's not mistaken. The return of Odysseus home, I say, grateful this time for something more intelligent to say. Homer, I've read. The maturity of the soul as we all travel home is, I think, all the traveler can hope for. I want you to think of that, especially in the context of your manuscript's ending. I think that's where the bulk of your work lies. The ending, the last third of the book. I have a clear picture of who your characters are at the start of the quarantine, but I don't know exactly who they are at the end, to each other, to themselves. I keep thinking of our first conversation, how you said books are journeys. That's right. But Jackie rests her chin on the back of her hand. What is it? I hesitate, not sure how I can say this. I'm sorry.
I haven't worked with an editor before. I don't want to overstep. I tell my writers our conversations are privileged, like doctor and patient, lawyer and client, priest and parishioner, confession only if you want. Jackie raises her glass. I was just thinking, if my book is in part about motherhood, that's a journey you have taken, one that has given me some of my most sublime moments. But your book, yes, it's about motherhood, but through the eyes of a son, and I haven't been one of those. I suppose that's true, I concede. Jackie takes a long, slow sip from her glass. I want to see real growth on the page, how the events have changed them, particularly the son. You have a remarkably fresh voice, so I know you have it in you. My drink is going down too easily, and I can feel the rum rushing to my face, coloring my cheeks, creating a blessed hollowness between my ears, allowing me not to pass out. I can taste the molasses. Jackie narrows her eyes, scrutinizing me. It's hard for you to hear a compliment. I don't suppose I've received enough compliments to know. That was wonderful deflection, the molasses. Another compliment? Another deflection? She takes one more sip, then sets her glass down on a coaster. You can taste it, though, I'll give you that, especially when you know that it's there. I place the Cavafy book on the corner of her desk and inspect what's left of my drink. Jackie refocuses. Before we get to the ending, tell me more about your mother. I burst out laughing and am immediately embarrassed, covering my mouth with the back of my hand. Oh heavens, I sounded like your analyst. I'm fascinated to know if she's familiar with the language of therapy. It wouldn't surprise me, and yet it's hard to imagine her vulnerable enough to seek help. But as much as our conversations may be privileged, I'm sure the privilege of probing conversation flows only one way. What would you like to know? Was she always sad? No is my first answer. But then I have to think, is she sad? I don't think so. Perhaps? Are we talking about Ruth? I'm afraid I'm a little confused. There's confusion in the character. She leans forward to retrieve the glass from my hand, and I barely loosen my grip enough for her to take it. If it weren't for the condensation from the ice, it might not have wiggled out of my hand at all. There are several moments where you get close to expressing something real, and I think you pad your observations with what I guess are fictional details, and it keeps you from hitting some of the harder truths. She pours more rum into my glass. Not too much, I say. But as she refills my drink, I think, to hell with it. You know, if we're going to do this, let's do this. Let this be the grand marshal in a parade of lunch ladies to come. Tell me something true, she says. About my mother? Even if it has nothing to do with the book. I think about this and how not to further betray her. She'd already be horrified if she were a fly on the wall right now. Do I tell Jackie my mother resents me for her being alone? That she took my side once and it cost her her marriage? That even though it was the right thing to do, in the moment she probably didn't envision how long life would be in the wake of it? That we're barely on speaking terms right now? I don't think my mother got much of what she wanted out of life. She has her children, that's true, but hardly anything else. Does anyone get what they truly want? The question strikes me as odd, borderline offensive even, from someone who has lived such a fascinating life. I need more alcohol for this. Well, no, I would imagine that's rare. But I also don't think she was given the tools to ask. That's true for a lot of women our age. Jackie steps in front of her desk to hand me my drink. She stands and leans elegantly with her legs crossed and one hand on the desk, looking like the perfect line sketch a fashion designer might make while dreaming up patterns for clothes. I feel for her. That's good. As a reader, I hope that you would. I'll try over the course of our working together not to sound like your analyst. Writing it, I'm sure, was therapy enough. If I hadn't written it, I think I might have gone insane or become a Republican, something horrible. Jackie laughs in such a way, not heartily, but genuinely, that I want it to be my validation forever. You remind me of my son. I can feel my face turn beet red, so I look down at my feet. They look cloddish in large, heavy shoes, the opposite of her narrow, elegant heels. Don't do that. Do what? Acknowledge that I have difficulty accepting compliments, then lay the biggest one of all on me and expect me to be okay. Jackie waves her hand over her drink, wafting in some of the aroma. Perhaps this round is too sweet. Deflection. This is the rum talking. Are you not comfortable with compliments either? Could this be something we have in common? I take a victory sip. She shakes her head. You didn't compliment me. The heck I didn't. A compliment for my son is a compliment for me. I nod enthusiastically, and I can tell this pleases her. She moves behind the desk to retake her seat. He failed the bar exam multiple times, which I'm sure you know if you read the Daily News. I can feel her utter sense of pride in him, as if this were self-deprecation. I sink back into my chair and chuckle. I do remember the headlines, the hunk flunks. That must have stung. But still, I can't believe how much fun I'm having. I can't believe how much my outlook has changed in the matter of weeks. I can't believe that this is my life now. It feels resurgent, sparkling with possibility, like I've made some sort of comeback from an exile I hadn't deserved. I think my lunch lady is working, I confide. Jackie sips from her cocktail and her eyes sparkle with thousands of secrets. I think mine is too. When she finishes, she sets her glass down and holds out the silver tray to collect mine. Another magical moment ended too soon, and we're on to something new. Now, she says, let's get down to work. Go Your Own Way, July 1992. When I land at Boston's Logan Airport, I have only a few minutes to collect my bag and race to catch the shuttle bus to Cape Air's small terminal for the flight to Martha's Vineyard. The Cape airplane is disconcertingly puny, what my father would have called a puddle jumper. There are seats for 10 passengers, 5 on each side of the aisle, plus a jump seat for the crew. The flight attendant places us according to weight to balance the plane. This is done discreetly as not to offend, but the end result is obvious. I'm seated across the aisle from a woman who indubitably comes from money, and I wonder if she knows Jackie, if they are neighbors on the island or on the board together of some local environmental organization to save the eroding dunes. We smile politely and say hello, but she doesn't ask my business, which disappoints me because I'm dying to volunteer the information. I'm going to visit my editor. 3 weeks ago, Jackie sent the latest draft of my manuscript via courier, marked with her edits. As mild and polite as she can be in person, taking careful consideration of my feelings as both an artist and someone younger and less experienced in the publishing world, she was just the opposite on paper. Paragraphs, sometimes pages, were crossed right out with margin notes that screamed, "cut," verging on melodrama, trite, and then other parts were circled, underwritten, shallow, give the reader more. My heart sank as I flipped through the pages. I had thought the latest draft addressed many of her original concerns from our earlier talks, but there were still a number of sticking points, particularly with the ending. I gave myself a week to calm down. When I reached her via phone to discuss her notes, she informed me she was working from her home on Martha's Vineyard and invited me up to work through them. So here I am, on board what's basically an enclosed hang glider, waiting for runway clearance to take flight. The midsummer morning is warm. The sun beats off the tarmac and through the plane windows, heating the entire cabin. It feels like we are ants under a child's magnifying glass. At any moment, we might burst into flames. This is not an image you want while sitting in a fuselage. I roll up the sleeves of my linen shirt as the 2 outboard propellers start to spin. I look back to see if there's an indication we might receive drink service, but signs do not point to yes. We pick up speed down the runway and take off over Boston Harbor before banking to head south toward Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. This is the smallest plane I've ever been on, and I'm amazed at how you feel every rippling current, how your stomach rises and falls with each dip and change in air pressure. I have a magazine in my messenger bag, but I don't have any interest in even pretending to read it. The view out my window of the Massachusetts coastline is far more interesting. The ocean is an emerald green, in contrast with the sparkling aqua blue swimming pools that dot the shore. They seem almost Caribbean by comparison. I'm finally offered a small bottle of water, which I take but don't drink. There's no bathroom on board, and my bladder is already full. My mother and I have spoken only once since I told her about Jackie. I called her when I cut myself shaving and the bleeding wouldn't stop. I felt lightheaded, more from queasiness than blood loss, and without really thinking, I picked up the phone. That's how ingrained it is to always want your mother. "I'm bleeding," I said when she answered. "From what?" My mother's trademark detachment rang through. "The ear." Not the ear, just under the ear. The part where the earlobe connects to the jaw. I don't know what that's called. "Domino." Down. My mother's dog yipped and then stopped, probably silenced with a treat. I meant, what did you do? "Oh, I cut myself shaving." I could tell from her silence she wondered what it was I thought she could do from 200 miles away. "Anyways, I thought you could keep me company while I bleed out." My mother groaned. "I have a hair appointment at 11. And that was the end of our conversation. No mention of the book, no questions about my life, or any of the wondrous things happening. Nothing about Jackie, no real concern about my medical emergency, although my mother knew me well enough to know there was no serious call for alarm. A therapist friend called these bids, my calling home with extravagant takes to get a reaction. But my mother had my number. She was maddeningly patient, never raising her paddle, passing my lot on to other, more excitable auction-goers. This is where we are, this stalemate, our new home. I would have loved to share this trip with my mother. She would have hated this flight, and in fact may have refused to board it, offended by having her weight silently gauged. But she would have loved to spy on Martha's Vineyard, to see firsthand the places and names that she's read about in following the Kennedys over the years: Nantucket, Hyannisport, even Chappaquiddick. Several months with no communication is not that unusual in our relationship. It's not the norm, but it's not unheard of. We've done this before. Still, there's a weighty sadness to our current silence. This is not merely a period of us being too busy or too lazy to speak. I have defied her expressed wishes. What else is there really to say? Calling to announce I had been invited to Jackie's beach house to work on the book would only rub it in. The airport on Martha's Vineyard is centered on the island in a clearing of some forested acres, and our landing is surprisingly smooth. There's a single quaint-looking tower, and the airport building itself has a cottagey feel. When we deplane onto the tarmac, I'm immediately overcome with the smell and grit of salty air. I have the address for Jackie's place near Gay Head, but since I feel wholly incapable of saying Gay Head without snickering, I tell the taxi driver I hire to take State Road to Mush Up Trail, the specific direction she had given me. I'm nervous, my heart rate increasing in sync with the cab's meter. With these latest edits, I can feel my esteem with Jackie slipping. If I don't play this hand correctly, I could have created this mess with my mother for nothing. I instruct the driver to drop me at the top of the driveway, as I don't want to intrude on the family's privacy by having him drive past the gate and up to the main house. Once again, it's impossible to know the protocol. I pay him the fare with a generous tip, on the off chance he knows who lives here, before retrieving my suitcase and walking down the quiet road, double-checking the address I have folded in my pocket. The drive is lined with trees, and the air is filled with a symphony of chirping insects that sounds like both a concerto and a warning. There's a turnoff on the right side of the road, but I continue straight, even though I'm not sure that's correct. I'm sweating, from the July heat, or from nerves, or from both, and I fish for a Kleenex in my other pocket to wipe my forehead. After a quarter mile or so, I round a bend and come to a clearing, and I can see what looks to be a main and guest house. There's a large pond behind both, and I think maybe the ocean beyond that. It's hard to tell from my vantage point in the driveway. Everything feels so vast. I spot a sturdy woman with graying hair, and she calls out for me as she shakes a scatter rug in the driveway. "Hello?" "Hi there. I'm James. I'm wondering if I'm in the right place." I look around like I might recognize something, although what, I'm not sure. I'm certain there's no mailbox that says Kennedy. "You're looking for Jackie," I reply without thinking. "You're looking for Mrs. Onassis," the woman says pointedly, studying me with some degree of skepticism. "Yes." I cringe. I'm barely down the driveway, and I've already offended. "Mrs. Onassis." The woman hesitates, as if deciding whether I should be sent packing. She gives the rug another shake, and I step back to avoid a small cloud of debris. "You're the writer?" She waves me in closer. "That's right." I used to say it apologetically before this all began, like I was admitting something embarrassing or bad. It's a real gift Jackie, Mrs. Onassis, has given to me, to be able to say that I'm a writer with pride, the stress of the current edits notwithstanding. She said I should be expecting you. And here I am. It's meant to sound charming, but out loud, it sounds condescending. Quickly I add, "Stunning. Martha's Vineyard. Very scenic." It's clear from her expression she doesn't know what to make of me. "How was your flight?" "Short." I smile expectantly, looking back and forth between the houses, trying to get the lay of the land. "Is Mrs. Onassis around?" "She's resting. I'm to set you up in the guest house, and she will see you for dinner." She reaches for my bag, but I pick it up before she's able to, and attempt a friendly smile. We amble together over to the smaller house as a gentle breeze picks up. "I'm Joan," she finally offers. "James Smale. It's very nice to meet you." "You work for Onassis?" "7 years now." "This is our first book together," I volunteer, hoping it will inspire some pity. By the way Joan grunts her response, I can tell she thinks that much is obvious. We reach the guest house, which, while smaller than the main house, is still considerably sized. "This is all for me?" "It is, although you probably won't need the run of it. There's a bedroom set up for you on the second floor." "Is this where—" I stop myself, knowing my question is inappropriate. "Is this where—" Joan asks. I blush, unable to think of a good lie. "Is this where John Jr. stays?" I look bashfully at Joan, who says, in response, as if that's all that needs to be said on that topic. "Well, thank you. I certainly don't need all this space, and I promise not to make a mess of it."
There's a pitcher of iced tea in the fridge, brewed it this morning. Mrs. Onassis will see you for dinner in the main house at 6.
Thank you, Joan. I hope it's at least okay that she and I be on a first-name basis. Joan opens the door for me and I step inside. She hesitates before closing the door. A piece of advice? I nod. I need all the advice I can get. You're in someone's home, remember that. She invited you, but that doesn't mean you should suddenly be overly familiar. She's very private. Be respectful. Yes, ma'am. She's trusting you with an invitation. Yes, ma'am, I repeat, showcasing my ability to be respectful. Joan is a bit of a killjoy. She looks at me again to see if her advice is sticking. When she decides that it takes, she turns and repeats. Dinner's at 6. Don't be late. I'm about to say that I wouldn't dare when the screen door slams behind me and I jump. I get the sense she did that on purpose. The house is decorated simply but impeccably. I set my bag down on the floor to stroll freely throughout. There's a deliberate beach-like Ralph Lauren feel to it all, despite the European accents that are scattered throughout. Beside a comfortable and welcoming, worn-in living room sofa is a rustic French country accent chair next to a Danish mid-century side table. The art is nautically themed, with masculine, stormy hues, seascapes with skies the color of gunmetal. In the kitchen, a collage of family photos hangs near a shaker dining table and chairs. Somehow it all ties together. American with European, museum-quality art with family photographs, turn-of-the-century artifacts with mid-century furnishings. It's effortless in the way only someone with great style and taste could curate. Upstairs, there's only one bedroom with the door open, obviously meant for me. I set my bag in there and plop down on the bed. I immediately want to call Daniel. Sleeping in JFK Jr.'s quarters is, for red-blooded homosexuals at least, far more exciting than a night in the Lincoln bedroom. More than that, it's an outright fantasy. But it's not clear he would answer the phone. We had a small argument before I left, Daniel and I'm not really sure what sparked it. He seemed annoyed about the trip. At first I thought he was hoping to be invited, but he finally revealed that he was concerned about what it would do to my mother. You should call her, he said. I did, I replied, tugging at my ear where the cut used to be. And she's okay with you going? I didn't understand why I needed her permission, so I lied and said, she's fine. He didn't really believe me, but the whole thing was over before it began. Still, I don't like it when we lock horns. The list of people who are currently on speaking terms with me, it seems, is shrinking rapidly, and Joan seems unlikely to be added as a confidant. I look at the white ceiling, which I'm sure isn't white, but rather some color with a name like Edwardian linen or luster, imagining others who have stayed here before me, celebrities, politicians, writers, bon vivants. It's impossible to nap, so after an hour or so of trying, I return to the kitchen for some iced tea. I pour myself a glass from the pitcher and decide to stroll down to the waterfront. I step outside into the gauzy afternoon light and a little breeze tussles my hair. The screen door again slams behind me. There's a path along the pond, which, if I remember correctly from Jackie's invitation, has an Indian name like Squibnocket. I follow that path around the pond's western end until I reach the ocean, stopping only once to skip a few stones across the rippling water. I reach the dunes and remove my boat shoes and roll up my pant legs. I carry the shoes with me like I would at the Jersey Shore, even though it's probably safe to leave them in the sand. I look up and down the coastline, and there are only a few other people in sight, and none within shouting distance. A man waves, and I wave politely back, as a few sandpipers run feebly between us toward the outgoing tide. It's so beautiful, unencumbering. I'm tempted to strip off all my clothes and run naked into the water. A baptism of sorts into a new life, with all the cares of my previous existence washed away in the salty waters of the Atlantic. Just me, naked and pure. But of course I don't. Instead, I look out across the ocean, toward the United Kingdom, toward Ireland, from whence the ancestors of our two families came. One family who was the very image of the American dream, whose children rose to the highest ranks of power before that dream morphed slowly into a nightmare. The other who never dared to dream big enough, too bogged down by the rules to ever truly get ahead. A family that produced timid offspring who lived through their own quiet ordeals. I wonder how far the horizon is, how far I can really see.
Although, if maps are to be trusted, I'm not looking at Ireland at all, but rather at Portugal or maybe France. I scrunch my bare toes in the warm grains of sand. It feels like I'm standing in the sands of an egg timer, the firm beach slowly falling into another chamber beneath me. I feel a sudden urgency with time, about not having enough of it, with the book, with Jackie, with my mother. But the beach is a seductive mistress, so I pivot east, hoping to make it as far as the cliffs at Gayhead before I have to turn back for dinner. I'm on the front steps of the main house at 6 o'clock sharp, having showered after my walk and dressed properly for dinner, in a white shirt and J. Crew slacks, which the catalog described as an appropriate Nantucket red. I check that my shirt is properly tucked and straighten my belt before knocking gently on the screen door. It rattles in its frame like the door of our family farmhouse, warped slightly from the sun or the rain, and I'm instantly transported to my childhood. It sounds so much like the door I grew up with that I half expect to hear my mother's voice call out, "James, is that you?" Of course, it's not my mother. "Mrs. Onassis, please come in." I open the door and Jackie strides forward, flipping through a small stack of mail. In my mind, she holds handwritten letters, as she's too ethereal in this airy setting to be weighed down with solicitations or bills. She's wearing navy pants and a white silk t-shirt with a cardigan draped over her shoulders in the way certain women like Lauren Bacall do in magazines, but you rarely see in real life. I'm surprised that she answers her own door with a casual "come in," as if that were in any way safe. I wonder why Joan doesn't guard the door padded like a baseball catcher to absorb possible intruders. "How was your trip?" she asks, and we hug politely. I don't dare pull her too close or too tight. I imagine her with porous bones like a bird. "Easy. Quite nice. Excellent. Welcome to Redgate Farm. Allow me to give you the nickel tour." The main house is decorated much as the guest house is, with a slightly more feminine touch. There are books in every room, and I wish I could spend hours quietly perusing her library, studying the titles to see which spines are cracked, if only to feel closer to her. I know that she is famous for once giving a televised tour of the White House. The diplomatic reception room is right this way. But this has a quiet informality that is hardly reminiscent. "Your home is lovely," I say, but it comes across like a line instead of a spontaneous remark. "That's very kind of you to say." We make small talk until dinner. I describe my view from the plane window like I'm some sort of cultural anthropologist from National Geographic. She retains perfect focus on me, like she hasn't herself taken this flight 1,000 times, and I feel like the belle of an invisible ball. The meal is Atlantic cod with some sort of balsamic reduction over rice and haricot verts. Will Mr. Templesman be joining us? Mr. Templesman is Maurice Templesman, her suitor of several years. In our brief time working together, I've heard her make reference to him as her companion, her Belgian, and once, even jokingly, as Mr. Kennedy Onassis. He is in Europe on business. I hope my company will do.
We both smile, recognizing the ridiculous nature of the comment. Out of sheer curiosity, I would love to observe them together, to see how she behaves with a man, momentarily forgetting that I am one, but I'm relieved not to have to make more small talk and grasp for polite questions about Antwerp. At the table, Jackie enlightens me in some of the history of the island. Before it was a summer home to affluent and well-known families, the island was home to the Wampanoag people. English settlement began in the 17th century, and the island was brought into prominence by the whaling industry in the 1800s. She knows everything about everything, or so it seems, and the details that shade her lesson are remarkable. "Have you ever heard of a Nantucket sleigh ride?" she asks, halfway through the meal. I can't say that I have. It's the resulting tow a whaler received after harpooning a whale before it would tire and die. You're kidding! I'm tickled by this bit of information. That's delightful. I imagine not for the whale. I laugh. No, I imagine not. There are no actual vineyards, I ask, nor have there ever really been. The island was, however, at one time covered with wild grapes. There was a secessionist movement in the 1970s. Some of the flags from that campaign still fly over the island. She's so thorough in her knowledge and enthusiastic to share it, I wonder if there will be a test. She could easily have a second job as an island tour guide if she wanted it, or work for the Chamber of Commerce, a delightfully comical image in and of itself. We each have a glass of Chenin Blanc with dinner.
I sip mine slowly so that I'm not tempted for more, mindful of Joan's advice. Despite the daiquiris we consumed in New York, perhaps she's right. A home visit requires extra decorum. It's only after we consume most of the meal that talk turns to the book. So, James, we need to talk more about your ending. I knew it was inevitable. I set my fork down, annoyed at the book as if it were in the way of our relationship instead of being the reason for it. You're letting the mother off too easy. Given where my mother and I currently are, it's difficult to imagine being harder on her. I must flinch because Jackie eases off the gas pedal. I keep thinking what power a talented writer has. Did you ever entertain being a writer? I ask, trying to obfuscate the fact that I clearly haven't accomplished what she was hoping with this draft. My mother thought I had the temperament, but I find the process painstaking. It takes me forever to draft a letter. I don't know how I'd ever manage a whole book. She takes the napkin from her lap and places it on the table before folding her hands under her chin. It is painstaking, I agree. Painful at times. Jackie narrows her eyes. Yes, but through pain comes great art. I won't flatter myself by thinking you're speaking of my manuscript. This is, after all, a woman who has seen and had access to the world's greatest antiquities. But without so much as a pause, she asks, why not? I chew on my lip as the profundity of such a simple question washes over me. Why am I not in the running to create something substantial? Why do I so easily discredit my own work? Why not? I say, a declarative statement in place of the question. It seems to me you're capable. I believe in what writers can do, and I believe in you. I always thought there was magic in being an editor. I can feel myself blushing again, heat racing to my cheeks. Compliments, I say, a callback to our last meeting. Jackie nods, then gazes down at her plate. I'm beginning to recognize real patterns. I look away when complimented. She looks down when the subject of conversation. If this keeps up, we could spend the next few days avoiding eye contact entirely. It is special to find something in a manuscript that you recognize as familiar truth, but also as wisdom you're hearing voiced in a new and articulate way. It's why your manuscript stood out to me. You opened my eyes to something, James, a fresh truth, and I think a lot of readers will feel the same way. I swallow the last of my wine. But you're being too protective of your mother. It's admirable. I admire it. I would want my own children to be as protective of me. But it comes at the book's expense. This is easier to digest than her edits on the printed page. It helps that the note comes wrapped in another compliment, further seduction, getting me to see her side of things. You come into the quarantine. Russell comes, pardon me, she smiles. Russell comes into the quarantine with reasonable grievances, with a list of things to accomplish. Right at the outset, you establish two central questions. Who is she, your mother? Who am I, you? I start to protest and say Russell again, but it's embarrassingly clear what she's saying. They remain unanswered. Not just who they are at the outset of the novel. Who do they become? What have they learned? The maturation of the soul, I say, returning to Homer. I struggle with my obligations when writing fictional characters based on real people to the truth. Jackie gets up from her seat across the table, crosses around to my side, pulls out a chair next to me, and sits. She rests her hand on top of mine. Do something for me as you write. Anything. I'll take inspiration where I can. Her hand on mine has a vertiginous effect, doubling the potency of the wine. I feel a little woozy. Think about the difference between curing and healing. I must have a puzzled expression on my face because she says, how to explain what I mean, and then sits very still while she thinks. Do you know the story of Isis and Osiris? I shake my head no. Did one of them fly too close to the sun? That was Icarus. Osiris was killed in a fight with his brother Set, quite violently in fact. He was cut into pieces and spread throughout Egypt. His wife Isis searched everywhere to collect the pieces and put him back together. In doing so, in burying him whole, she believed his spirit would be eternal. You're not suggesting I hack my mother into pieces. I reach for the low-hanging joke. On the contrary, you already have. I'm asking you to put the pieces back together. I want to disagree, but then I remember we've already admitted that my relationship with my mother was the main impetus for writing the book. I decide to be honest with her. I guess I'm not sure how that explains the difference. Jackie sits back and runs her hands through her hair as she thinks, piling it on her head and letting it drop. Don't tell your story to change something about the past. The past is inherently unchangeable. There is no cure. And yet, there's a powerful temptation to rewrite it. I feel instantly foolish. Look who I'm telling this to. But that's not the goal of the quarantine, is it? No, it's to find a way forward. So, instead, I want you to focus on healing. Remember, and then assemble all the lovely bits, like Isis did. To truly remember, I believe, is to heal. Remember on the page. Exactly. I think the hardest thing to dramatize without being cliché is the love a mother has for her children. And you've done that. Not as a mother, not as a parent at all, but as a child, which I think is even more impressive. And let me worry about editing you. She taps the table with her index finger. Do not edit yourself. I try unsuccessfully to stifle a smile. Jackie cocks her head. What is it? I just can't help but think you'd advise me differently if this book were about you. I keep my ears perked for Joan, wondering if she will materialize and rap my knuckles, or simply chide me tomorrow for each instance where I've overstepped. This book is about me. Jackie takes my hand again, and we share an intense stare. There's part of me, deep in the recesses of my addled brain, that wonders if I'm not being somehow conned, but I can't quite figure out, short con, long con, what the swindle would be. It's hard, this work. Hard truths can drive people apart.
But great art can bring them back together. I tried desperately to repeat everything she said in my mind so as not to forget. I will need to access all of it when I sit down with the manuscript again. Now, she says, standing and letting go of my hand, I can't wait to see what you come up with, now that your shackles are removed. Yes, ma'am. She collects my plate and I start to protest. No, allow me, please. I look around again for Joan. Jackie brushes me aside and disappears into the kitchen. I can hear her setting dishes in the sink. Being here in her home makes everything simultaneously more normal and more surreal. A woman is doing dishes in her kitchen. Normal. Jackie O just cleared my dinner plate. Surreal. I'm not sure which reality to plant myself in. Island resident shares local history. National treasure dispenses insight on writing. Either way, she seems much more human away from the heightened setting of New York. Oh, and one more piece of advice, she calls out from the kitchen. What's that? Be like Fred Astaire. Romance Ginger Rogers? I holler, confused. Jackie pokes her head back into the dining room and raps her knuckles gently on the doorway. Don't let the hard work show. When I return to the guest house, I pick up the phone and call Daniel collect. It takes 4 rings for him to answer, and while I'm sure he doesn't, it seems in my head that he pauses before accepting the charges. The operator hangs up, and we're alone. I listen to the electric hum for a moment, thinking there are secret messages in the static, and then I say, "Hi." "Hi," he says back, and then silence. We just had dinner. I thought I would call. Collect, I see. She's not springing for you to call home either? I'm a guest, in someone's house. She must have really burned through that Onassis money. I pull the receiver away from my ear and stare at it in annoyance before resuming the conversation. Daniel, it felt like the right thing to do. I'm certain she wouldn't have minded. I'm all but positive she wouldn't have even seen the bill. But there's an element of wanting to retain my privacy. She knows enough about me from the book. How's the house? Daniel asks. I pause and then, because it was such a perfect setup, say, what a dump. I swear I can hear him smile on the other end of the line. Hey, what's that from? Of course we both know what it's from. It's the opening of Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. We can quote the play endlessly to each other. I'm not really asking, that's literally the next line in the play. So I repeat it. Hey, what's that from? You want to do George and Martha now? What's it from, for goodness sake? Daniel laughs, for real this time, and all the tension between us melts. You expect me to remember all the pictures? He says, finally playing along. We don't ever remember the exact words, but we do our best to paraphrase. Not every last epic. I continue on about it being a Warner picture and Bette Davis having peritonitis. We both break into laughter, and it feels good, a deep connection. This is the kind of intimate exchange we share, reciting Edward Albee. I debate pressing further, going on about Bette Davis trying to apply lipstick with her peritonitis and smearing it all over her face, but decide to quit while I'm ahead. It's nice, the house. I'm sure it is. Have you heard of a Nantucket sleigh ride? It occurs to me Daniel might delight in this bit of trivia. No? Is that some kind of intimate act? What are you two doing out there? What? Oh my God, no. What is it then? I'll tell you when I get home. How was your day? Daniel sighs. I hate it when we're even slightly out of sync. Most of the time, he makes perfect sense. Not just the words coming out of his mouth, but how he feels in our house, how he fits in my life. It's so natural having him there. His presence often as unremarkable as my having a left arm. Only at times does such intimacy strike me as odd. Only late, on restless nights do I lie awake wondering if he is some sort of pod person who might molt his human form and devour me. Only when he goes on one of his screeds about relationship constructs or the myth of monogamy or heteronormative paradigms am I tempted to rummage through all the pockets in his closet, through his books, looking for underlined passages and clues, through his bedside drawer for hidden pills that keep his alien lizard form from emerging. I think this paranoia stems from being my mother's son, the assumption that everyone is guarding secrets. I didn't get the gig. You know, the off-Broadway thing. He finally relents. No, you were perfect for that. Apparently, not perfect enough. I want to reach through the phone and hug him. They will regret this. You'll see. The reviews will be terrible and they will pan the direction and the whole mess will close in previews. We don't have to dwell on it. My heart breaks for him, and I reflect back on our earlier argument. You know how suddenly this happened for me? The right opportunity will present itself. Yeah, I know. It's true. Rosalind Carter could call you tomorrow to stage her life story. They already made a musical of Peanuts, he says glumly. Do you want to do more, George and Martha? Bette Davis comes home from the grocery store? Bette Davis is a grocer, he replies. But our game fizzles. We finish our conversation and say goodnight. When he hangs up, I listen to the dead connection, where he somehow only seconds ago existed, and reluctantly set the phone back on its cradle. I'm not sure how we are and where we leave things. Better, I think, than before our call. Still, when I replay our conversation, it's like watching a VCR tape when the tracking is just slightly off. Our mouths are moving, but the picture sputters and the right words aren't coming through. I walk outside. I'm instantly enchanted by the warm night breeze. It beckons me down the path toward the beach, and as soon as I get 20 feet from the house, I regret not having a flashlight. When we were kids, we would rent a camp in the Adirondack Mountains, and at night, my dad would bring us down to the boat dock, and we would lie on our backs looking up at the stars. I'd never seen the night sky so bright. No light pollution, my father would say, as he set his camera on the tripod to try to take a long exposure photo of the Milky Way. It was the first time I ever heard anyone refer to light as pollution. It seemed antithetical to me, even then. A contaminant, maybe. Even that was a stretch. But pollution? No flashlights were allowed then either. We could count only on guidance from the summer moon. I creep past the pond, heel to toe, careful not to veer off the path. Twice, I hear something rustling in the reeds and have to remind myself that there are no alligators in New England. This is only momentarily calming. I have no idea what other secret monsters the vineyard harbors, or Jackie attracts. I pick up my pace until I feel the hard sand of the trail give way to the soft, cool grains of the beach. I realize only now I'm not wearing shoes. I take 10 more steps and flop, exhausted, onto the sand. Not exhausted, depleted. The beach is dark in all directions. All I can really see is the bit of surf, illuminated by a thin sliver of moonlight and a few flashing beacons out on the water to guide boats.
If only they were there to offer me similar direction. On the far horizon creeps the faintest glow, or maybe it's my imagination. I'm facing south, away from Boston, so if my eyes haven't betrayed me, it just might be the never-dimming lights of Manhattan. Back at the house, I rinse my sandy feet in the tub and fetch the manuscript from my suitcase. I free the pages from the rubber bands that bind them together and lay the first chapter out on the bedspread in 2 rows of 5 pages. When I finish, I lay the second chapter out page by page on the floor. On the far side of the bed, there is just enough room for the third chapter, and so I lay chapters 4 and 5 down the hall. Chapter 6 runs down the stairs.
Soon, the entire book is laid out across the guest house. If Joan were to walk in here, she would think I'd gone mad, that I was no longer the collected, promising young author of a book, but instead the crazed, eclectic scribbler of a manifesto. Here it is, my mother in pieces. It's my job now to answer the questions, to put her back together. Not just to write beautiful prose, but to lay bare the naked truths of our relationship. Who am I? Who are you? How are these answers entwined? Seeing the manuscript laid out in this way, being able to walk from page to page, from beginning to end, I am suddenly able to see the book as a journey, one whose steps I need to retrace, one whose end still needs illumination. We sit on the front porch of the farmhouse, careful not to let the curls of peeling paint scrape our bare legs, while a stiff night breeze shakes all the leaves in the trees, making them flutter like bats against the cobalt sky. It's spooky for an August night. Wind like this usually waits for the haunting chill of October, but we're grateful for it, both of us. The rustling trees fill the gaping silence. Fran, my mother starts, that didn't go. I don't know how to finish this sentence. Well, as planned, how did I think it would go? In the distance, crickets. You can just make them out in the shrieking wind, and I chuckle at both their literal and metaphorical presence. It strikes me how loud silence can be. Or maybe it's the distant echo of my father's roaring disapproval. He's a quiet man, until he's not. My mother stands up and walks into the house, the screen door slapping its wooden frame behind her. I'm stunned. Were we done? Was this over? Did she walk away just as my father had? The driveway looks queer, so empty at night without my father's sedan. Where did he go? Is he coming back? There's a pressure in my chest, a deep weight that's compressing my lungs into my diaphragm, slowly draining them of air. Is it possible to have a heart attack at 17? I try to breathe deeply, to return my lungs to their original size, but it feels like I'm a noodle-armed weakling wielding a mallet, trying in vain to win a prize in a carnival strongman game while onlookers stare and laugh. Watching the weight approach the bell but never able to make it ding. How did this happen? Why did I push? Why was any of this so important to me? Why did I want so desperately to ring a very bell, to prove that I'm a man while declaring myself, in my father's eyes at least, unmanly? I've lost all sense of self. The screen slams again, sharply announcing my mother's return. She holds 2 open bottles of beer and hands one to me as she retakes her seat. The bottle is cold in my hand. It stings. The sensation is welcome, but is this something we do? I slap a mosquito away from my neck and then massage the skin where Scott's lips had just hours ago been before we were interrupted by my mother, the catalyst for this whole chain of events. She would never have said anything to my father, but I didn't want her to have to live my growing lie, and I didn't want to avoid her gaze for the foreseeable future, not talking about something we both already knew. I thought we could both use it, she says, indicating her beer, before taking several sips. Aren't you worried about the message this sends your underage son? She gives this some genuine thought as we watch an unfortunate insect meet the bug zapper. I don't worry about you. This is, of course, a lie. I am the baby. On top of that, a mama's boy. All she does is worry about me. And tonight, I've given her 1,000 new reasons. I clink the neck of her bottle with mine, the way I've seen adults do, before taking a long, malty sip. I let it roll around in my mouth before swallowing. I've had beer before, at Sabrina Holcomb's party and such, but I don't know.
Only when it was an adrenaline rush, not when I've given any thought to how it fits with my palate. The bitter aftertaste reminds me of the way the neighbor's horse's saddle blanket used to smell when I was allowed to brush him. My mother starts and then stops. Your father. What is there really to say? It's probably all my fault. Don't do that. What? Make excuses. He thinks I raised you to be too. She struggles with the words, and I want to help her find just the right one, but I don't. She picks at the label on her bottle until it's peeling just like the paint on the steps. How do you know, Fran? I mean, how do you know for sure? I think about the weight of Scott as he laid on top of me, how his breath felt against my collarbone, how alive I felt, and how I might have exploded, literally burst into a quadrillion particles of nothingness had my mother not interrupted us. But how to put any of that in words? You just know. My mother shakes her head, not in denial, but in acknowledgement that she doesn't understand how the world works. Yet, unlike my father, in this instance, she doesn't seem scared by what she doesn't know. For this, I want to reward her. Do you know how I learned you were beautiful? I ask. My mother laughs and puts her bottle down. You had to learn? She jokes, like this to mask her shock. I'm not sure that I've ever called her beautiful out loud. Well, yeah, I had to learn. Silence. And then curiosity gets the best of her. How did you learn? Do you know the way scientists discover new planets? Extrasolar planets? Extrasolar. Planets that are too far away to see? She looks at me, befuddled. Astronomers look for distortions in the gravity fields of larger objects nearby they can see. How do you know this? Because I read. Anyway, that's how I learned. I couldn't see you were beautiful myself, not at first. You were my mother. But I came to recognize the way other people behaved around you, the way they fawned or tripped over themselves just a bit, a distortion in the field. My mother does her best to take this in, but even I know it's a lot to process, so we sit and wait for a large gust of wind to die. It's kind of like that. Tonight. How I'm sure? On some level, I've always known, but it was confirmed by others around me. I wonder if she understands what I'm getting at, but in truth, I'm not entirely sure I understand it myself. Scott, for one. The other boys in my class, the meaner ones, who somehow had the magic ability to see who I was before I even could. The girls who were my friends, who took me in as one of their own. Even my mother herself, who understood on some level I was delicate and called me by an equally delicate name. You're almost grown, Fran. I stare at my bottle and wonder why she says almost. Didn't she just hand me a beer? Shouldn't the way I held my ground against my father suggest I had fully become a man? But, my mother corrects, she abandons the rest of her thought to the prevailing silence. Do you love him? I ask. Your father? Without thinking, she says, I chose him. What an odd non-answer. What does it mean? Chose him when? Chose him for what? Over whom? It is only then that I notice the faint sounds of the Carpenters, they long to be, coming from the record player. They're playing our song, I say to my mother. She leans in and brushes my shoulder with her own. I put the record on when I went inside. I have the urge to cry because it's clear to me now that the most beautiful things in life are also the most fragile. Like Karen Carpenter, a girl drummer with a voice that sounded like pale blue light. I look over at the empty driveway. My father stormed out, maybe for good. Do I want to cry for that, or the fear that my mother may disappear next? Fran, there are things you don't understand. I turn and glare at her, angry at first, as if she's telling me I don't know myself, or that the proclamation I made tonight is not true. But I can tell by the way her head is turned, slightly down, slightly away, that if I'm not understanding something, it is through no fault of my own. What do you mean? I wouldn't know where to begin, she says. It's not your fault.
With the right amount of teenage bluster, I announce, I didn't think it was. I sit there and stew in the lie. It's not your fault, she repeats, because she always knows when I'm lying. There are things you need to know. I'm not certain I want to know what she has to say, but tonight I am not backing down. Tell me. Not tonight. She puts the beer bottle to her mouth and seems to consume half of it. When she sets it down, she says, I'm afraid for you. Because of Dad? I'm afraid that you won't be happy. I'm afraid none of us will. I don't really know what I mean by that, other than the world feels like a scary place. And even if the country didn't have its own problems, there are plenty of people hell-bent on making life miserable for people like me. I take a long sip of beer, tilting my head back to let the ale slide straight down my throat. I'm scared, I say, but I'm not sure exactly what I'm scared of. Of growing up, I guess, of leaving home, of leaving my mother, of having to stop being Francis, of having to become James. My mother brushes the hair off my forehead. You remind me of someone. I look up at her expectantly, the way a young child might, wanting his mother to fix the world and take all of his pain away. Who? Someone, she says, as if that's any kind of answer. But in some weird way, it is. I am someone indeed. When morning comes, I send word to Jackie through Joan that I found inspiration in the night and ask, if it's all the same to her, could I spend the day working? Joan returns with a fruit plate, a buttered English muffin, a pitcher of coffee, and a message from Jackie that that would indeed be fine. I don't open the door any wider than I have to for Joan. I don't want her to see the mess I've made with the manuscript and lecture me again on being familiar. Also, I'm worried about the tornado of pages that could result from even a mild dawning breeze. I pound cup after cup of coffee, trying my best to recall every detail from a different time, every oddity, to tug at every emotional thread. I pause when working on chapter 3 something about the father in this part doesn't sit right. I catch a glimpse of Jackie from my bedroom window. She glides across the lawn dressed in a floral silk robe and yellow bathing cap, carrying a towel and a little white jar. When she reaches the pond, she drops the robe to reveal a simple black one-piece bathing suit. It's hard to see her every move from this distance, but she appears to open the jar and slather its contents carefully on her arms, then legs. Lotion? Sunscreen? Cold cream, perhaps? As always, she's so graceful in this task, like an egret walking the salt marsh. I wonder if this is not a daily routine. I admire her poise even when she thinks no one is watching. Or maybe it's instinctual for her to think that someone is always watching. When she's finished, she tests the water with her toes before slowly disappearing into the pond's depths. I watch her bathing cap bob along the surface of the murky water for a few minutes before I break myself from my trance and return my attention to writing. At 1 o'clock, I open my front door, and there is Joan, as if on cue, holding a tray of charcuterie. The incoming sunlight bifurcates my work in two. Jesus, you scared me. Compliments of you-know-who? I crane my neck around the corner of the house to perhaps see if you-know-who is near, just as Joan snakes her head around me, trying to get a sense of what exactly I'm doing inside. I see no sign of Jackie. She's either still in the pond or back in the main house. Thank you, both. As politely as I can, I close the door. After lunch, I flag down Joan as she's plucking weeds from a flower bed and ask to borrow the bicycle on the front porch. I'm in desperate need of fresh air. I pedal unfamiliar roads with purpose, as if they will cudgel my brain. Instead of bringing clarity to my work, the mental break from my own family provides the opportunity to daydream about belonging to another. The wind in my face and the way my hair sweeps first across my forehead and then back, coupled with my aviator sunglasses, makes me feel positively Kennedy-esque. This fantasy is a trap, of course, but one I can't help but indulge. I sit even higher on the bicycle seat and pedal a good quarter mile without holding the handlebars. When I stumble upon the Chilmark Public Library, I go inside and look up books on Jackie's life on the vineyard. They have several on the shelves, including a book with high-gloss photos that capture my imagination. I'm particularly taken with one snapshot where she is holding hands with her children. After an hour of this, I'm overtaken with a sense of profound shame. What am I doing? Simply coming here is a betrayal of sorts. Now I'm exacerbating my own disloyalty by, what, comparing two incomparable women and letting one come up short? These children in the photo are not me. There are no answers here. I put the books back on the shelf and bicycle furiously around the island, getting lost and finding my way back again. At around 5 o'clock, I fall asleep splayed out over chapter 9.
I wake up with one of the pages cemented to my cheek and another partially crumpled under my hip. I open the cabinets in the kitchen and find an open bottle of scotch, pour myself a healthy slug, and eat 3 small triangles of bread from the charcuterie plate that have dried into makeshift toast points. I turn on a few scattered lamps and work for another hour. At 7, I call a taxi, then ring the house to tell Joan that I'm going out for a bit. I'm not sure this is allowed. Am I imprisoned here? So I ask if she needs anything from town. She seems to brighten from my consideration and tells me that she's fine and it's just as well, as Jackie is not feeling quite herself. I can tell Joan is relieved that I'm fending for myself instead of her awkwardly having to entertain me or fix me a meal. I walk up to the main road and wait for the taxi there. I ask the driver about restaurants in town, and he says the Outermost Inn is local and nice. I like the clever wordplay as well as his description and tell him to take me there. He warns me that in the summer you often need reservations weeks in advance, but there is another tavern that I could get into no problem, and it's within walking distance from the inn. I direct him to the Outermost anyway, deciding to take my chances. The inn is a rustic estate with weathered clapboard siding and white trim, and the soft light from inside looks welcoming. I do my best to charm the host, but indeed they are booked up for the night. I ask if I can sit at the bar, but he is not able to accommodate. He too suggests the tavern down the road. I'm tempted to ask if he can make an exception for a guest of Mrs. Onassis, but I immediately think better of it. He says I can have a drink in the bar area, but there's no seating, so he won't be able to serve me food. I enjoy a scotch and soda while standing among better-dressed parties waiting for their tables and listen to snippets of people's conversations. I smile as patrons pass by me, unable to successfully engage with anyone except to exchange a few pleasantries. I leave the inn reluctantly. A woman near the exit is eating a bowl of mussels in a white wine sauce, and it looks exactly like what I am craving. The road is gravelly, and there are very few cars. I can hear the pounding of the ocean surf, but I can't see the water over the tall dune grass. My path is lit from the 3/4 moon and the occasional street lamp, and the very last bits of sunlight on the western horizon. It's quiet, other than the surf. The cawing gulls must be done scavenging for the night and have gone wherever they go. The tavern is a short walk, and it too is a welcoming oasis, but in a rowdier fashion than the inn. I can hear the guests erupt in laughter from a good distance.
Inside, the place is lit somewhere between dim and bright, and the entire reddish wood interior is covered in framed black and white photos of the tavern and the island from the 1960s and 1970s, all hung slightly askew. A waitress tells me to sit anywhere I like, and while there are a few open tables, I take a seat at the bar. Sitting alone at a table feels conspicuous. The menu doesn't have mussels with white wine sauce. In fact, there's not much of a wine menu at all, unless you count red or white as a menu, so I order a fried clam plate and a draft beer. I figure the opposite direction is the best way to go. You visitin'? Pardon? I turn to the woman next to me. She's a hard 40, dressed in a short denim skirt and magenta tee with some sort of ruffled cap sleeve and brown boots boasting embroidery. She sits with her legs crossed, sipping a bottle of local beer, looking like an extra in a movie, a Hollywood version of what a local might look like. You visitin'? She says it slow, like I'm hard of hearing. Yes, from New York. I could tell. Next time, get the lobster roll. It's better than the clams. The bartender slides a pint of beer toward me, and I raise it in a toast. James. Deb. She taps my glass with her bottle. You stayin' in Gay Head? I choke on my first sip of beer. How do people ever get used to saying that? With some friends, I answer, deciding to count Joan as more than an acquaintance. How about you? Here year-round? Deb nods. Up Island. She points heavenward, a direction I'm guessing she thinks is north. 8th generation. What's that like? Uncomplicated. She smiles. Her teeth are a smoker's, and there are deep crow's feet around her eyes. No, I like it. It gets quiet in the winter. I do odd jobs, make ends meet. In the summer, it's easier. I nod and focus on my beer. Seems like a good place to be from. Why, you from the city originally? New York, but upstate. I point at the ceiling for emphasis. Deb shrugs. What brings you here? I think about that. Directly, a cab and then my own 2 feet. Indirectly, I don't know. I guess I'm a little bit lost. She looks at me suspiciously. Didn't I just say I was staying in Gay Head? How lost could I be? That's what's good about living on an island. Few are wrong turns you can make. Eventually, you always hit the ocean. It's both comforting and frustrating how literal she is. Not lost, I guess I mean. I feel a little out of place in the world. She lets that sink in while taking a swig of beer. You and everybody else, I guess. Does everyone else feel that way? I can hear Jackie making an editorial note if she were to read a transcript of this scene, over-dramatizing. I think about what I mean and how best to express it, then the silence grows awkward and I decide to change the subject. You ever seen anyone famous? You mean like a Kennedy? I laugh nervously, like she's on to me. But I guess on Martha's Vineyard, Kennedy is the go-to name. That's what everyone wants to know, she says. You tourists are all alike. I'll bet, I say, just to play along. There's a long pause. The bartender appears with a cardboard plate of fried clams, French fries, a mound of coleslaw with a crinkle-cut pickle slice balanced on top, and a dinner roll. He drops it down in front of me. That was fast, Deb comments. You even fry that up fresh for him? She yells at the bartender, who turns and playfully gives her the finger. It's okay, I say. I'm so hungry I'd eat anything. The smell of seafood and grease is nearly intoxicating. I stab a few of the clam bellies with a plastic fork, and indeed, in this moment, they taste as good as anything I've ever had. Yeah, I seen 'em, Deb says. Kennedy's. John Jr. once, and a bunch of the cousins. Jackie shops at Allie's. I seen her there once or twice. What's that like? I'm further taken with the idea of Jackie as a local, as a mere mortal. She washes her dishes in grocery shops too? You a reporter? Deb is suddenly on the defensive and looks me over for telltale signs, like a notebook or a hat with a press card. No, nothing like that. Although something like that, people leave her be. It's just sort of the island way. She's been through enough, you know? Deb thinks about this while she kills her bottled beer. She gestures for the bartender to bring her another, before looking at me and deciding I need another one as well. It's on me, though, I tell her, and she salutes me in response. It's the least I can do for her company, which I feel a sudden, urgent need for. I think that's why they like it here. People leave 'em be. I study my dinner companion. I used to think my mother was Jackie's opposite and wondered how Jackie could possibly look at her and recognize any of herself. But the simple truth is, my mother and Jackie are in many ways alike. Deb is the true anti-Jackie. I use the pause in conversation while we wait for our beer to shovel more clams in my mouth. When the bartender returns with our beer, Deb squeals like a delighted weasel. Did you want me to have a French fry? She asks, popping one in her mouth without waiting for my reply. I laugh while she chews, and then I laugh again, trying to imagine Jackie doing the same, inviting herself to eat off someone else's plate. Did you want me to have a haricot vert? Oprah. Oprah was here. Here? I ask, pointing at the floor to indicate the tavern. Deb looks at me like I have 3 heads. No, on the island. I ain't seen her, though. Just heard that she was. That's a good one. Sighting, I mean. Yeah, but I didn't see her. Still, I say, why you so interested? You probably see famous people all the time in New York. Deb immediately turns her attention to a man eyeing the jukebox. I do see plenty of famous people in New York. Harrison Ford waiting to cross a street in the West Village, Gene Hackman entering the Brooks Atkinson, where he was starring in Death and the Maiden, and similarly Alec Baldwin in Times Square following a performance of A Streetcar Named Desire, Jerry Orbach at a liquor store on 9th Avenue. All kinds of people, all kinds of names. Even Jackie doesn't seem out of place. But I'm fascinated by her existence outside of Manhattan, how she maneuvers in a world of Debs, how she negotiates her way around us normals. Maybe that's a kinship Jackie feels with my mother, or at least Ruth Mulligan, the woman she knows from the pages of my book. A woman who tiptoes outside with trepidation, not because paparazzi are lurking, but because she is uncomfortable being noticed at all. I'm not quite sure what to say, so I just mutter a simple truth. New York is different. Deb sips from her long neck, and after a moment of contemplation says, "You said a mouthful." It's as if she's remembering a particularly distasteful trip where she had her purse stolen stepping off a bus at Port Authority before being forced to sit through a matinee of Cats and watch the Red Sox lose at Yankee Stadium. I finish my clams. The last few are room temperature, but still tasty on a summer's night. Deb asks me what I'm doing with my time on the island. I almost say working, but I know that will invite more questions than I want to answer, so instead I say kicking around. You should drive out to Chappie, see the east side of the island. Oh yeah? I assume she means Chappaquiddick. Yeah. While you're over there, you should stop at Mad Martha's for ice cream. Bring your friends you're staying with so you can get the Pig's Delight. It's 12 scoops and tons of toppins. I laugh. The image of Jackie, Joan, and myself attacking the Pig's Delight with 3 plastic spoons is delightful. We'll see. I'm not sure my friends would eat all that. Your call. Fun, though. I used to scoop summas there when I was young. It's only now that I wonder if Deb is maybe hitting on me. If she is, she's getting the hint that I'm helplessly oblivious. You want any more fries? I offer. I'm not going to finish them. Nah, soggy now anyways, she says. I'm gonna go put something on the juke. She places her hand on mine and leans in for a last word. Enjoy the island. If you ever feel lost, just take a right. Just take a right. It's so simple, it's almost profound. I settle the check with the bartender and thank Deb for her company. Catch you around, tourist. I try one last limp fry, then push my plate back so I won't eat anymore. I swivel my bar stool to study the tavern's other diners, or more aptly, drinkers. It's an entirely different crowd than the outermost. Everyone looks like they're having genuine fun. Before I decide to leave, I scan the room for Deb and find her in the middle of the dance floor by herself, swaying to the music. I watch her for a minute. She's clumsy, slightly off the beat, tripping over boots that are perhaps too big for her. No one else is watching. As I head for the door, I make out her distinctive squeal when her song comes on the jukebox, but it's not until I'm in the parking lot that I recognize it as Billy Joel's "We Didn't Start the Fire." JFK blown away. What else do I have to say? Joan arrives with breakfast again, this time with an invitation to the main house for dinner, which I eagerly accept. How was last night? She asks. Good, fun. I tried to get into the outermost inn. Joan scoffs. At me or at the inn, I'm not sure. I ended up at the tavern down the road. Did you get the lobster roll? Clams. You should get the lobster roll next time. So I hear. I ask how Jackie's feeling to make sure that she's up for seeing me. Joan looks over her shoulder and then leans in, as if trading a state secret. She's fine. They had a tribute last night on the TV, for Bobby, the convention. I groan, having completely forgotten that the Democratic National Convention was unspooling at Madison Square Garden back home. I want to kick myself for being so obtuse. I think she wanted to watch it alone. It means a lot that Joan is starting to trust me. I haven't really seen her interact with Jackie, and I know nothing about her life. Is it too much of an assumption to think that Joan gets lonely? I'm surprised Mrs. Onassis wasn't invited. She cocks an eye as if I'm the dumbest man on the planet. Of course she was invited, I correct myself. Probably why she's here, so she could say honestly she'd be out of town. It's so obvious to me now. She's a prop they would trot out for the entire party, the entire country, to fawn over. Dinner then, I say, setting the tray down so I can close the door. Thank you. Over melon and scones, I give thought to my mother as a young woman. Who she was, what she wanted, before she was a parent. The resulting image is both a gorge and a bridge. I feel closer to understanding her heart, while other tangential mysteries deepen and feel unsolvable. When lost, I hear Deb's words. Take a right. I'm not sure it helps. There's something just out of reach. At 11:15, I catch a glimpse of Jackie's yellow bathing cap bobbing across the Squibnocket. In the grass beside the path, I can make out her robe and the jar of cream, and I start to get a real sense of ritual. This time I don't watch for long. It's her practice, not mine. I nap in the mid-afternoon. At 5, I shower and dress in the other nice outfit I packed and cross the driveway to the main house. The sound of the gravel under my feet sounds much like my father crunching the ice cubes from his empty scotch glass. It's a rare thought of him, and it catches me off guard. James? I hear Jackie call my name before I'm even on the porch. Good evening. You're right on time, she says, and waves me in. I enter the house, gently closing the screen door behind me. I was hoping you'd join me in a cocktail. I would never say no to that.
Sitting on a silver tray on the sideboard are two double old-fashioned glasses filled with a light cranberry drink and garnished with lime wheels. It seems she is definitely in the mood for company again. No daiquiris? Jackie hands me a glass. When in Rome, Cape Cods. She raises her drink in my direction. I hear you've been keeping busy. Yes, writing, rewriting. I have to thank you for inviting me here, to the island. The change of scenery has given me fresh perspective. This place has always had a similar effect on me. I can see why. I make an all-encompassing gesture, taking it all in. I'll be excited to see your new draft, she says. I'll be excited to see it too. I chuckle. A change in scenery doesn't guarantee me an ending. I'm waiting on a bit of writerly magic. These are the moments, helping writers find their inspiration, that I find so rewarding as an editor. Is that why you got into publishing? One of the reasons. I think a lot of people wonder. Do they? Jackie seems genuinely surprised. I follow her to the living room, which has a large picture window that overlooks the pond. The chair where I sit is comfortable and white, as is most of the rest of the seating. The coffee table looks like it's assembled from the timbers of old ships, perhaps here on the island. The rug is a faded yellow with a simple stripe. The room is unfussy, and yet I'm very aware of not spilling my cranberry drink. I suppose people speculate on how it's fashionable for wealthy women to work or for working women to be wealthy. I've heard it all. What do you say? To the naysayers? If you don't mind me asking. Jackie holds her glass to her lips without taking a sip. I don't say anything at all. She seems entirely at home, relaxed. Her hair is pinned on one side away from her face, as if she were caught halfway through doing it. The light of this magic hour gives her a pinkish, youthful glow. I have a question, she says, changing the topic. Have you given thought to the book's cover? I know I have my ideas, and I'm also curious what your art department will come up with. I tuck one leg under me, careful not to touch the chair with my shoe. I'm very interested in design, as you may have surmised, especially the design of my books. I can spend hours on the smallest details. The look of a book is very important, I think. And then, sheepishly, she adds, it can drive some of my coworkers mad. I suppose it could, but I found the only way to be happy in life is to love and be good at your work. Don't you agree? I look down at my drink, struggling with what she is saying. If I pull my punches to protect my mother or go out of my way to avoid telling the story that I want, I'm not being good at my work. If I'm not good at my work, I won't ever be happy. My eyes sting, from the ocean air or holding back tears, I'm not sure. I just want to write. It's all I've ever wanted to do. I pause to chew on my lip. How did things get this complicated? A gust of wind rattles the window, and I hope that query is lost in the bluster. I had a thought last night. Tell me. I'm desperate still for any more guidance. When's the last time you've seen your mother? The question catches me off guard. In person? Jackie nods. I don't know. Last fall? It's been a while. It's only when I say it out loud that I realize how awful it sounds. But in refusing to read the book, it feels like she's the one closing the door on knowing me as I am now. How are we supposed to sit down and share a meal? I think you should go home, James. I stop and look out the window. How do I respond without sounding callous? I don't know what that would accomplish. Jackie sets her drink down on a coaster and turns in my direction. I can feel her eyes on me, waiting for me to look back at her. She doesn't speak until she knows she has my full attention. Every mother has a story. I feel myself chewing on my thumbnail, but make no effort to stop. Ask her about hers. You don't have to use it. Just listen, let her talk, and listen. I wouldn't be surprised if the ending you're looking for is somehow in there. I nod and look at my lap. I think I've known this all along. The block in my writing is directly related to the block in my relationship with my mother. The characters are stalled because the two of us are on hold. But a trip home requires real thought, and as grateful as I am for advice, I'm ready to move the topic off me.
I still think you should write your story, the things you've seen. People would be very interested. Oh, I would never waste time writing such things when there are beaches to be walked. Do you think of your obligation to history? I mean it only as a question, but it sits between us as an accusation, and the room stands perfectly still. Or maybe my meaning is more pointed. I feel pushed, and it's a clumsy attempt to push back. Either way, I think furiously how to backpedal, whether to outright apologize or try to pass it off as teasing. Just as I'm about to take the question back entirely, she answers, I believe I've filled my obligation to history. Dinner is salmon, wild rice, and Brussels sprouts, choux de Bruxelles. Everything is delicious, if portioned a bit small. I already know I'm going to have to forage for a late-night snack. Our conversation remains thankfully light. We discuss our favorite books. East of Eden, I say, without hesitation. I explain how it's a book I relate to endlessly, even if the California Dust Bowl is a far cry from my own roots in rural New York. I'm fascinated, like Steinbeck, by the subtle differences in meaning words can have. In this case, the Hebrew word timshel, which, while thought to have meant thou shall, when retranslated in Steinbeck's novel by Chinese scholars, comes to mean thou mayest. In that slight difference, destiny versus free will, exists the fate of all mankind. What about you? Oh, I have many. Gone with the Wind when I was a girl. Now, it depends on what day you ask. I suppose today, John Rhys Wide Sargasso Sea. That was conceived as a sequel of sorts to Bronte? A prequel, actually, to Jane Eyre. I can recall the basics of the plot, a woman loving a domineering man, but not all of the shading. I read it in college. I'm trying to remember the particulars. Jackie lifts one shoulder and looks just past me, deciding how much to share. It's obvious to me that this is about as intimate a conversation as one could hope to have with her, and I can almost see Joan warming up on the sidelines, ready to pounce. It's about, in part, the unequal power between men and women, especially in marriage. I'm dying to know which of her relationships the book evokes. Since the Sargasso Sea itself takes up a great swath of the North Atlantic, perhaps the novel bridges both marriages, just as the Atlantic connects North America with Europe, the two continents of her unions. I'll have to look up when the book was published to see if that lends a further clue. Do you have a someone? I place my fork gently on my plate and pause for a moment in uncertainty. I assume she knows I'm gay. The narrator of my book is not actively heterosexual, and I'm hardly the spitting image of a quarterback. But to say so out loud is like coming out to my mother all over again. I'm the scared teenager sitting on a front porch. Yet I am an adult, and there's no avoiding a direct question, potentially making a fool of a woman who has shown me nothing but grace. I'm prying, she says apologetically. No, not at all. I have a Daniel. I look for a reaction, but she doesn't blink. Is he handsome? He is. Is he kind? He is. Jackie twirls her hair with her index finger and swallows the last of her wine. Well, you know what I always say, never marry, never mix your money. I laugh, and this time, with all apologies to Joan, I just can't hold it in. Says the woman who married twice, once to the world's richest man. It's the boldest thing I've ever said to her, and I hold my breath as Jackie considers this charge. The other time, to the world's most powerful. Don't you forget that. She rises from her chair, picks up a folded newspaper from the sideboard, and swats me across the back of the head. Come along, smarty pants. Should I clear these? I ask, indicating the dishes. Leave them. She is already gone. I hear the television, and when I reach the living room, Jackie has resumed her seat on the couch. She tucks her legs beside her, propping herself against the right arm of the sofa, sitting not unlike the famous Little Mermaid statue in Copenhagen. It's the last night of the Democratic Convention, and Al Gore is making an impassioned plea to Perot voters to remain involved and presumably vote for the Democratic ticket, despite their candidate dropping out of the race. He looks so young, Jackie says wistfully. I wonder if she realizes that part of the appeal of youth of this ticket is the throwback to her and her husband. Does she look at old photos of herself in the White House and think the same thing? Was she even 30 when she became the First Lady? Was she no longer young when she did? Or was she forever young until a fateful day one November when a whole country seemed to age overnight? Al Gore finishes his speech and there is brass music, but where it comes from, I don't know. People clap in unison and wave Clinton-Gore signs. Tipper appears on stage in a royal blue dress, and while I'm not certain, I think I see Jackie cringe. The Gores kiss and wave, and they cut to Hillary Clinton in the crowd, who's so obviously ready for the warm-up act to step out of the spotlight that she might race backstage to yank them with an old-timey vaudeville hook. Newscasters speak in voiceover about Gore's resume and their thoughts on the effectiveness of the speech. And then conversation turns to Bill Clinton, and soon a biographical video starts to play across the screen. "Have you met him?" I ask. "Bill Clinton?" A photo of Clinton shaking John Kennedy's hand as part of some boy's curriculum for future leaders splashes across the screen. It was smart of the campaign to include it, to tie Clinton and JFK together. Apparently, I met him in the Rose Garden. "Have you met him recently?" I clarify. "Oh, yes. I can picture him now as someone who idolized her husband, much as my family did, coming to her to seek her blessing, to kiss the ring as if she were an imposing godfather." I'm watching this pageant with someone who still holds incredible sway over Democratic politics, and I imagine it's for other men, straighter men, like watching the World Series with. I don't even know how to finish that comparison. It's like watching the Academy Awards with Katharine Hepburn. Straight men will just have to extrapolate. "Do you like him? Do you like him?" Jackie lobs the question right back at me. I do, I admit, hoping against hope this is not a wrong answer. We watch the video for a few minutes more before Jackie says, "I've papered his war chest on several occasions." I look up at Jackie with a curious expression. "That's not a euphemism," she protests when she reads my face. Then she laughs. "Well, I guess it is for giving him money, but not for anything else." When the video fades, Bill Clinton appears on stage and gets a rock star's reception. "He's a natural," I say, "a little too natural." I know she's heard the rumors of infidelity. They addressed them on 60 Minutes. I puzzle over how much of her first husband she sees, why she chose to support him, and how much she sympathizes with Hillary. Whereas she suffered indignities in silence, the Clintons give joint interviews, the job of political goodwife now even harder. We sit silently for most of the speech, and I move only once to adjust myself in the chair. At times, I want to cut in with a comment or an observation, but Jackie is watching the television screen with such scrutiny that I don't dare interject. Is she as taken with Clinton the man, Clinton the politician? Is she mournfully lost in the memory of seeing her own husband on such a stage, remembering the night he himself became the Democratic nominee? I study her Little Mermaid, and I see her desperately wanting to live in another world too. Not at Madison Square Garden, but in a parallel world where the promise of Jack and Bobby was fully realized. About 2/3 of the way through the speech, I hear Clinton say, "Them, the minorities. Them, the liberals. Them, the poor. Them, the homeless. Them, the people with disabilities."
Them? The gays? I said straight up in my seat. Did he say gay? The gays? Has a presidential candidate ever acknowledged gay people in such a prominent way? I lean forward, resting my chin on my hands, listening intently as Clinton continues. We've gotten to where we've nearly themed ourselves to death. Them and them and them. But this is America. There is no them. There is only us. Yes, I say it out loud, and for the first time, Jackie turns to me. Just when I think I might be in trouble for speaking out of turn, she raises an eyebrow and nods as if to say, "Not bad." "One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all." "This is good," Jackie says, and then we're silent again until the very end of the speech when Clinton name-checks John Kennedy. Not heavy-handedly, in fact, it's quite graceful. As a teenager, I heard John Kennedy's summons to citizenship. I keep Jackie in my peripheral vision, imagining the looks she endures when much of the history she witnessed or made is mentioned. That America was the greatest nation in history because our people had always believed in two things: that tomorrow can be better than today, and that every one of us has a personal moral responsibility to make it so. The speech crescendos with a call and response, and I know that it's coming to a close. Or it would be if I were writing it. No writer worth his salt would put a rejoinder in the middle. Clinton pauses and bites his lower lip. Where most politicians would be relieved that such a task is behind them, there's a twinkle in his eye that suggests he's almost sad it's done, that he doesn't want to deliver the last line, that he doesn't want it to end.
Fortunately for him, and I believe for us, it's hard to imagine this is the tail end of his time in the spotlight. My fellow Americans, I end tonight where it all began for me. I still believe in a place called hope. God bless you, and God bless America. The auditorium goes wild and balloons fall, and Hillary appears on stage, followed a moment later by their daughter, Chelsea, and the Gores, and then, belatedly, the Gore children, too. Fleetwood Mac roars through the hall as the opening chords of Don't Stop start to play. The crowd is eating it up, and there's confetti and signs and straw hats. Where do people who aren't in Dixieland bands get so many straw hats? Well, Jackie says, that about does it. What did you think? Jackie struggles for something to do with her hands in one of the only moments I've seen her appear inelegant. I think the country belongs to your generation now. I try to take that in. The baton being passed, the mantle of responsibility. Maybe it's adrenaline from hearing a soaring speech, or from being here. For the first time in a long time, I feel ready for what lies ahead. Even if that means facing my mother again and making peace with what keeps us apart, whether or not we can heal it. To do that, I have to go home. I watch as Jackie swings her feet to the floor and then rises to turn off the television. I'm going to get us both some sherbet. Lost in thought, I realize she's already out of the room before I can speak. That sounds delicious. There's a gentle, constant sadness she exudes, but I find it comforting, familiar. Here is a woman who, in some of this country's darkest hours, taught a nation how to mourn. But being here with her now, listening to her rummaging in the freezer for frozen dessert, I wonder if she herself ever fully healed. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. November 1992. In a scene straight out of a movie, I race across 53rd Street toward 5th Avenue from the copy place near my house to get my completed manuscript to Jackie before Doubleday closes for Thanksgiving. It wasn't my plan to cut things this tight, but the copy place had a toner issue, whatever that means, and it took twice as long for me to print. And then the register tape jammed, so I finally just threw cash down on the counter and told them to keep the change. A casual observer would diagnose me suicidal the way I'm racing through city streets at dusk. When I can't plow into traffic without facing certain death, I jog in place like a runner who doesn't want his heart rate to slow while waiting for the light to change. I make it most of the way in one piece before skidding on a jettisoned museum map outside of MoMA like it's a discarded banana peel. When I reach the building, my trailing scarf gets caught in the revolving door, and for a flickering second, I imagine suffering the fate of that dancer from the 1920s, what was her name, whose scarf caught in the open spokes of her car's rear wheel. I can picture myself crumpled on the floor between revolving glass door partitions, manuscript pages raining down on me like prize money inside the cash booth on Beat the Clock. Isadora Duncan, that was her name. But the door plows forward, and so do I, and before I know it, I'm in the lobby, making awkward eye contact with the security guard who would have been tasked with retrieving my strangulated body. I sign in, the same as I've done maybe a half dozen times over the past few months, and catch an elevator to the Doubleday floor just as someone is exiting. The receptionist is packing up, and I wave and say, "Happy Thanksgiving." "Big plans?" she asks. Going, home. The word gets caught in my throat. "You?" "Same. Enjoy." She waves me through and points the way, even though she knows I know where I'm going. "Enjoy." I laugh to myself. If only a trip home were that carefree. I proceed down the hall with the cubicles and the framed covers, doing this weird trot that's faster than a walk but slower than a run, bank a right at the conference room, and proceed directly to Jackie's office. Her door is closed, but her assistant, Mark, is sitting at his desk. "She in?" "James." He smiles at me, and I'm confronted by his perfect teeth. "You just missed her." I slump to my knees dramatically, and the manuscript lands on the edge of his desk with a thud. "Oh, relax," Mark says, unimpressed with my theatrics. "I told her I would get this to her before the holiday," I say, grabbing a piece of scrap paper and jotting down a phone number. "She'll be in tomorrow." On Thanksgiving? I'm appalled, and then saddened at the thought of her not having holiday plans. "James, it's Tuesday. Thanksgiving is the day after tomorrow. Not knowing what day it is can be one of the hazards of working from home." I raced. I breathe in deeply to get oxygen into my lungs. "Yes, you did. 11 blocks. I can tell. For nothing. You won't have to come back tomorrow."
It's more a statement of fact than an encouragement to look on the bright side. But he has a point. At some hour tomorrow, I would have certainly realized it was not Thanksgiving and done this all again on a day when the offices were all but certain to close even earlier. How many days in a row can one dash through the streets like a maniac and not get hit by a bus? Well, anyway, here's a number where I can be reached over the holiday. I slide him the scrap paper with my mother's information. I'm just shutting down for the day. Any interest in grabbing a drink? With you? I say it out of surprise and not disgust, but Mark gives me the finger anyway. I laugh. His hair forms this one sandy curl that swoops down over his eyebrow. Sure, this could be a welcome distraction from the growing agita I feel at the mere thought of Thanksgiving dinner with my family. I wait while he collects his things and wonder if this is appropriate. Surely he's asking me to drinks as a young man working in publishing. Knowing writers is a smart way to advance his career. Yet he's only a few years out of college, and he's working as an assistant to Jacqueline Onassis, so he probably already has some connections. It can't possibly be a job you get having your resume blindly selected from the slush pile. So if he's well connected, with a guaranteed career trajectory, is this something else? Where to, hotshot? He asks. I look at him, really look at him.
He's handsome, for sure. Blue eyes, strong chin, rigid nose, but his best feature just may be his confidence. 44? I suggest the bar at the Royalton Hotel, but almost cringe as soon as it comes out of my mouth. I find dimly lit hotel bars erotic, and since I don't know what Mark's intentions are, it feels like playing with, if not outright fire, a modest flame. A smarter idea would be a well-lit bar without top-shelf booze, filled with tourists that doesn't have floors of bedrooms piled above it. Great, I guess he likes hotel bars too. We walk together, and the fall air is crisp, and I can tell it's one of the last few nights I will be able to get away without a winter coat. I ask where he went to school, Brown, and then a bit about Rhode Island and his family. His father ran for Congress as a Democrat in a heavily Republican district and put up respectable numbers. He lost by 8 points less than the candidate in the previous cycle, making some Democratic higher-ups take notice. I wonder if this is how Mark got his job. Democratic higher-ups certainly have a line to Jackie, but asking outright seems rude, like I'm questioning his own credentials. I would never want anyone to think I achieved anything because of my father. 44, while not empty, is not buzzing with the usual after-work crowd. People, it seems, are already splitting town. We order our drinks at the bar and find a small table tucked in a quiet corner with plenty of shadow for cover. Mark gestures for me to sit down first, which makes me feel like I have more years on him than I actually do. My drink, a hickory old-fashioned, contains an ingredient called Black Dirt Applejack, which reminds me of Jackie's father, Black Jack Bouvier, a nickname I learned from a woman named Jackie, a biography I checked out of the library. Mark sips some concoction with gin and ginger beer. What's it like? I ask. Working with her? I notice he says with her instead of for her. If that's his natural confidence or the arrogance of privilege and youth, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You work with her too? That's different. Yeah, I've never been to the vineyard, Mark says, punctuating that very difference. I laugh nervously, but he pushes on, saving me from having to spill any secrets. What's it like? Her phones are busy. Everyone wants to talk to her. You have to know who to let through and, more important, who not to. I can imagine. I remember once I transferred President Nixon through to her desk thinking it was some other person with that name. I laugh. The name. No, I didn't mean it like... He slaps my knee and I bite down on the inside of my cheek so as not to react. Someone else named Richard, one of her authors, and when she picked up the line, she was stuck. I don't think she hates anyone as much as she hates Richard Nixon. I got in so much trouble for that. Mark pauses and sips his drink. This is all just between us, right? Of course, I say, kicking his foot gently. I study the wide wail of his corduroy pants and the way his cuff bounces with my nudge. I'm not sure what prompts me to do this, the bourbon or the Black Dirt Applejack or his confidence with me. Or I'm lying to myself and it's my own newfound confidence from my new identity as author. Even in quiet moments like this, my book's publication likely still the better part of a year away.
In either case, I want him to know he can trust me. Because officially, Mrs. Onassis doesn't hate anyone. She's too busy for that. She's above the fray. Exactly. Mark looks over his shoulder to make sure no one is within earshot. I mean, she really is. She works very hard. She's edited nearly 100 books. I look over Mark's shoulder as well. You worried she's here? The Carlyle is more her style, but you never know. Should we come up with a code name? I ask. Sometimes, to friends, I call her Joe. Just, Joe. Giving her a blue-collar man's name seems almost too coded. Her initials, J.O. It's less show-offy. Ah, now it makes sense. Ever share a drink? With Joe? Once. Not bourbon, though, he says, indicating my glass. She doesn't like it. Do you like it? Mark reaches over and takes a sip of my drink without breaking eye contact. He shrugs. It's all right. Not my drink. I look down at my glass where his lips just were and wonder if they touched the same spot as mine. Do you think Joe's always wanted to work? That she would have pursued a career earlier if she could have? I think about that sometimes. The why of it all. Our eyes are fixed on each other. Is this weird? I have no one else to talk with about this stuff. Mark waves off my concern. Oh, I know she would have. Worked. In fact, I think someone said she brought up the idea when she was married, but Onassis forbade it. Mediterranean men. Mark shudders with a mild disgust that makes me laugh. He's like a child repeating a grown-up phrase he heard without actually understanding the meaning. Date a lot of Mediterranean men at Brown, did you? Haha, he says, but then genuinely laughs too. I should not encourage this, but it feels good to have a man treat me as someone who matters, for my work. Mostly, it's nice to have Jackie in common with someone, to share her just enough to have a friend to gossip with about the absurdity of it all. There are a lot of gay authors in her stable, a lot of gay men in her life, Mark says. I cock an eyebrow. Stable. Giddy up. He takes a long sip of his drink. Why do you think that is? I don't know. We're sensitive. Huh, I scoff. Speak for yourself. You don't think you're sensitive? I don't think of myself as particularly sensitive, no, I reply. There's a 400-page manuscript on my desk that says otherwise. My face grows flush. I can actually feel the reddening of my cheeks. It's embarrassing to be read so completely by someone so young. If he can see through me, Jackie certainly will. I think of her reading this draft and feel dread. There's a book in her library, in her Fifth Avenue apartment. Have you been? To 104? Not yet. Just the vineyard, he says, shaking his head. Well, I've only been to deliver stacks of manuscripts and occasionally mail, so I'm not showing off. Now he's concerned with grandstanding. Anyhow, it was entitled The History of Homosexuality, or something like that. It jumped out at me as out of place. I got that book at orientation. I never cracked it. Mark leans in, squeezes my calf, and says, huh, then crunches on an ice cube until it's gone. I mean, who would read such a book? Most people either like homosexuals or they don't. I've never heard of anyone researching the subject to decide if they should. I looked down at my leg where he touched me. I felt a growing tension. Maybe she did, like gay people, and what she was researching was why. Mark shrugs. Maybe. You still find that weird? I don't know. I guess not that weird. She has a book on everything. I'm sure she likes books more than people. Even gay ones, I agree. Gay books? Gay people. We laugh, although the idea of her preferring books to people is not an overstatement. We blather on about titles we've read and publishing in general, and as we near the end of our second round, Mark asks, "What are we doing here? You suggested we grab a drink?" I did? You did. That was bold. He laughs, but I get the sense it's not particularly bold for Mark. Do you have a boyfriend? I lean back in my chair and swirl the last of the watered-down bourbon in my glass. I take a few seconds before answering. Since I told Jackie about Daniel, it seems unwise to tell Mark something different. I do. He shrugs. Good. I wouldn't want you to get attached. He curls his lip like Billy Idol. I do a quick calculation of the number of rooms in this hotel. 80, 90, maybe, plus another dozen or so suites and penthouses. I wonder how many are currently occupied. It's early still, 7:30. These are the thoughts that make hotel bars so intriguing. This is the math that made coming here a bad idea. Should we get the check? Mark asks.
His directness is unnerving. I think that's a good idea, I say, but maybe for a different reason. When the bill comes, I pay, even if Mark is sitting on mountains of family money, or even if Doubleday would have picked up the tab, and excuse myself for the men's room. The bathroom has just undergone the sort of new age redesign that requires one to orient oneself upon entering. Normally, bathrooms are intuitively laid out, not in New York, not anymore. I was in an empty men's room recently with a wall of running water and a circular trough in the center of the room. That's it. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to urinate on the wall and wash my hands in the trough, or relieve myself in the trough and run my hands along the trickling water wall. Eventually, a man exited a hidden stall and proceeded to wash his hands in the trough, so I took initiative and peed on the wall. Since what I'm really here to do is splash some cold water on my face to bring me to my senses, I'm glad when the sinks present themselves as sinks and not basins of plumbing mystery. The cold water is rousing, so I repeat the action 2 or 3 more times. What am I doing? Nothing. I look up at myself in the mirror and am almost surprised to see my reflection, water slaloming down my face like tears. I realize now, working on this latest redraft, how much I felt like a ghost, alone. Writing is an inherently solitary endeavor, immersing yourself in another world, either make-believe or in the past, in my case, a confusing combination of both. I love Daniel. I'm not unhappy. I finished my book. I'm not a ghost. Not really. So why does it feel so charged to be seen? I reach for paper towels and dab my face dry, and when I look up, I see Mark's reflection in the mirror, walking toward me from the urinals, zipping up his corduroys. I flinch. "Jumpy," he says. "I thought I was alone." "Well, you're not." To prove his point, he steps closer, so we're only inches apart. I don't want to feel any attraction. I don't want to feel anything, but I do. I start to sweat in my blazer. Flustered, I ask, "Did you wash your hands?" Is that really what you want to ask me? I felt a sudden rush of awareness. I don't know what I want to ask you. I wish desperately I could do my jumping jacks thing, since it always helps me to think, but that would require a monumental feat of explanation. The visual is funny, and I emit a small nervous chuckle. I thought one of the advantages of older men is that they knew what they wanted. I'm 31. Yeah? That makes me older men? This is breaking news to me. Mark leans in and hugs me tightly, and eventually I hug him back. He's thinner than Daniel, scrawny almost, and it feels strange to hold him. The side of his face presses against mine, and it feels electric, charged. It's smoother than Daniel's scruffy one, softer, younger. He reminds me of a boy I loved in college. I look at the restroom door, almost willing it to open, begging for our privacy to be interrupted, but quickly realize I'm on my own to stop this. After a good 30 seconds, I wriggle him off me. "Okay, I'll relax," he says, letting go. I'm souring on this as a catchphrase. He turns on the faucet to wash his hands. I pivot away from the mirror and adjust myself in my pants, feeling a sudden self-consciousness. We don't have to make a big deal out of this. Mark looks at me with pity. Is it a big deal? No, I guess not. I lean against the sink, wishing I could click my heels 3 times and be home safely with Daniel. Mark leans across me to reach for the paper towels, and his arm brushes against my chest. I expect a shock of static, but it doesn't come. "You're not going to tell Joe, are you?" God, no. I spit the words out so quickly I almost choke. I look around to see if anyone else has walked in, to see if any of the stalls are occupied. Mark gives me a puzzled look. She's definitely not in here. I want him to disappear. I don't want to have to say goodbye. I don't want to have to ask him about his holiday plans. I don't want to chit-chat about the manuscript, about business, about his family in Rhode Island. I just want this to be done. "Should I walk you to the subway?" I offer, praying he'll say no. "Nah, I'll cab it." "Cab?" I should have let him pick up the bill. "Okay. Happy Thanksgiving, James." He leans in to hug me again, but I take the opportunity to shake his now clean hand instead. He rolls his eyes. "Happy Thanksgiving yourself." I turn back to look in the mirror, as if it will tell me what really just happened, and in a moment, he is gone. Our rental car smells like fast food grease, and as we pass exit after exit along the bleak highway, it's all I can do to not grab the wheel from Daniel and point the car in the direction of the nearest drive-thru, if only to settle my stomach.
The interstate is bleak and lined with bare and colorless trees, their bark tinged with a gray frost that matches the ghostly sky. Trees get thinner when the weather turns cold, and I get fatter, craving nothing but the non-nutrition whose negative effects I can hide under bulky sweaters in winter. The drive to my mother's house near Ithaca is usually just under 4 hours, but we hit a good deal of traffic in Jersey City on our way out of town. The toll road is faster more often than not, but apparently not today. We hit more traffic at the I-80-I-81 interchange. Not surprising, still annoying. Now we're making good time, but I'm restless, not so much hungry as bored. Want food? I ask Daniel. No, you? No, not really, I say, admitting defeat. You okay driving? We switched seats when we stopped for coffee and a donut, but I'm not sure how long ago that was. Yep. I think of Mark and the electric aura around him. What this drive would be like if he were here now. I'd be behind the wheel. He strikes me as the kind of privileged city kid who boasts of not knowing how to drive, while his touch would be intimate, creating overwhelming tension. I pull my coat over my lap, feeling a growing desire. You nervous? Daniel asks. Huh? I worry at times he can read my thoughts. About seeing your mother? Oh, phew. Need you ask? I was surprised when Kenny called a few weeks back to see if I was coming home for Thanksgiving. He said he hoped so, that Ellen and the kids were looking forward to seeing me. Didn't you hear? I had asked Kenny. Hear about what? Mom and me. We're kind of going through a thing. She hasn't said. Huh. Other than to ask if I knew if you were coming. Naomi called too, a few days later, asking if Daniel and I were coming for Thanksgiving. I think so, I had said, the heaviest emphasis on the question mark. Come on, even big-shot authors get holidays. Given that my brother and sister both called, it seemed obvious that this was another of my mother's orchestrations, that she wanted me home for Thanksgiving but was too proud to make the call herself. At least this is what I led myself to believe, what gave me the courage to pick up the phone to call her and accept her non-invitation. That maybe she wanted to work toward resolution too. I remember she answered only after the machine picked up, and I felt self-conscious at the thought of our conversation being recorded. Kenny called, as did Naomi. Daniel and I would like to come for Thanksgiving, if that's still all right with you. The turkey is 17 pounds. This was the kind of response you often got from my mother. Is it a yes? Is it a no? Is it conversation, obfuscation, deflection? It is merely information. There will be enough food if you decide to come. You have to be fluent in my mother to know what it really means. Suit yourself. I lean into Daniel to read the fuel gauge. It's still half full. Or half empty. It feels like it's been at half something for a while. I stare at the dashboard until the odometer ticks off another mile, then sink back into my seat. A white car with Ohio plates in desperate need of a wash passes us on the inside lane. If Ohio added another H, it would be a palindrome.
With a double H? It sounds weird the way Daniel says it. H. How can it take 5 letters to pronounce one? No. Ohio. Ohio. Oh, he says, realizing. And then, so, don't you think it would be nice to have a state that's a palindrome? And why not Ohio? I mean, what else does it have going for it? It's the Buckeye State. Yeah, but what is a Buckeye? It's like a horse chestnut. But what's a horse chestnut? I want to scream. But then he would answer, and I already know what a horse chestnut is, and what I want him to explain to me has nothing to do with nuts at all, unless you count the cluster of nuts I'm related to. Oh, Ohio, Daniel says. The palindrome state. Now you're talking. My thoughts turn to Jackie. She's been ever present since I delivered the manuscript to her office 48 hours ago. I imagine her reading the latest draft and my stomach churns. I had intended to go home over the summer, Labor Day at the latest, to spend time with my mother as Jackie suggested, but an invitation never came. I knew instinctually if I invited myself, I would get my mother on her highest guard, so I let it be. Truth be told, I also knew it wouldn't be as simple as just showing up on my mother's doorstep. Jackie made it sound so easy. But in the weeks after my visit to Martha's Vineyard, I realized I had no idea what was supposed to happen when I got there. Then deadline after deadline passed, and it seemed easiest to just fudge another ending. Putting a T at the end of Tennessee also makes that state a palindrome. T. Daniel looks up from the road and stares at me for an alarmingly long time. I don't think that's even remotely true. I gesture for him to look back at the road before he kills us, and then, when that doesn't work, I snap my fingers. Tennessee, I say, when I'm comfortable that his attention is back where it should be. It's missing a couple of N's, he says. N's. Daniel doesn't usually take everything I say so literally when we're goofing around. Perhaps he's nervous about this homecoming too. Traffic slows around a bend heading into the low afternoon sun, and Daniel applies the brakes. I'm sorry, I say. I'm being weird. I think I'm more nervous than I let on. I know. You do? You're not that hard to read. I look at my boyfriend and feel genuine relief that he knows me as he does. Why do I waste even 1 minute imagining Mark along for the ride when everything I need is right here? Daniel applies the brake even harder as traffic comes to an abrupt halt. Do you ever think about dying young? I'm always most aware of news stories about highway fatalities around the holidays, maybe because they seem even more tragic. He looks at me as if he'd like to take back that comment about my being easy to read. You trying to get rid of me? No, nothing like that. Good. Though it's true, it has been on my mind recently. Mortality. I think it's all this time spent with Jackie, with her pushing me to find resolution, finality, and ending. Wait, Daniel protests. Do you think you're going to die young? No, I'm going to live a very long time. Oh, really? Yeah, I'll probably live to be 108. Of course, by then, you'll be gone and I'll be with someone much younger, so they can change and feed and bathe you. Romantic. Very. Just like when I entered the world. My blood flow will slow and I'll probably lose my words and my ability to speak, to write, my identity. I will have no idea who I am anymore and will have only strange faces around me, and I will scream and wail until my next basic need is met. My life, the palindrome, I observe. Your life, the palindrome. Daniel nods, impressed. Daniel offers to go inside first and break the ice, and I tell him not to be silly. I am not going to hide from my own family. I hang back anyway under the pretense of unloading luggage from the trunk. Smooth, Daniel says, as he returns from the front door to grab our bags. He sees right through my ploy. What? I say, innocently. He rolls his eyes. Kenny's wife, Ellen, greets us at the door. I thought I heard a car. She has a dish towel flung over her shoulder and looks like she's been working all day in the kitchen of some holiday movie made specifically for a women's cable channel. She's approaching 40 and retains all of her good looks, even if her body has softened slightly from carrying 2 boys. I set our things down in the mudroom. You did, and here we are. I say the last part louder for my mother's benefit, like how you would make a lot of distinctly human noises while walking in the woods during hunting season so as not to get shot. Confused by the volume of my voice, Ellen shoots me a weird look before pulling us in for a hug. I like Ellen, always have. She was crazy competitive before she married Kenny and had the kids. She played field hockey at some women's college, and when we used to stay up late nights playing cards or board games, she would fight like hell to win. Now she does her best to set an example of sportsmanship, but it's easy enough to access her inner competitor with just 2 glasses of Chardonnay. The smell of roasting turkey hits the foyer. Daniel and I exchange looks. We are both in dire need of a good home-cooked meal. Food lately has been whatever American-looking crackers they have at the Korean market and slices of pizza from the place on the corner. Unless cheese is a food group, we are desperately malnourished. It smells fantastic, Daniel compliments. Well, turkey's just about to come out of the oven, then we'll put the sides in. Dinner should be in about an hour. Give you time to say hello to everyone and have a drink. And Mom, I ask, peering around the corner into the kitchen, looking for any sign of her, fully prepared to duck back from enemy fire. Ellen looks at me while slightly shaking her head. Your mother's putting on a sweater. She used to make glorious meals, my mother, so it seems odd that Ellen is at the helm today. My mother wasn't a gourmand, but she kept our family happy and well-fed, and I used to love to help her. The kitchen itself has changed very little since I left for college. The dishwasher is still marigold, as is the stove. The fridge is now white. The one that matched the other appliances gave out around the time I graduated. When it died, she was angered about having to toss groceries that should have been discarded years prior. Salad dressing doesn't go bad. Raspberry jam? I don't think so. The wallpaper is coming up at the seams, and the linoleum refuses to stay tucked under the radiator in the one corner.
If my father were around, he would fix that with his hot glue gun. There's a burnt smell that always seems to linger, the result of years of abuse of the oven's self-cleaning function. I know this room like the back of my hand, right down to the Charles Chips cookie tin on the counter that, sure enough, is still there. Before I can fix that drink, I'm tackled by 3 nephews, the oldest of whom is 6. William and Zachary are Kenny's boys, and Aaron belongs to Naomi. All 3 are like small cheetahs learning to take down an aging gazelle. My only hope in getting them off me is a plan, dragging them to some watering hole with the hope that I can hold my breath. Uncle Daniel is here too. That's an easier tactic. The boys freeze, focus their sights on Daniel, and pounce with coordinated precision. Daniel lets out an excited yell as he's tackled, then trudges slowly into the living room with William on his back and dragging the other 2 who are clutching his legs. Domino jumps and barks and nips at their heels, her pudgy body taxed by all the excitement. Daniel looks back at me and smiles. In another life, he would make a great dad. He loves this family chaos. Naomi passes them on her way into the kitchen and yells, "Just steer clear of the dining room." She selects a cube of cheddar from an appetizer platter and pops it into her mouth. "We're eating off of the good china today. Fancy. We have our own china room now, like at the White House."
Naomi, I say, part protest, part greeting. I squint my eyes and am surprised to recognize some of my father in her. Or, should I say, the Honorable Naomi. I haven't seen her since she was appointed mayor of her small town. Ugh, you and Kenny are both the same. It's not a big deal. Everyone on the council takes a turn. We hug, and Kenny appears from the living room where he's been watching the game, and we high-five on his way to the fridge. We look more and more alike with each passing year, even if I'm a few inches taller. "Either of you want a beer, Madam Mayor?" Naomi turns to me like, "See? Did you buy the beer?" I ask. "Yes, I'll have wine." Kenny shakes his head. "Your generation and your craft beers." He opens the fridge and selects a Michelob, leaving me to fend for myself. We're the same generation, you and I, as I'm sure you're aware. Naomi throws a cube of cheese at me, then pauses to take us in. Look at the 3 of us, in this kitchen. When is the last time it was just the 3 of us? Ellen, at the sink, peeling potatoes, coughs. "Oh, sorry, Ellen," Naomi says. "Didn't see you there." She shrugs at me and winces. "That's all right. Don't mind me. I was just cooking a multi-course holiday meal for all of you." Kenny kisses his wife on the cheek, then crosses back to the fridge to grab a second beer. "Daniel will have a beer with me." I nod. "If you can unearth him from the pig pile of nephews." I reach for the cheese. "Mom hiding from me?" "She went upstairs to change," Kenny says. "Change into a mother that talks to her son?" Naomi puts her arm on mine. "Lower your hackles. Everyone's doing their best." She reaches behind Ellen, gets me the biggest wine glass in the cupboard, and fills it with a generous pour. I swirl the wine in my glass, smelling it as it comes to a rest. "I brought the wine," Ellen says. "It's safe." With an exaggerated sigh, Kenny retreats to find a compatriot in Daniel. "Where's Paul?" I ask. Naomi's husband had yet to say hello. "Stuck in Minneapolis. His flight home last night was grounded for weather." Thanksgiving in Minneapolis. Jeez, I've never been to Minneapolis. I'm sure they have fine Thanksgivings, but no one wants to be stuck in an airport hotel away from their family for the holidays. Or do they? I have a sudden urge to grab Daniel and escape for a quiet Thanksgiving with Paul in Minnesota. Not everyone gets to travel to Martha's Vineyard for their work. Naomi shoves me playfully. "Oh, I almost forgot. Someone called for you." She rips off the top sheet of a notebook by the phone. "Mark? Mark called?" My body stills. What did he want? Naomi reads her message. Something about Joe. "Do you know a Joe?" She hands me the paper. Written in her handwriting is, "Joe says you didn't do it." So there it is. Jackie has read the new draft, and she's seen right through me. My face grows hot, and there's a hollow ringing in my ears. It's like being busted by a favorite teacher for turning in sloppy work. "Well, you're turning red," Naomi says. "Who's Joe? What didn't you do?" I grasp at the air for a quick lie. "A friend. I was supposed to leave a book for him to read, but I forgot." This is a terrible turn of events. I can't let this stand.
There's no way I will be able to be even remotely present this weekend with this information hanging over my head. I feel a strong urge to defend my work, explain my choices. If I could just, I don't know, talk to her. One of the boys screams from the other room. "Knock it off, nerds," Naomi yells. "You call them nerds?" She shrugs. "They like it." Another scream. "I said, knock it off." "Actually, do you mind if I point to the phone mounted on the wall. Naomi stomps out of the kitchen. The boys are going to be sorry they roused her ire. I grab the phone and pull the cord around the corner into the sitting room so that I'm alone. The room used to be filled with family artifacts, but is strangely devoid of anything personal, as if staged for a catalog photo shoot. I quickly dial Jackie's office, not remembering until I get her voicemail that, of course, she's not there. "Mrs. Onassis, it's James Smale. I wanted to tell you a few things about the latest draft. You might have some questions, and I thought I could clear them up. I left the number with Mark. Thank you." I hang up with the sinking feeling that I'm just digging a deeper hole. I gently place the phone back in the cradle and take a few deep breaths. With Naomi gone, it's just Ellen and me, and sudden pockets of empty spaces. I fold the message from Mark and put it in my pocket. "Want some help with the potatoes?" Ellen stops peeling and turns to me. "Your brother's very proud of you. We both are. I hear you've been getting some flack around here, so I wanted you to know that." I make a fist in my pocket, crumpling the phone message. I haven't been getting much of anything, flack or otherwise, but thank you for saying that. "Well, we think it's very exciting. I told all my friends at work, and they're all going to buy the book. Now all I have to do is finish writing it." I clench my teeth for show. "So, Ellen," starts, her eyes growing wide. "What's she like, Jackie?" I select a carrot stick from the appetizer tray and run it through some dip. Mark told me once that Jackie eats carrot sticks at her desk that she brings from home. I was convinced at the time he was making that up. Did she pack them herself, wrap them in foil, roll them in a damp paper towel, and seal them in a sandwich bag? The idea of it was so immediately disarming. I thought it had to be some sort of shtick, carrot shtick. No, the Queen of England. Unless you've met her too. I laugh. No, not yet, anyway. I wink at Ellen. She's nice. Come on. Bank tellers are nice. Pharmacists are nice. Fine. But I don't concede the point. She is nice. But she's also, I don't know, she's all the things you think she is. It took meeting her a few times before my head came down from the clouds and I could even form an opinion. It's her voice that's hardest to get used to. It's like listening to history. But we've established a good working relationship. Alcohol helped. "You drink in front of her?" Ellen drops her peeler. "We drink together." "Really? I think we're friends." I'm showing off a little bit, but it's also not untrue. After my trip to Martha's Vineyard, she gave me a copy of Isaac de Nezen's Out of Africa with a little note, another favorite of mine. Just last month, she closed our telephone conversation with "Heal, heal," reminding me of my mission for this new draft. And I barked like a dog, and she laughed and told me I always brightened her day. We don't talk all the time, but she's there when I need her or have a question, and it's a nice feeling that she takes my calls. We're someone Mark will put through. "Oh my God, you're famous." Well, that's a word on a sliding scale. Jackie and I met for dinner once at an Italian restaurant on the Upper East Side and were seated at a secluded table away from most of the other diners. It made me wonder if someday I might have some small recognition, money, or notoriety of my own. I can't always tell if I like Jackie solely for who she is, or if I like being with her for her access. Obviously, I like her, but I'm not entirely sure if I'm happier to be adjacent to her celebrity or if I want some small slice of fame that's all mine. I used to think I wanted to be famous for my writing, but there's a loneliness she exudes that makes me wonder if it's not worth the trouble. Who's famous? My mother enters the kitchen, toying with the gold chain that hangs over her turtleneck, trying to drag the clasp around to the back and the cross around to the front. Her hair is freshly done, or set, or whatever the proper word is for women her age. It's an ashier blonde than it was when I saw her last. "No one," I say, desperate to change the topic. I shoot daggers at Ellen, and to her credit, she drops it, but not before she mouths the word proud. Happy Thanksgiving, I say to my mother. Thank you for having us.
She lets go of her necklace and hugs me the way you might a homeless person who unexpectedly embraces you, with enough distance between us not to get anything on her. You look tall. Haven't grown. Maybe it's your shoes. I took them off in the hall. My mother looks at my stocking feet, deciding whether to concede. Well, anyway, you look good. Thank you. So do you. But the truth is, she looks small. She has loomed so large lately, an ever-present character in my head, it's almost a shock to see her standing in front of me. And everything smells delicious. I don't know about that. Well, it does. My mother approaches the cheese tray and straightens it so that it is perpendicular to the edge of the counter. How was your drive? Uneventful, a little traffic around the interchange, but otherwise fine. I nervously pick at the corner of the countertop where the formica overhang is loose, like I'm playing the strings of a harp. Well, you're here. You look good. Something is obviously agreeing with you. I don't want to remind her that, despite the message in my pocket causing fresh agony, I've had a good year. That even in the throes of deadlines and rewrites and the pain of revisiting family anguish, there's a peace and a pride that comes from doing what you love. I also don't have to. I know it's front and center on her mind. Thank you. I have a lot to be thankful for. We all do, my mother says. Certainly she means having her family healthy and safe under one roof, her children all now having found some success in their chosen fields. Yet she says it without pause or reflection. It makes me think this is a woman on autopilot, playing the part but not entirely living it. May I talk to you for a moment? I lead my mother into the dining room. The table is beautifully made, a perfect mix of highbrow place settings and Turkey Day kitsch. My grandmother's china and her own gold-rimmed wedding crystal, the same goblets she mixes with Spo dinnerware at Christmas, offset by a dried gourd centerpiece and ceramic pilgrim salt and pepper shakers whose Puritan faces are painted with surprised expressions. We turn to face each other, and I notice my mother's necklace clasp is still not quite where she would like it. Here, let me help you. I slide the clasp behind her neck and then rest my hands on her shoulders. I take a deep breath. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really happy you came. She averts her eyes. Are we good? What do you mean? Sigh. Do we need to talk about anything? James, I'm fine. A lot has happened this year. I'm here to talk about it, if you'd like to. I think we've talked enough. I wish Jackie could be here to witness this. See, I would say, we've hardly spoken at all. Every mother may have a story, but good luck getting mine to tell hers. I'd like to have a nice meal, she continues. I let go of her shoulders and drop my hands to my sides. I notice handprint turkey artwork placed on everyone's chair. We used to do those, you and I. We used to do what? Traced our hands and drew turkeys. I did those with the boys last weekend. That's really fun, I say, but I'm not sure really what I mean. You used to be fun? I used to be fun? Life used to be fun. Aileen! We jump. It's Daniel. He's broken free of the nephews and has appeared in the doorway holding his Michelab. He approaches my mother and gives her a gentle hug. I laugh, as his hugs used to be more encompassing, more bear-like, until it became clear they terrified her. Hi, Daniel. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you. He gives her a peck on the cheek. Together, they head back to the kitchen. Which pot has the neck? I see Daniel head for the stove before he disappears from view. It's there somewhere, my mother calls after him. The first Thanksgiving I brought him home, he innocently took inventory of each saucepan on the burners and freaked out when he found the turkey neck my mother was boiling to make gravy. Ever since then, he's been fascinated by this tradition. I look at the table and notice one setting missing a salad fork. I open the hutch drawer to fetch another, remembering, as I always do, when my father had built the entire unit by hand. He was protective of his workshop, a hidden room in the back of the barn. He and Kenny would spend hours in there, discussing the purpose of each woodworking tool, the plane, the radial saw, the different grades of sandpaper. I tried at times to join them, but always felt profoundly out of place. I didn't like the screech the tools made, the burning smell that would linger after he cut a piece of wood, or the haze of sawdust that seemed to permanently hang in the air. I'm sure he read my disinterest, but I would have overcome all of it to feel the least bit included. "You must be so proud of James," I hear Daniel say from the kitchen. I snap back to attention, place the missing fork on the table, and beeline for the kitchen to head off any trouble. Daniel winks at me to acknowledge he knows he's stirring a huge pot of gush, and then pops 2 cheese bites into his mouth and hungrily swipes a stalk of celery through the onion dip. I would wring his own neck and boil it if he weren't so adorable. "I'm proud of all my children," my mother replies, without looking anywhere near the one child of hers standing in the room. Autopilot. A written line from a play only she has the script to. After the meal, we sit in bloated silence, moving the last bit of scraps around on our plates, the clink and scraping of silverware amplified by the lull in conversation. Everyone sits in quiet contemplation of another bite, an additional dollop of something with butter or gravy, but no one dares. The realization quickly sinking in that even one more mouthful is not possible without us exploding, one by one, like characters at the end of a Monty Python sketch. I can't sit on this any longer. We're all playing it cool, like it's not really going on, like this is just like any other Thanksgiving, with normal family news, like which kid did what in whose school. "But I give," Kenny says. "What's she like?" I'm tempted to offer a cool pooh, but I know better. "My editor?" "Yes, your editor." Kenny playfully snarls. "Jackie," I say, as if anyone at the table needs help catching up. "Is that what you call her?" Kenny is shocked. "That's her name." And then, realizing how obnoxious I sound, I add, "I call her Mrs. Onassis in person. People afford her that respect." "She's nice," Ellen says, mocking my earlier description. "Ellen," I protest. I sneak a sideways peek at my mother, who is folding her napkin into some intricate swan. "She's not nice?" Kenny is confused. "She's nice," I say. "Really very nice." "And you've met her?" Kenny attempts to clarify. "In person. More than once. He's been to her house," Ellen exclaims. "Oh, that's right. Did you steal anything?" "Kenny," Naomi pretends to be horrified. "Not the family silver. Just a little something, like, a pen, a hand towel, a souvenir." Daniel places his hand on my thigh just under the tablecloth, him telling me to stay calm and to be honest and proud. "Yes, I've met her. No, I didn't steal anything. She's my editor. We work together closely. And I call her Mrs. Onassis?" Ellen interrupts, teasingly. The way she pronounces Jacqueline is sort of 2/3 French, 1/3 Mid-Atlantic English. I don't dare attempt it. I'd tie my tongue in knots. "Jacqueline?" Naomi tries, but ends up shaking her head. "That's Katharine Hepburn," Kenny scoffs. Everyone laughs but my mother. "Remind us never to play celebrity with you," I add. More laughter. "What's celebrity?" Kenny asks. I pout and look at my brother. "Poor Kenny," Ellen chimes in. "With the little pieces of paper, remember? I beat all of you that one Christmas." I look at the 3 bottles of red wine that litter the table. 2 bottles empty, 1 has a splash left. I hold it up, offering it to Ellen, who declines, before pouring its contents into my glass. So, back on topic. Naomi is having none of this distraction. "There are other topics," I insist. "No, there aren't."
So, what does that make you? What do you mean? What is your relationship? Naomi clarifies. Are you friends? I don't know. Colleagues? James is being modest, Daniel says. Getting nowhere with me, Naomi turns her heated attention to Daniel. Have you met her? Oh, yes. We had her over to our apartment in Hell's Kitchen. We sat at our little table near the air shaft and played Uno until the sunset. I made empanadas. Everyone laughs again. Even my mother seems to acknowledge him. I look around the table. Kenny is still drinking beer. The rest of us managed to kill 3 bottles of wine. No, I haven't met her, Daniel continues. James keeps her all to himself. You gotta give us something, Kenny continues. I mean, I once met our congressman at a local bar association thing, and Naomi met the mayor. Naomi stops him. I am the mayor. Kenny shushes her. But this is in a whole other league. And plus, Dad had that letter. The letter, Naomi exclaims. I forgot about the letter. What letter? You don't remember the letter? Kenny asks. I shrug, so he continues. Dad had a letter from President Kennedy. A letter of, Naomi completes his sentence, a letter of recognition of service. That's right, Kenny continues, from his time with the Rotary. Remember when he raised all that money for the hospital and they bought those things? You know, for ambulances. Everyone looks at my mother for clarification. She speaks quietly, without looking up from her lap. Portable defibrillators. That's right. You know those things. Clear. Boom. Kenny puffs his chest out in demonstration. They're standard now, but back then they were new. And as head of the Rotary Club, Dad raised the money to buy like 3 or 4 of those things, and President Kennedy sent him a letter of recognition of service. Naomi tosses a dinner roll at Kenny, and it lands with a thud on his plate. She reaches for another before realizing that our mother is watching and drops it back in the basket. Conduct unbecoming of the neighboring town's mayor. Right. He was so proud of that thing. Showed it off to everyone. Twice if you were Irish. Or Catholic. If you were both, you would never hear the end of it. Had the seal of the president and everything. Embossed. Remember that, Naomi? Every time he would mention the seal of the president, you would clap your hands together like flippers and bark like a seal. For added effect, Naomi does exactly that. Does the sister still smoke pot in the book? Ugh, and the brother's such a slob. Kenny looks at me, dejected. I'm thinking of running for the legislature. I really wish you would take that out. Oh God, and now she's read it? My political future is doomed. Relax. Even our president-elect has smoked pot, Daniel says, coming to my defense. Yeah, but he didn't inhale. Kenny bursts into laughter, and this time Naomi can't stop herself from throwing another roll. It beans Kenny right in the head. Stop throwing rolls before the kids see you. Ellen covers the bread basket with her napkin. Where is that letter? Dad's letter. Kenny looks at our mother, who freezes like a statue. Fortunately, Kenny breezes right past her. So you see, you have to give us something more than just nice. My mother rests her folded napkin swan on the table, and its neck droops like it's injured or diseased. She stands to clear the dishes. Naomi snaps her fingers. Sit. My mother glares at Naomi in a test of wills, then responds like an unwillingly obedient dog. Domino, however, full from table scraps and napping in the corner, stands up and yips. Frances is telling a story, Naomi says, as if that will soften the bark of her command. She looks at me, delighted with her recall of Frances. Once my mother settles back in her chair, Naomi instructs me to continue. I gulp the last of my wine and set the glass down on the table, and turn it in a circular motion 3 times. The sudden employment of a long dormant name makes me feel like my mother's protectorate again, like I want to stand up for her now. She shouldn't have to hear any of this if she doesn't want to. I look up, to Daniel first and then around the table, for backup. I find none. My eyes land last on my mother. Yes, Frances, she says through gritted teeth. Continue. I shove my hands into my pockets and take a deep breath. I squeeze the phone message from Mark in my right fist. You didn't do it. I begin slowly, gathering the courage to power through. In one of our first working sessions, she made daiquiris. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The whole room erupts. Daiquiris? Kenny asks. Yes, but not the, syrupy kind that you would get on one of those cruise ships Kathy Lee Gifford sings about. A simple version, with rum and lime. She made them? Naomi asks. Yes, she had the rum in her office. She did not, Naomi disagrees. You're pulling our leg, Kenny protests. I swear, it was a gift from another author. Everyone looks to their neighbor to see if they believe me. We work, mostly, but we talk about things too. Life and relationships and even politics, sometimes. We watched Bill Clinton accept the nomination together. At Madison Square Garden? Kenny is impressed. Did you have a private box? No. On TV, at her house on Martha's Vineyard. Kenny slaps his forehead as if to say, of course, while my mother looks absolutely indignant. You talk about relationships? Like her marriages? No, other relationships, like she knows about Daniel.
Daniel leans back in his chair, impressed with himself, and makes a motion like he's shining an apple on a non-existent lapel. Familial relationships, fathers and mothers. I pause, knowing I should stop, but more words drip off my tongue. Mothers and sons. I bite my lip and look over at my mother, who further seethes. I would never push and ask for much that she isn't willing to volunteer. It just seems impolitic, disrespectful. My mother finally looks up. But she can ask you anything she wants, even something disrespectful. Well, she's never disrespectful, but yeah, she holds more of the cards. I try to uncrumple and refold the message in my pocket. I need to keep pushing. Disrespectful to whom? So she's like your boss, Kenny says, cutting me off, still putting the puzzle together. Well, no, not really. You're her boss? No, of course not. I look again at my mother, who is wondering why it is that I can't disrespect a stranger, but she has to endure being disrespected by her son. Yes, sort of. She's sort of my boss. It has a similar dynamic. But James has the final say, creatively, Daniel points out. He can veto her edits. I glower at Daniel. He's not helping, but still aglow with the idea of Jackie and me discussing him. He doesn't notice. Only to a point, I respond. I pick and choose. But I choose most of them. Most of them are spot on. Huh, Kenny huffs. The publisher, and thus Jackie, has the final say. I mean, they could choose not to accept the manuscript when I'm finished, refuse to publish it. There are actually 4 empty bottles of wine on the table. I spot another empty over by Ellen, hidden behind the centerpiece. 4 bottles between 5 people? That's a lot, even for us. Is that likely? Naomi asks. Well, see. I turned in the latest draft right before coming here. She said she'd look at it over the holiday. I cross my fingers and hold them up for all to see, knowing already my work is not done. Wow, you must be on edge. How much did I drink? So she's at home reading about us while we're sitting here talking about her? What a weird world we live in, Kenny remarks. I remember all the strange thoughts I too had to come to terms with after I first met Jackie and learned I would be working with her. Well, not us. It's a novel. Yeah, but come on. The sister was a pothead. The brother was kind of absent, which I guess I was, since I was trying to make partner at the time. And the mother started every day by blasting Handel's Messiah. Jesus, I whisper, under Naomi's continued protests about being stoned. Kenny starts singing.
And he shall reign forever and ever, King of kings and Lord of lords. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah. I bow my head as if in prayer. Shouting and singing continues. I sneak a sideways glance at my mother, who is rearranging the silverware on her plate in conspicuously complicated and noisy ways. She drops her knife between the tines of her fork, and it lands with a clang. She repeats this action, and for a moment it is the only noise that pierces Kenny's song. Even the children are silent in the other room, watching a videocassette copy of Frosty the Snowman. Then she slides 3 fingers into a wooden napkin ring and starts drumming with it on the table. Barely, over the racket, I hear Frosty exclaim, "Happy birthday," as he slides on the magic hat and comes to life just as Kenny comes to a close of another chorus. Hallelujah. Kenny. Ellen glares. That's enough. The whole thing is so overwhelming, the sounds of my childhood coming from the other room, remixed with Kenny's singing and my mother's angry wooden percussion. We are in the dining room of our old house, but everything seems suddenly strange and new. The antique clock that used to hang between the windows is on a different wall. The wallpaper is gone, in favor of mossy green paint. Kenny sits comfortably at the head of the table, as if he has always sat there, but he is a substitute patriarch failing to keep this family in line. As the wrapping on the table falls into perfect synchronization with the pounding in my head, I'm finally able to refold the message from Mark in my pocket. In the chaos, it feels like solving a Rubik's Cube. "Joe says you didn't do it." I blurt out the one thing I know will force my mother to engage. I wonder what Dad would think of all this. My mother mumbles her response, swallowing the words almost as quickly as they come out of her mouth, and at first I'm the only one to hear them.
Kenny and Naomi resume their argument over the whereabouts of the Kennedy letter, and Daniel is ready to jump in with a question, probably about defibrillators, if I know him, and for better or worse, I do, while Ellen has one ear cocked, listening for the kids to see if she needs to rewind Frosty and play the tape again. That leaves me as the sole witness to my mother's appalling statement. It's probably in the box of his files I have at my house. I swear, one day I'm going to go through everything. Kenny stops mid-sentence when Naomi holds a finger up to pause him. As a mother herself, she's always on high alert for trouble, and something immediately registers to her as not right. Wait, what did she say? She asks me. And then, since I am too dumbstruck to answer, she turns to our mother. What did you just say? Yes, mother, I glare at her. What did you say? For the first time this visit, my mother truly meets my gaze, and we lock eyes in perhaps the most direct staring contest of our lives. She swallows and stutters, and then stops before she even starts. What did you? I put my napkin on the table like I'm about to rise out of my chair. My mother clears her throat, shrinking under the weight of everyone's eyes focused squarely on her. I said, he wasn't your father. Only once before do I ever remember being on the receiving end of a look like this, and it was when I was maybe 6 or 7, and we were in a store, and I wanted something trivial, silly putty perhaps, to reproduce the comics page, and she, defiant, stared at me until I hung it back on the rack. But this time, she is willing me to speak, to do something in response. You're drunk, I whisper. Daniel stops and looks at me with quizzical concern, but I don't break my death stare. He turns to my mother and sees her glaring back at me. I'm not sure if he heard what she said. Either way, he knows something is wrong. Kenny stares at Naomi, and from the very edges of my periphery, I can see Ellen turn to stare at Daniel. We now have a full Mexican stare-off. Aline, did you just say what I think you said? Daniel finally manages. What did she say? Kenny thinks he's missed some inconsequential bon mot, at most some insight into the whereabouts of the letter. She said, he wasn't our father. I make sure she's still looking at me so she can see what those words look like on my face. I said, I wonder what Dad would think of all this. And she said, he wasn't our father. What? Kenny starts to laugh, but without looking at him, I can't tell if it's nervous laughter or because he knows it's absurd. No, I said he wasn't your father. She holds her stare just long enough to see the dagger go into my heart. I think I recognize a flash of horror across her face, but she looks away at the far wall too quickly before turning her attention to her lap. Aline, Daniel starts. Naomi jumps in. Mom, what are you talking about? I can feel a hand reach around my heart and squeeze, and the result is not so much pain as it is fear. Because the next thing that happens is I can't fill my lungs. I can't force air into them. I can't get them to expand. My weight grows in my chair, as if suddenly it were rooted to the floor of a house on another planet with a mass infinitely greater than Earth's, a planet where my weight would be double or triple what it is. Daniel places his hand on my shoulder without taking his eyes off the unfolding family drama. I resent the weight of it as if it's further anchoring me down. My eyes grow wet, with sadness, with rage. Naomi is now picking up the empty wine bottles one by one and setting them back down. Kenny looks around the table like a pollster trying to judge the mood of the electorate. Mom, is that true? He asks. My mother doesn't speak, so I speak for her. Is what true? The words fall out of my mouth like marbles as I turn to my brother for help. Once, in 4th grade, this kid Bruce Snyder, who must have stayed back at least 3 or 4 times because I swear he could shave, threatened to beat me up after school for telling our teacher that he ate 3 of my pen caps. Kenny, who was in high school at the time, was waiting for me by the front doors of our school when the final bell rang and escorted me home for a week. I want that big brother now. I want that big brother again. But it is Ellen who comes to my defense. James, don't listen to her. She's rewarded with a stern look from her husband, as if she's speaking out of turn. Kenny is not quite there at the school's main entrance. He's maybe a block away still when the bell rings. He's not prepared to ask the question that demands an answer, so instead he asks,
"Are you drunk?" My mother whispers, "No, of course she's drunk." Naomi pushes an empty bottle of Cabernet away from her in disgust. It tips over in slow motion, and when it lands with a dull thud, several drops of red wine hit the salt and pepper pilgrims like blood spatter. For once, their permanent surprise faces warranted. My mother mouths the words, "I'm not." I wonder for a moment if I'm the only one who sees her do this, but Kenny roars, "Then why would you say such a thing?" We are frozen in diorama. Someone could paint us, and we would be exhibited in a museum and studied by future generations. Notice the pained expressions, the stillness of the composition. Everyone has eaten, and yet they are still hungry, unsatisfied. Look how the figures are all in their own space, separate, even though they look as if they belong together. Only the two young men are touching. Take in the heavy brushstrokes, the paint weighing the figures down. Why would you say such a thing? Kenny slams his fist on the table and the tableau is broken. We all jump, as do the plates and the silver. Everything hangs frozen in midair like we've hit zero gravity for a split second and then comes crashing back down on the table. I said, "It's true." "You've got to be kidding me," my father gripes. That's the assignment. The cake pans rattle as she sets them on the counter. My mother is losing her patience. He might as well be a Girl Scout.
3 months into Webelos, our den mother announced our December activity would be a father-son cake bake. Based on their reactions, this seemed to many of my packmates at odds with the purpose of Webelos, to transition boys from Cub to Boy Scouts. Peter Headley even pulled out his manual as proof we should be learning about survival, wilderness, and first aid skills like we'd been doing. His father had given him a pocket knife, and he was anxious to use it. We had already sat through lessons on building a campfire, finding a good campsite, and identifying edible plants and berries. There was one activity about campsite cooking that involved placing some hamburger meat and a potato in individual tinfoil pouches that we each hand-folded. We cooked them on a pile of charcoal briquettes and then ate them in Lance Felchuk's backyard with plastic forks. But baking and cake decorating were not activities you could really do in the wilderness and seemed, to some of the other kids, outside of our stated mission, which is, of course, why I'm excited. Boys should be out collecting rocks, hiking, and staying physically fit, or put to work picking up trash along Route 89 if they need a project. My mother doesn't respond. She's used to letting my father talk himself out. I remain silent so as not to give away my position in the hallway around the corner. "Can't you just do it?" he asks. My heart sinks. Once again, my father pawning me off on my mother. "What is wrong with you?" she whispers so that I won't hear. She knows I'm never far, but I always hear. It's demeaning. Pamela's working out issues in her own marriage and taking it out on these boys. What issues would those be? She hates Barry, probably all men, and so she's punishing you with cake. How horrible. My mother slams cabinet doors. I imagine she's assembling ingredients, sugar, flour, baking soda, vanilla extract for our confection. If she's so man-hating, why would she volunteer to be on the front lines raising the next generation of them? Maybe it's part of a secret plan to topple us from within. Women like that? They're not to be understood. More silence from my mother. She can play this game all day. My father stews before eventually letting out an exaggerated exhale. What kind of cake does the boy want to make? "A lighthouse cake," my mother informs him. "A what?" "A lighthouse. I meant what flavor. It has to be a shape, too?" "Yes, it has to be a..." My mother stops, and I hold my breath. "I will bake you 2 sheet cakes. Vanilla. I think that's allowed. But you had better get to work figuring out the rest. It's Sunday. The game starts at 5. His meeting is tomorrow night, and it had better shine." More whispering. "Remember the Pinewood Derby?" The Pinewood Derby was the last project my father and I undertook back in Cub Scouts. Each boy was given a kit with a block of pine, plastic wheels with metal axles, and fathers and sons were tasked with making model cars and racing them together. My father had fun carving and sanding our block into the body of a race car, holding it up for inspection and making small adjustments to the aerodynamics. I took the job of painting it very seriously. I found a corner of his workshop where I finally fit in, and he even helped me look through picture books from the library on fast cars and choose just the right colors, blue with orange stripes. The racetrack itself was assembled in the basement of the Nazarene church where we sometimes had our meetings. I overheard my father tell one of the other dads that my paint job could best be described as enthusiastic. I wasn't certain that was an insult, but I also couldn't rule it out. Together, we placed fourth. There were only 3 trophies. I cried in the car on the way home. We don't cry over losing, my father had said, but I wanted a trophy. Yes, they were gold and shiny, mounted to a base that looked like marble, and I had imagined how it would look in my bedroom. But more so, they were a symbol. I would never have one for running or swimming or playing baseball. A trophy would have stated clearly that I could excel at something other boys did. A trophy would have been proof that I was a normal kid. In the passenger seat, I held our race car tightly in my hands and rotated it slowly as if it were on a barbecue spit. I stopped crying 2 blocks from our house. In the driveway, after we sat in silence for a moment or two, my father said, "I bet some of the other fathers hollowed out their blocks and placed weights inside. I wish I had thought of that." It was only then that I understood that he was disappointed too. Lou Fletcher even has a drill press. Very. How does making something heavier make it go faster? I had asked. It seemed antithetical to me. "I don't know, son," he replied at the time, clearly growing annoyed. "It just does." "Are you listening to me?" my mother says sharply to my father now, making me jump in my secret spot. "Yes, Pinewood Derby. I heard you." I hear a kitchen drawer close and my father retreat to his workshop, hopefully to develop a plan. After I'm sure that he's gone, I slink into the kitchen and stand silently until my mother slips her apron around me, the one that says, "I'm a peanut butter and jelly mom." "How are we going to make a lighthouse out of 2 rectangular cakes?" I ask, studying the 2 cake pans. "That's your father's department." She opens her cookbook and measures the flour, the whole time my eyes trained on her. "This would go a lot faster, Francis, if you just let me do it." I blink twice. That would be against the rules. No one would have to know. I'm already uncomfortable with the amount of help my mother's giving. How do I explain this? I would know. Scouting, among other things, is about honor. "Yes," she says, "I suppose you would." I watch as she combines all the ingredients into a bright melamine mixing bowl. As she puts the paddles into her electric mixer, I'm dubious and ask, "Will Dad be able to do this?" Maybe honor is not the most important quality. Maybe the goal here is a decent cake. That's the great thing about cakes. Grandmothers make them. You don't need the Army Corps of Engineers. The electric mixer whirs to life. When the cakes are out of their pans and cooling on wire racks, my father and I stare at them, careful not to look too closely at each other. He'd cut a board in his workshop for us to build the cake on, and he allowed me to cover it in foil. What comes next is anyone's best guess. Well, my father says, we're stuck with each other. The proclamation lies flat between us. Even I understand it's a mouthful. How are we going to make these into a lighthouse? My father squats so that his eyes are counter level and he surveys the 2 cakes. "Do you trust me? Are you going to hollow it out and put weights in it?" This is new, my talking to him in this tone. My father studies me over the rim of his glasses. "Nobody likes a jerk, James." I nod, not saying that it was, in part, a serious suggestion. "What are you wearing?" His eyes land on my apron. "Do you want one? Mom has one that is blue. Take that off. We're men. We're not frightened of a little mess." I glare at my father, and he glares at me, his the more menacing. Without breaking eye contact, I slip the pink apron over my head and drop it on the floor, and only then do I look down, away from him. I'm angry, but I don't entirely understand why. I am afraid of a little mess, and deathly afraid of a big one. I wish I could wear an apron all the time in Webelos, especially that day we bent young trees to frame a lean-to. I got sap all over my clothes. My father pulls a small bowl aside and cracks an egg on the edge using only one hand, before tossing the eggshell into the sink. My eyes grow wide. Where did you learn to do that? My mother always used 2 hands. The United States Marine Corps. Really? I'd heard my father speak of his time in the Marines on many occasions. Too many, in fact, and the stories had never once excited me. But any place that could teach you to crack an egg with one hand with the flick of a wrist and a flourish could not be all bad. After long drives, we would cook eggs and Spam on the hood of our Jeeps while they were still warm from the engine. On second thought, my original assessment was correct. What do we need an egg for? For the frosting. There's no eggs in frosting. I've helped my mother with enough cakes to know that. Besides, Mom already made buttercream. My father looks over at a large bowl of cream-colored frosting as if startled by it. He swipes his finger through it and takes a lick. It's the first time he doesn't seem totally repulsed by the task ahead. Well, okay. We need to make blue, and we need to make gray. Gray. Gray is the color of seals and manhole covers and stormy skies. Certainly nothing you eat. I try to think of gray lighthouses and can't imagine that either. Lighthouses are usually white. Blue is easy. There's already food coloring for that. He takes the small blue tube of coloring out of the box and sets it on the table. But gray. My father scratches the short whiskers under his chin. He didn't shave for church this morning because we were running late. How are we going to make that? Why are we going to make that is the real question, but I know better than to interrupt my father when he's thinking. Gray is a mixture of black and white, I offer, hoping that might help. That's good. My father rests his hand on my shoulder. It feels heavy and he pushes a little too hard. The frosting is white, but we don't have black. But I think we could get a gray effect by mixing 3 primary colors. I look at the box of food coloring options for primary colors. Blue, yellow, red. It's your cake. Give it a try. It's our cake. I have the brief, terrifying thought that he's sabotaging this project so as not to appear less than manly. He spoons some of the white frosting into a separate bowl, and even though I hesitate, I eventually add drops of coloring in equal amounts and stir the frosting until a ruddy color appears. I think I added too much red, I say. Our gray has a brownish hue. I don't know how I could have allowed an extra drop of food coloring past my careful scrutiny, but the result is hard to argue with. My father looks over the bowl. Nah, it's perfect. His graying sideburns are not unlike the color of this frosting, brown with a hint of red, but enough in the way of gray to make it interesting. We're going to use that for the rocks. Rectangle pans, gray frosting, rocks? Nothing about this says lighthouse to me. And worse, nothing about it suggests edibility or prizeworthiness. Not only were we doomed not to ribbon, we were likely to be laughed out of the room. My father must read the expression on my face because he says, "Boy, what do lighthouses do? What is their primary job? If they have a secondary job, I do not know it. Their primary job is to keep ships from crashing into..." Oh, I'm almost impressed with his vision. He was giving this real thought. We frost the first cake blue for the ocean. My father breaks the second cake unevenly, I gasp, and places half on top. Frost that one gray. The cragged edges make the perfect rocky coast. I use a little of the white frosting to make waves and ripples in the water, enough to make the sea look choppy. If we're making a lighthouse cake, it might as well look like the lighthouse was put there for a reason. My father crafts a tower out of the remaining cake, and because it's delicate, he frosts that himself. Together, we use the last of the gray frosting to make a dome on top. When I stand back to take our creation in, I can't help to be impressed. Perhaps we weren't stuck with each other after all. Perhaps we make a pretty decent team. You know what this needs? My father asks, and then he leaves the room. He does that a lot, asks questions and then doesn't wait for the answer. I follow behind him as he treks back to his workshop. I fidget in the doorway as he opens and closes the little drawers that he uses to sort little things like screws. Aha! After a few false starts, he finds what he's looking for. Old parts from a model train set he had as a boy. He plucks out 5 tiny trees that are the perfect scale for our cake. Are we allowed to use those? You bet. I read the official instructions. The cake need only 85% edible. In that case, I pull one of my father's moves and run inside and up to my room. I return to the kitchen with a little plastic ship that I never play with. We place the finishing touches on our cake, and my eyes brighten. I have visions of the other boys cheering and raising me on their shoulders as I clutch the first place prize, even though I know deep down I'm the only one who would get that excited about baking. We win second prize. Lance Davies and his father made a race car cake that noses ahead of us for first, foiled by race cars again. Good job, my father says, and he shakes my hand after collecting our red ribbon. I think he's almost relieved we didn't place first.
The cakes are sold in a silent auction to the parents, friends, and judges who were invited to our meeting to raise money for further Wabello's activities. I want my father to buy Lance Davies' cake so we can dissect it to see if perhaps it's only 84% edible and therefore disqualified. My father decides at the last minute to make a play for our cake, but bidding has already closed. It's not until my mother says goodnight to some of the other women and makes her way to our car that we learn what she has done. She bought our cake while I was distracted with Lance's. I sit with it in the back seat, and my father even drives extra slow to keep it from sliding as he goes around corners. As the bridge that spans the widening gulf that exists between my father and I, my mother sometimes seems feeble. The cables that keep her suspended feel tired and frayed. But tonight, as she turns back to smile at me before patting my father on his leg, she seems fully made of steel. There used to be this popcorn ceiling in Kenny's room, stucco ceiling, whatever people call it, a particular scourge of suburban homes in the 1960s and 70s. Why bother to fix the cracks when you can slather layer upon layer of ugly crap on top of them and pass it off as style? Look, everyone, what a lovely pastiche of caulk and putty from the local hardware store and diet cottage cheese. Doesn't everything look just as good as new? These treatments are a lie. They don't fix the underlying ceiling, the cracks, the weaknesses, the imperfections. They only serve to cover them up. But now somehow the popcorn is gone, and I'm trying to remember when it came down, who did the work, and why. In a family that apparently loves to cover up faults and deformities with slop and untruths, someone had the foresight to say, no, here, we should make things right. You awake? Daniel asks. We lie on our backs, clutching the blanket up to our necks, our eyes wide open in the darkness, both of us afraid to do much more than breathe. I count to 15 in my head. Would you be asleep if you were me? Daniel exhales, carbon dioxide and excess oxygen fluttering his lips. Naomi volunteered to take my bedroom with my old twin bed since she's alone, and Aaron sleeps in a He-Man sleeping bag on the floor. Kenny and Ellen live close enough to spend the night in their own home, so Daniel and I settled in Kenny's room, which is bigger and more comfortable for guests. Kenny invited us to spend the night at his house, the big brother finally showing up to walk me home. Although where and what home is anymore, I'm not sure. But I told him not to be silly. I am an adult. I stand up to my own bullies now.
So they packed up William and Zachary and left, Ellen holding my hand for a few seconds too long, letting go just before it became awkward, and they walked out the door. The bully is in her own room, just across the hall. I sat at the dinner table long after everyone left, like I did as a child when I was not dismissed for refusing to eat my peas. My mother retreated to her room, Naomi and Ellen tended to the children. Kenny and Daniel sat with me for a while, but Daniel eventually got up as someone had to clean up the meal, and Kenny stepped away to gossip with Naomi. Eventually, we all went to bed. I squint to further study the ceiling, but the only light is from the November moon, whose bluish glow softens the entire room. I can't tell where the walls end and the ceiling begins. It feels like we're in an igloo. Winter is a month away, at least by the calendar, but an icy chill seeps through the windowsill, washing over me like a whisper spilling more gut-wrenching secrets. A swift breeze tickles the maple tree outside, and I can see the shadow of the last of its dying leaves waving at me like hands, large hands, of basketball players or giant hulking Swedes. One of the branches raps on the window pane and Daniel flinches. What's that noise? The tree, I murmur, as if lulling a twitchy child to sleep. I planted that tree as a fourth grader. I remember my father and me extracting it from the neighbor, Miss Egan's yard. She was a miserable old woman with a crooked back who had never married and owned too many rag dolls that may or may not have been handmade. She always wanted our dandelion leaves, which seemed odd, but I think she used them in soup. She had expressed some rather unkind thoughts about this maple when it was hers, and when those thoughts seemed to percolate into a plan of action, we rescued it from a sinister fate by transferring it, roots and all, in a rusty wheelbarrow to its current post outside Kenny's window. We planted it a respectable distance away from the house, imagining its future growth, my father digging a hole for it a few feet closer to the lamppost. At least he was my father then. Night is darker here than in the city, yet the moon and the stars are brighter, I say. It's too quiet, Daniel replies. Too quiet to sleep. Sure, that's the problem. I remember noticing when we drove up to the house that the grass, even in November, looked impossibly lush, like astroturf. I have lived enough time in a glamorous metropolis to understand that what is fake sometimes looks real, and what is real can look impossibly fake. There was nothing fabricated about rural New York, and yet the entirety of it is carefully constructed, perhaps on a cavernous soundstage. The stars are stage lights rigged to camouflaged rafters, the trees made by the world's leading plastic arborist. The house and barn, once so familiar to me, merely false fronts, propped in place by an intricate series of 2x4s and steel girders. In summer, the sound of crickets is piped in. We saw a production recently of William Inge's Picnic, in which a friend of ours played Madge. I remember thinking how much the set looked like home. I'll bet if I saw it again, I would be struck by how much the set designers construct felt like home too, now that I was seeing home through more jaundiced eyes. Daniel takes my hand in his. It feels surprisingly warm around my frozen fingers. My heart weakened. It's unable to pump blood to my extremities. She didn't know what she was saying. It's the first reference to dinner Daniel's made since we retired to the privacy of Kenny's room. I chuckle. Not amused, bemused maybe. Exhausted, because I know she knew exactly what she was saying. You want to bet? Okay, so maybe she knew what she was saying, but you know that doesn't make it true. I roll over on my side. I'm looking right at his ear, which, in this light, looks like both a grotesque deformity and a painstakingly sculpted work of art. It doesn't make it not true. She was drunk. You said so yourself. I pause, trying to think exactly what I want to say. How to not only end this conversation, but also let it begin. In vino veritas. My mother is not a heavy drinker. Tonight, it was wine that shook the truth free. Daniel makes a squawk like a Canada goose. His Latin is not very good, but I know he can understand that. What is that screech for? Latin? You're quoting me something in Latin? Seriously? Daniel yanks some of the covers away from me to pile on top of himself. Sometimes it's hard to know who in your family is the most dramatic. And now I laugh for real, because employing a common Latin phrase and lying about your youngest child's paternity are equal crimes. And then Daniel starts laughing, and our laughter twists together like the twin backbones of the double helix of a DNA molecule. It actually feels, in this one moment, like the basis for life. I'm afraid for it to end, afraid for the hollowness that will open in this room like a sinkhole once our laughter crescendos and starts its slow fade to silence. I lick Daniel's earlobe, which surprises even me. He swats me away. The thing of it is, I think she's telling the truth. Oh, come on. She couldn't possibly. She hardly shares anything about herself. Why would she go out of her way to share something made up? It doesn't make any sense. She's mad at you still. She's trying to prove something to you, that you don't know her as well as you think you do, that you got it wrong in the book. She didn't read the book. Doesn't matter. To her, you're publishing a lie. She wants to see you humiliated, to feel shame like she apparently has, and she's using this fabrication to do it. I shake my head no while taking back my share of the covers. It's in the book, I say, and then I say it again, as if it's really just sinking in. It's in the very book. Sometimes he would look at me and wonder how I could be his son. Daniel doesn't bite. You should have seen the way my dad looked at me when I told him I wanted to play the French horn. I smile, mad at Daniel the whole time for making me do so. You're just being paranoid, he continues. There were times I hated my dad. There were times I hated mine. I should probably welcome this news. It's not news. It's made up. And yet, lying here, I want it not to be true. Well, it can't be. We're almost having parallel conversations. We baked a cake once. Did I ever tell you? Well, my mother baked the cake. My father and I decorated it. Got second place. Second place in what? I stuffed the pillow farther into its case to prop myself up. I don't really remember. A competition? It was a lighthouse, the cake, he said. He said we were stuck with each other. He probably meant in the task. It's impossible to know what he meant.
I try to focus on ridiculous topics, put my brain to work on other things so maybe I can sleep. What is the object of the sport lacrosse? Do we own a copy of the periodic table of elements? How do thumbs work? Yet my stubborn mind always drifts back to Daniel's words. You're just being paranoid. My mother is a woman always in control of who she is and what she says. There's a reason why this came to the surface tonight. Jackie was right. Every mother has a story. And it was time for this story to be told. I wake up confused and hungover, not from the wine, clearly I had not done the lion's share of the drinking, but from exhaustion. I have no idea what time it is or how long I've been asleep. The last number I recall seeing on the clock was 3:15 a.m., a time I remember from reading the Amityville Horror as a teenager that particularly haunted George Lutz. He would wake every night with a start to see that time on the clock, and he eventually determined that's when the son of the house's previous owners murdered his family with a shotgun. Shots fired, shots fired. My last thoughts before falling asleep. He was not your father. Shots fired indeed.
Darkness hangs over the room, but underneath the shade I can make out the first pink light of dawn. There will be a new day. I look over at Daniel. He's on his back, head facing the wall, and I watch for the familiar rise and fall of his chest. Recently, I've watched him sleep a lot, many late nights when I've been wide awake, impossibly caffeinated, trying to work through the frayed edges around the book's central narrative to derive the perfect ending. Jealous, perhaps, that his work, the odd jobs he takes between directing gigs, never seems to keep him from rest. The faintest whiff of brewing coffee wafts under the door. It's not the loud Handelian bake-up my mother used in the past to rouse us, and for that, hallelujah, but it's effective. I slip out from beneath the covers, careful not to rest my weight on the creaky edge of the bed. Daniel doesn't stir. I'm wearing a surprising amount of clothes. I can't recall if that is by design to stay warm, or if I never really bothered to get undressed before going to bed. Perhaps, like a Minuteman, I thought I would need to be ready to fight the moment a battle resumed. I look down the hall and notice my old bedroom door is closed. Naomi and Aaron are still asleep. That leaves one culprit, and when I look across at my mother's door, sure enough, it is cracked open. I stand frozen in the hallway, cold and motionless. Peering halfway down the stairs, something strikes me as different. The wall above the landing is conspicuously empty. There used to hang a framed needlepoint of flowers from AZ, something my father's mother had made. A is for amaryllis, B is for buttercup, C is chrysanthemum. As a kid, I had the whole thing memorized, sitting as I would for long periods on the stairs, not knowing whether to go up them or down, waiting for life to begin. I wait here now, motionless, as if I myself might disappear if I make any sudden moves. I study the stairs, uncertain whether to advance or retreat, and then run my fingers along the wall, looking for the hole where the nail used to hang. When I find it, it anchors me firmly in a past that I remember. It's not all made up, my childhood, the construct of an imagination gone haywire. I was young once, smaller, uncertain, afraid. And now I am grown, bigger, certain, brave. Slowly, I head down the stairs. The stillness combines with the sound of someone puttering in the kitchen and the rat-a-tat-tat in my eardrums to make it feel like Christmas morning. But there are no gifts waiting for me, no stockings hung with care. To the right of the bottom step is the half-open door to my father's old office. It radiates calm. Although it faces east, and it should be among the first rooms in the house to get light, it seems excruciatingly dark and cold. My mother keeps the shades drawn. I turn the other way, to the dining room. There's light in the kitchen. The coffee smells stronger down here, and it pulls me, sings to me, beckoning like a siren toward danger, toward jagged rocks, toward doom. Sure enough, my mother is standing at the kitchen sink, her back to me, looking out the window at the meadow, at the cold frost of a November dawn. "Coffee's almost ready," she says, but doesn't turn around. I pull a stool up to the counter. The day's newspaper is already thumbed through. It's fat with sales flyers for Black Friday. We stay silent, waiting for the coffee to finish. When it gurgles the last of its brew and emits a quiet hiss, my mother pours 2 mugs and slides one my way. I stare at it like it might be a trap, something explosive, a grenade.
But I need the caffeine. I need to feel warmth. I hold the mug for a moment, cupped in my hands, before it gets too hot and I have to set it down. After some silence and some careful study of a Radio Shack flyer, when I think the coffee has cooled, I take a long sip, letting it burn my throat with its bitter heat. I don't usually drink it black, but I don't dare reach for the cream and the sugar. I'm in the presence of a bee. So long as I stay relatively still, there's a good chance I won't get stung. My mother pulls a loaf of raisin bread out of the bread box and sets it on the counter halfway between us. It just sits there, in no man's land, in some sort of demilitarized zone. His name was Frank, she says. Nan's needlepoint at the top of the stairs. The flowers. A. amaryllis to Z. zinnia. It's missing. It comes out of my mouth somewhere between a statement of fact and the sounding of an alarm. In fact, a lot of things are missing. This is now verging on accusation. Photographs, memorabilia, books. Have you noticed this? My mother looks around the room, confused, from the window, to the hood over the stove, to the door to the mudroom, to the table, to the counter, as if noticing not only this, but the house that she lives in for the very first time. If we were living inside a movie trailer, this is where the talking head song would fade in. And you may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful house. It's like you've been robbed. My mother considers this. I moved some things around. You moved some things around? James, please. I reach for the raisin bread and grab it by the twist tie that holds the bag closed. I twist and I twist and I twist, but its grip on the bag only tightens. So I twist the other way until the paper comes off the tie, and I'm left with only the wire, and I rip the plastic bag open, exposing the whole loaf of bread to air. I'm not really hungry. My mother grabs a cutting board and sets out half the loaf, but it's a new cutting board with indistinguishable characteristics, barely a groove from a serrated knife, and not the deeply notched one from my youth that my father had made. I suddenly have this desire for the house to be a museum dedicated to the way things were, that there be stanchions with a crimson velvet rope blocking off access to the things that were most distinguishably ours as a nuclear unit. We've veered off course somewhere, and I suddenly, desperately want to go back and course correct. To do that, everything must be exactly as it was. You need to let me say this. Gosh, I mean it to be profane. I also mean it as prayer. God, help me understand. Why is it we always hold on to an idealized version of the past? My mother takes a deep breath, wrapping the torn plastic bag around the other half of the bread loaf like she's diapering an infant for the first time, unsure how to really go about it, and aiming instead for maximum coverage. His name was Frank. Stop it. I keep my eyes focused on the bread and make a fist so tight that I can feel my fingernails dig into my palm. His name was Frank, she says, now for the third time. Frank Latimer. As soon as this name sinks in, I recall my lifelong distaste for the guttural sound made by the NK consonant cluster. Bank, tank, chunk, dank, kerplunk, hoodwink. Frank was a teacher, you might like to know, high school English. I scream silently in my head. When I stop, something awful occurs to me. Oh God, did we have him? No, he taught a few districts over. There is a long silence as the engine driving this particular reveal sputters, then dies altogether. When I can hear the house actually settling deeper into the earth, and when my stomach rumbles from hunger but not for food, I turn the engine over until it restarts. What else? He was older than I was, by several years, not many, a veteran. He fought in World War II, but only at the end. When he joined the service, the famous battle, Normandy? Why am I doing any heavy lifting here? That sounds right. It was already underway by the time he got there. When he returned, he finished out his service at Fort Drum and then went to the Teachers College over in Herkimer County. My brain actually hurts. I press on my eyeballs with the palms of my hands. What else? It takes her a moment to continue. He was married. I know that. His wife was religious. You're religious. Newly religious, some kind of religious that interfered with their
Marriage. She was younger and naive. His word, not mine. Their child, their only child, was stillborn. I press harder on my eyes until I see shooting stars. I guess that accounted for the religion. It was all so long ago. I haven't thought of any of this in years. These details are, I start, but I can't think of a single appropriate adjective to assign here. How did you meet? On a campaign. Inconsequential is the word I was looking for. A campaign for what? On a campaign to elect a Democrat to Congress. I can't think of anything to ask other than, why? Why? The man who previously held the seat had been appointed to the New York Supreme Court, so there was an election. As answers go, it's clear, concise, impenetrable even, but it makes my head spin more. You worked on a campaign? Your father said I should get out of the house. I'll bet he regrets saying that. After a month, we started skipping the campaign meetings. We would take long drives instead and just talk. About what? Nothing. Our daily lives. I liked the way he drove. Fast, but not too fast. Different from your father. It made me feel like someone else. So help me God if this is a euphemism. I'm talking about driving a car, that's all. The next part is a jumbled mess, and it's hard to know how much I'll retain. She would tell Frank stories about her daily routine as a stay-at-home mother, careful not to make it sound glamorous, if that were even possible, sensitive the whole time to the hand he was dealt, to his having missed out on his chance at fatherhood. When they would find a scenic overlook, he would stop the car. He told her surprising things, stories about the war and the little action he saw, stories that seemed unimaginable. When the war in Europe had ended, he was in a foxhole in Germany, in some town with a name like Ulm, and there was an announcement over a loudspeaker, "The war is over, the war is over," and he couldn't make out the words over the static, and he had to turn to a buddy next to him to ask, "What are they saying? Warm apple turnover?" It was at one of these overlooks he told me his wife had been seeing the ghost of their dead child. Ghost? I'm certain my ears are deceiving me. Host. This story has a ghost. I'm living my own Amityville horror. My mother motions for me to keep quiet. At first, it was confined to the crib in the nursery they couldn't bring themselves to take down, and then later it appeared outside the home, on bus benches, the laundromat floor. His wife would stop and talk with the baby that no one else saw, and it scared other people. It was sad, this woman's predicament, but I was excited by it then. These sightings, these stories. It's perverse, I know. That poor woman. If you are to take my mother at her word, the drives were innocent enough at first. They were, after all, just talking, but eventually the relationship became sexual when they ran out of things to say, when their time together started to resemble the time they spent with their spouses, repeated stories bookended by long silences. When she became pregnant, he asked her to leave my father, but she didn't think she could. And when she came around on the idea, when she thought that maybe, perhaps, he wasn't so sure he could leave his wife, what would the town say? They would have to leave their homes, start over someplace new. My mother didn't feel she could do this, not to my father, who hadn't done anything wrong, certainly not to Kenny and Naomi, and not to herself, as it took so much of her being and her soul to establish roots where she was. Did you... abortion? I have clear feelings about a woman's right to choose, but stumble on the word when the fetus in question was me. We discussed it. And I'm on the edge of my seat, as if I don't know the outcome. That wasn't an option for me. So you kept it, kept me. There was no right answer. We were both sad and felt powerless to stop the sadness. He was trapped, and things with your father? My stomach flips. Which one? Her eyes fill with water and tears fall down her face, but she continues with her voice barely quivering. Soon, I began to dread our time together more than the thought of staying at home. I rekindled things with your father to explain the pregnancy, and he seemed pleased when I told him about your impending arrival, and things got better for a while. Did he suspect? Silence. I maybe hear someone upstairs, or it could just be the heater. You came along 8 months later. If he questioned the math, he never did so out loud. We're stuck with each other. We both stay motionless, unsure of what to do or say next. My coffee's gone cold, but I don't dare reheat it. Eventually, I get up, cross to the fridge, and open the door. I stare inside, taking inventory of the contents, pushing aside Thanksgiving leftovers hastily crammed in Tupperware to explore what there is behind them. You're out of milk, I say. The kid will want cornflakes.
There's plenty of fruit and bread for toast. He will want cereal. I close the door and turn back to my mother. So, do I get to meet this guy? My mother is taken aback. Frank? As if I could possibly be talking about anyone else. You met him once. Or he met you. You were just a baby. He wanted to see you. I didn't know if it was a good idea, but he insisted, and I didn't want a scene. My mother doesn't like a scene. Oh. And then she adds, you threw up on him. Oh, I say again at this new bit of information. She wipes her eyes with her hands. I could offer her a tissue or a paper towel, but I don't move. He would turn up every now and then. That lasted a while. I would see him parked at the grocery store or across the street at the pharmacy. It always frightened me, seeing him. I thought maybe he was unstable or angry. I was afraid for you. Then, before it got unbearable, it sort of resolved itself. I huff. What does that mean? He stopped popping up, and eventually I never saw him again. Of course he stopped. I was a ghost to him. He would see me places, I would appear, but I was in another dimension, belonged in another world. He couldn't get close enough to touch me. Frank, in a cruel twist of fate, was now the father of 2 lost children. For the first time, I'll bet he really understood his wife. I emphasize wife to underscore a moral condemnation, even though I'm not clear in this moment about my level of outrage. One other thing. I wait for a final shoe to drop. My mother doesn't say anything. My head quivers, a sort of physical prompt. She finally starts. A what? My mother just looks at me until she breaks and whispers, like you. A homosexual? I'm thoroughly confused. A writer. The room narrows and the silent screaming in my head returns until it bubbles over and out into the kitchen. No, I yell, although to what I'm not sure. All of it, I think. No, 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 no. A car pulls in the driveway and the engine stops. I look out the window. Sunlight. Kenny sits behind the wheel but doesn't get out of the car. Kenny's here. My mother bursts into sobs. This is why I didn't want to be written about. I don't understand what the this is. The affair? The shame? She's fully sobbing now, big, heaving jags. Again, I make no move to comfort her. Instead, my throat burns and my body aches with feverish chills, and my feet are leaden. I use the last of my strength to remain upright, and just when I feel like I might fall, a question pops into my head. What is Frank's full name? My mother turns away from me, and when I know my own tears are inevitable, I take a step back and repeat myself. What? She responds. Latimer, I told you. Is Frank short for something? No response. The whole kitchen rumbles like a large truck is driving by, but I know from the heat in my face that the thunder I feel is the manifestation of my growing rage. Through grit teeth. Was his name Francis? Is Frank why you called me Fran? She starts to cry even harder as the kitchen walls fully close in around us. I told Jackie I was named after.
I can't even finish. The humiliation is too much. In my whole life, I've never been this angry. You have no idea what you've done. I grab my scarf and my jacket and stuff my feet most of the way into the shoes I kicked off when I arrived less than 18 hours ago, and am out the door in a blur, closing it quickly behind me before Domino can escape. I lurch toward Kenny's car as I struggle to get my left arm through my jacket sleeve, and when I bang on the passenger side window, it looks like I don't have a hand. Christ on the cross, he exclaims. I can read his lips through the window. Let me in. Kenny reaches over to unlock the door and I climb inside. It's warm and Dan Fogelberg is playing on the radio, and for half a second, I mistake the blast from the heater for a gentle ocean breeze, and my body almost relaxes before tensing up again. I came by to see how you were doing, he says. The leader of the band is tired. What? I point to the radio. And then I add, we need milk. Kenny mutters something in response, but my brain feels like soup, and I look around the car as if startled to find myself in it. Fortunately, he repeats himself. What for? This time I understand. I don't know. For drinking. For cornflakes. We're out of it. That's what for. You bring your wallet, superstar? Just drive. Kenny puts the car in reverse, and when we're safely down the street and I can no longer see the house in the side view mirror, I slap the glove box a good 6 or 7 times. Hey, this is a nice car, Kenny protests. It's German. It can take it. You okay? No, I'm not okay. Daniel says I say milk. Do I say milk? Kenny shrugs and flicks his left blinker in preparation to turn. Milk, I say, over accentuating the I. It sounds completely ridiculous. I turn to Kenny. Did you know cornflakes were invented to cure undesirable habits? He chews on that before answering. I think I knew. That rings a bell. What else do you know? What? You think I knew about this? I did not know about this. My brother's a genius in many things, observances, especially of human behavior. It's what makes him a great attorney. I don't know if I believe him, but I also have no reason not to. This car smells. Your car smells. The kids? Kenny takes a deep whiff. There may be a McNugget under the seat. I've lost control of my life. You've lost control, I want to protest. McNuggets sound good right now. Kenny laughs. It's like 7 in the morning. We drive in silence for another half-mile or so. His name was Frank. Who? Kenny asks. I glare at him as he pulls up to a stop sign. Then he looks over at me and mouths, "Oh, yeah, oh, you've talked about this already? Like, you just went there? She went there. I didn't want to go there. I wanted raisin toast." I should have done more to stop my mother from sharing, stuck my fingers in my ears, left the room, blasted a stereo. She probably had a lot to say. Don't you dare take her side. I'm not. You don't know what it was like for me. He loved you. Dad, he loved you too. He didn't like me all that much. And to think my whole life I thought it was my fault. What, you think he knew? You think he didn't? Kenny stares at me until I focus my attention on the road. So, what did she say? Exactly. To think back on it exhausts me. She said his name was Frank. Kenny exhales his frustration. But seriously, what am I supposed to do? Just launch into the entirety of it? And I don't know. There was a whole long spiel that touched on democratic politics and something that happened in the New York Supreme Court, some other thing that transpired in the European theater during World War II. There was a teacher's college in Herkimer County, and also a woman who saw ghosts. All of this is now jumbled in some horrific mishmash in my head, and I can feel a tight pain growing at my temples as this is all starting to sound like the plot of some lesser work by Eugene O'Neill. Did we really talk about ghosts? But isn't this entirely about ghosts? Why do they call it theater, the different fronts of a war? Kenny asks. The Pacific theater, the European theater. Why theater? Seriously? I ask. Seriously, I don't really care. I press my head against the window and count telephone poles as they go by. When I get to 11, Kenny says, "That's the kind of thing Dad would have known." Who's Dad? Kenny doesn't respond. He just looks at me with something akin to pity. There's no chance she's making it up? If she is, she's a better writer than I am. Kenny nods. He slept on this. I think in his heart he knows that it's true. We get to the market, but they don't open until 8. Kenny grabs coffee and donuts from the little bakery on the corner, and we sit in the car for 25 minutes making small talk, waiting for the store to open its doors. Kenny mostly blathers on about an eminent domain case he's consumed by, and I half listen while refolding a map to restore the integrity of its original pleats. When the store opens, Kenny stays behind to listen to the NPR news update at the top of the hour. I walk inside the sliding double doors, and someone says, "Good morning," and I almost say, "What's good about it?" But instead, I tighten the muscles around the corners of my mouth and draw them upward as best as I remember how. I grab a basket and locate the dairy coolers at the back of the store. I'm struck by how small it is, the market. Grocery stores in New York are tiny. The carts look as if they were hit by a miniaturizing ray, and the shelves are stocked with itty-bitty cartons of things. If halfway down the aisle you meet someone pushing a cart in the opposite direction, one of you has to back up and retreat. This market is small in other ways. The food looks white and bland. There are no aisles with signs for ethnic selections, no shelves with oyster sauce or tamarind paste or Mexican prayer candles, and I doubt anything in the store is kosher. I work my way up and down the aisles like my father did on the rare occasions we grocery shop together.
You never know what you might need until you see it, he reasoned. My mother, on the other hand, thought it a waste of time to go down an aisle if there was nothing in it you required. But maybe with Frank, she opened her eyes to another method. She didn't know what she needed until she saw it. Perhaps that was good for her. I approached the produce, disgusted with myself for trying to draw larger conclusions from food shopping, and then continue my trek up and down each row until I reached the far end of the store, the bakery. Not because I want another donut or don't know what I'm shopping for, but to prove to myself that I am indeed my father's son. I loop all the way back to the dairy coolers before I have to crouch to keep from vomiting. I lean my head over the yogurt and wait for the sensation to pass. When I feel like I can stand up again, I head to the checkout empty-handed. Remembering the milk, I go back and select a half-gallon because the fridge is too full to hold a full one. Milk, I say out loud again. It just sounds better. We drive home in silence until Kenny shares a story about Ellen answering a phone call from a marketing survey company asking about lotion. Question: what do you like about the lotion? Answer: its moisture. Question: what specifically about its moisture do you like? Answer: the moist part. And then, out of the blue, he says what I imagine a lot of people think. What type of person has an affair? His words drip with judgment, but I don't take the bait. Not when I came this close to kissing Mark mere days ago. Besides, it's not the affair that I'm upset about, at least not yet. That wasn't a violation of her relationship with me. It's not even the lying to cover it up. It was never allowing me to know who I am, all the while knowing my identity was something I struggled with. When we pull in the driveway, Kenny hesitates. He turns off the engine but leaves his hand on the ignition. So, you have a father again, he says. All of it still sinking in. I blow air through my lips. Appears so.
I can tell this is not the reaction he wants. Jealous? I don't know. Are you going to contact him? I shoot him a look before answering. Papa Frank? That's something to think about. My leg starts doing this involuntary shaking thing, and it rattles the whole car. Are you coming in? Kenny puts his hand on my knee until my leg slows and then stops. I haven't decided yet, he says. I sink back in my seat. She was crying. Mom? When? When you got here? Sobbing. What did you do? I look at him incredulously. What do you mean, what did I do? I left to get milk. Kenny nods, like he's unsure of what he would have done in the same situation. You do kind of say milk. Silence. I can't finish the book now. What are you talking about? I don't know. You're feeling sorry for her? No. The book doesn't have an end, and now my whole life is reset, all the way back to the beginning. I think about what I wrote, and now none of it is true. Does it matter? I thought it was a novel. Yes, it matters. Now I really don't know if I'm coming in. I look down, surprised to see Kenny's hand still on my knee. Can you get out of it? He asks. Out of what? Your book deal. I didn't even think of the legal ramifications. I have no idea. Do you want me to look at the contract? Jesus, Kenny, can you not be an attorney for like 5 seconds? With the engine off, the window begins to fog. Kenny just shakes his head. It's clear he wants to say more, but he doesn't. When the silence becomes unbearable, he punctuates our conversation with the obvious. This is so messed up. Naomi appears in the doorway, her figure blurred by the window fog. She's waving frantically at us to come inside. Look who's up. What does she want? Kenny asks, almost annoyed. He wipes some of the condensation from the windshield with his glove. I don't know. The milk? It's as if there's no real way to figure it out, no action we could take to lower the glass partitions between us. We're in another dimension. There's no way for us to reach her. There's no way for her to reach us. We're so far away, this communication may have been recorded months ago, and we're just receiving it now in the way that astronauts in science fiction movies receive messages previously recorded on Earth. Disgusted, Naomi sticks out the thumb and the pinky on her right hand and holds it up to her ear. I recognize this sign language. Telephone. Someone is on the phone. We step out of the car and she crosses her arms to protect herself from the cold and pulls her sweater tight. Why couldn't I have had sisters?
I walk into the kitchen, clutching the milk in the crook of my elbow, tightly to my chest. My mother is holding the telephone out to me, her arm locked, as if the receiver itself might explode. For me? I mouth. She shakes the telephone insistently, like it's growing hotter in her hand by the second. There's a redness and swelling around her eyes. When she catches me looking, she turns away. I take the phone and lift the receiver to my ear. Hello? I can feel the cold of the milk carton through my shirt. James, there you are. It's Jacqueline Onassis. I look up, and everyone is staring at me. Naomi, my mother, Danielle, everyone except for Aaron, who runs full speed and headbutts me in a sensitive area. Kenny walks through the kitchen door behind me as I double over in pain, and Naomi starts jumping up and down and pointing excitedly at the telephone pressed against my ear. "It's her," she whispers hoarsely, giddily clapping the backs of her hands like a seal. "The presidential seal. Oh, hello. Hi." I ease my grip on the milk and set it on the counter. I feel my heartbeat, as if jump-started by one of the defibrillators that earned my father a letter from Jackie's first husband all those years ago. "I received your message?" "My message?" "Yes, I came into the office to get some work done, and you left a message on the machine." How could I have forgotten? But honestly, with all that's happened since then, how could I have remembered? I can feel the heat of so much attention on me. I take a few steps away and then stop abruptly. My mother's telephone cord has been replaced since I stretched out the old one in high school, and there's only so far I can roam. That's right, I wanted to tell you, to come clean about something. What is it? I didn't do it. What you suggested I do before writing the end? I can't be certain, but I think I hear Jackie purr. I take one last look at everyone gathered around me before I lock my sights on my mother. I take a deep breath. But I've done it now. What we discussed. I want you to know that it's done. Everything turned around. December 1992 to 1993. Alan is running late for our meeting, and my anxiety increases exponentially with each passing minute. This should be done like the ripping of a Band-Aid, and yet here I sit, picking around the edges of a proverbial bandage, just trying to lift a tiny corner, any tiny corner, from my skin. I turn to look at the clock on his office wall for the 100th time and knock over a stack of magazines with my messenger bag. "I'm sorry," Donna says. "He should be here any minute. You guys need to clean up in here." I kick the last few magazines by my feet to illustrate my point. I'm on edge all the time now. The slightest thing set me off. Last night, I snapped at Daniel for chewing too loudly, as if this mess were somehow his fault. I catch Donna's reaction to my rude comment, so I quietly apologize by restacking back copies of Publishers Weekly along the side of the guest chair. "Who's he with, Reggie?" I ask, wondering if I'm going to be subjected to the sight of my agent limping in with a raw steak over his eye. "Who?" "Chinatown Reggie." I look for any glint of recognition but get none. It's obvious I'm letting some cat slip out of the bag. "Don't worry about those." She points at my effort to make sense of the magazines. I stack the last few copies on top of the pile before nearly knocking them over again. I set my bag on the floor on the far side of the chair. "Looking forward to Christmas, Donna?" I'm grasping for small talk. "No." "No?" "My son wants I don't know what you call it, some big squirt gun he wants. Super Soaker, that's the one. My nephews want the same thing. We took him to see a mall Santa this weekend, and when he asked for a Super Soaker, I shot Santa a look, which he picked up on like we were psychically connected. 'Santa doesn't bring guns,' he said, and now my kid has it in for him." I said, "Joshy, what are you going to do with a water gun in December?" "All his friends were getting them," he says. "He was afraid he wouldn't be able to protect himself." I said, "It's New Jersey. Unless they shoot icicles, you're safe until May." Did that put him at ease? His birthday's in April, so I said we'd revisit it. He's still annoyed at Santa, though. I swear to God, if he had the gun, he'd shoot up the North Pole. "What about you? What are your plans?" "Staying here in the city. Even if I wanted to see my mother right now, I don't. I can't risk any more family secrets gurgling to the surface." On the drive back to the city after Thanksgiving, Daniel and I didn't really speak. Silence felt like a favorite sweater. It wrapped us in just enough comfort to get us home. We watched a little TV and each picked at a slice of pizza and went to bed early, but didn't really sleep. It was just easier to say nothing under the cover of darkness. I drifted off for a few hours and had a dream that I don't remember. All day Sunday, I vacillated between denial and white-hot rage. It's a miracle Daniel didn't suffer whiplash trying to keep up. First thing this morning, I called Alan. "I need to see you as soon as humanly possible," I said, and he told me to come in today. "How's things with your mom?" Donna asks. "My mom? Alan said you were having some issues." "It's tough," I tell her. "Things are tough right now." "Because of the book?" "Something like that." I smile, remembering a simpler time, last week in fact, when that was my biggest problem. "Can I tell you something?" "Of course."
Donna pushes back from her desk and scoots her desk chair around to the side so we're sitting face to face. "I hate my mother." "Donna!" I exclaim. I burst out laughing from her unexpected candor. It's the first time I've laughed in 3 days. "No, I'm serious. She's a difficult person. Always has been, always will be. I can't do anything right. She hates my husband, she hates my kid. That may be harsh, but she certainly hates how we're raising him. My hair, it's the wrong color. And do not get her started on my nails or why I won't have them professionally done. She doesn't understand why I would work in the city when I could be a bank teller near my house, or why I ride the train, or who makes dinner to feed the kid that I'm raising incorrectly. I wouldn't be surprised if she buys all the super soakers in a 10-mile radius so that when I cave and want to give him one, I can't, because she thinks he should spend more time with a book. Look where I work, as if I don't know reading is important." Donna exhales deeply. "That feel good?" I ask. "You have no idea." She tosses her head back and laughs, released of a burden that somehow feels transplanted in me. What was my point? "It's okay if there isn't one. This can just be cathartic for you." Donna smiles and I shift in my seat to hear where the rest of this goes. "If you did everything wrong like I apparently do, your mother would have no problem with you publishing this book. She would just turn the other cheek and quietly disapprove. If she takes real issue with it, it's because she knows deep down that you've done something right. And if she hasn't read it?" I want to ask, but Donna cuts me off. "And it's clear you love your mother. It comes through on every page of your manuscript." Alan bursts through the door, a cyclone of dry cleaning and apologies. James, hi. Donna, take this." Donna leaps up and takes his dry cleaning and his coat and hangs them both on the back of the door. "Give me 1 minute, then come on in. Donna, did you get him some coffee?" "I'm fine, thank you," I say, covering for Donna, who never offered. "Did she tell you about the fatwa her son put out on Santa?" I told him. They interact like a married couple who spends too much time alone. Alan steps into his office and I stand to gather my things. I can hear him rummaging through papers as Donna crosses back to her desk. "I'm serious," she whispers. "If my kid ever wrote something like you did about me, I would be thrilled, because that would mean I was seen." Her eyes get a little misty. Really seen, as a person, you know? Not his waitress, not his maid, not his jailer. A person. She nods, and I place my hand on her arm and I start nodding too, until we're just a couple of bobbing heads. I may have seen my mother as a person, but up until now, I never saw her so human. "All right, James, come on in." Donna pats my hand and I let go, entering Alan's office with caution. Thankfully, he remains fully dressed and exhibits no outward signs of physical distress. "Sit, sit, sit." I take a seat opposite him, the same chair where I signed the contracts less than a year ago. My stomach churns thinking of all I've lost between then and now, my identity for starters. What's the emergency? No chit-chat, I guess. The book. I feel like a child in the principal's office, sent here for mistakenly causing a disruption, when in fact, the one who was disrupted is me. I figured the book. What about it? Somehow it's already my turn to talk again. It's just, I need more time. Why? It's come to my attention that I may have written the wrong one. The wrong book? Exactly. Alan combs his eyebrows upward with his fingers. How do you mean? I'm wondering if it's possible to write another one. I hope you'll write another one. A different one, I mean. They bought this one. Yeah, and maybe they'd buy another one instead. How do I explain that I can't publish a book about the search to understand a woman who is clearly not to be understood? What's this really about, kid? Alan picks up his glasses, puts them on like he's about to read something, and then tosses them down on his desk. He probably wants to strangle me, but he remains outwardly calm.
I lie and say, I don't know, but I do know. I look down at my hands and I don't know whose they are. I mean, obviously mine, but are they also Frank's? I have such long fingers, piano-playing fingers, Daniel once called them, although childhood piano lessons never stuck. Kenny doesn't have fingers like these. My father doesn't. What other qualities do I have that I now don't know their origin? I'm supposed to be writing an ending, but it feels like I'm playing a game. Chutes and ladders, perhaps, or sorry. And just when I'm about to win it all, my game piece gets sent back to the start. Please tell me you haven't discussed this with Jackie. I'm discussing it with you. Alan scrutinizes me, choosing his next words carefully. Have you read Pat Conroy, the novelist? I make a face. What does Pat Conroy have to do with anything? Yes, I met him once at some Hockton Mifflin event a friend bullied me into attending. Usual nonsense chatter, but then later in the evening, I overheard him say it was a year or so after he published The Great Santini that it dawned on him he'd written exactly the wrong book about his family life. A year later? It had never occurred to me that the particulars of my situation maybe aren't that particular. Is this what writers endure? So I'd say by comparison, you're early. Alan picks up his glasses again and starts opening the mail with an ivory-handled letter opener as if my problem is totally solved. He proceeds to read some sort of query letter while I sit there and stew. I can feel my frustration rising like bile until it gurgles over. And what on God's green earth did he do about it? My volume surprises even me. Alan doesn't look up, despite my raised voice. Pat? He pauses while he finishes reading. He went and wrote the right one, and that was The Prince of Tides. He balls up the letter and tosses it into the garbage before moving on to the next piece of mail. But he had to write the first one in order to write the second. It's just an ending we're talking about, right? That's what Jackie's been writing you for? You can't come up with an ending. Has she been difficult to work with? Has she not given you clear instructions? No, she's been very clear. Then just do what she's asking. Alan doesn't wait for me to say what she's asking is impossible. That reminds me, I got a note from Dudley. They've locked in a pub date for the book. Oh, even in my agitated state, this piques my interest. Summer, August, I think. That's good, right? Is it? It feels like more of a winter book. He shrugs. Beach read, I say, and we both chuckle, but me more than him. August, that's 8 months away. Do I have it in me to deliver? Jackie's words come roaring through. Don't tell your story to change the past. What if I don't want to change it? What if I just want to change it back? That's still change, I think, answering my own question. Nothing's perfect, kid. You figure that out by now? You wrote a good book. You've done everyone proud. Everyone? Alan switches his grip on the letter opener so that he's holding it like a knife ready to stab. I really am wearing on his last nerve. You know how many writers would kill to be in your shoes? Immediately, I know that he's right. Something awakens in me. I have to make this work. An opportunity like this might not come around again. Like Jackie said, I can't write to change the past. I have to go through the door that's been opened in front of me. Isn't that the way? The world only spins forward after all. I've been overwhelmed trying to find my right ending. But isn't it just that, if I'm being reductive? Isn't this whole situation simply an ending? An ending to secrecy, an ending to lies, the closing of the space between us that has kept my mother and me apart, an end to this book. If I want to really be a writer, I have to tell the whole story.
I have to follow the narrative wherever it may go. The realization racks through my body, jolting right down to my toes. I don't want to publish the wrong book only to correct it with another. I want to make this one right. It may, after all, be my only one. To find my ending, to find myself, I have to find my father. I have to find Frank Latimer. Alan snaps his fingers to get my attention. All we can do is roll with the punches. I'm going to meet Frank. Roll with the punches. You still with me? I laugh. What? Nothing. And then my mood suddenly shifted, I tell him. Says a man who pays to get punched. Alan makes a playful fist at me, Ralph Cramden style. Get out of your head and out of my office. Go find your ending. Go find Frank. I feel hands on my shoulders and jump. It's Daniel. What are you doing? He asks, coming around to my side. The young woman sitting across the table from me looks up from her work, annoyed. We've shared an unspoken camaraderie over the past few hours, two silent people in the cavernous research room at the New York City Public Library, lost in our work. Now I'm responsible for breaking our carefully negotiated quietude. The chairs are hard and uncomfortable, and the room is cold, but the lighting is soft, both chandeliers and table lamps casting a warming glow, which makes it a good place to concentrate. A casual observer would see the stacks of medical textbooks that dwarf my table mate and think her work more noble than mine, but I would have to protest. The search for Frank Latimer is about healing, too. I thought you were coming home. I made popcorn. What time is it? I whisper, hoping to lower Daniel's voice by example. Having spent so much time in this library, I know how bothersome anything but total silence can be. A stray cough can send me spiraling for 10 minutes. Daniel looks at his watch. 2:45. He says it hoarsely, an approximation of a whisper. Shh. I look up at the mural framed by the ornately carved ceiling for strength. There's just enough paint in the swirling cumulus clouds to imagine they hold the answer to life's questions. Do you pay rent here now? I offer a silent apology to my table partner. She looks back kindly, as if she too has a boyfriend who doesn't know boundaries and library etiquette. I grab Daniel by his coat and lead him away from the work tables. I lost track of time. Jackie has given me until the end of the month to write an ending. It's clear her patience, like Alan's, is growing thin. I'm doing my best to avoid her until I can deliver, sending just enough notes through Mark to let her know I'm working, like I'm a spy checking in with my handlers while stationed out in the cold. I started spending time at the library in December, convinced that understanding why my mother would harbor such a devastating secret was an intrinsic part of my ending. That meant finding Frank Latimer and hearing his side of the story too. Of course, like any quest, it wasn't as easy as opening a phone directory. In fact, there wasn't a listing for him in any of the phone books in the Ithaca area. That by itself didn't mean much. He could have moved or had an unlisted number, but I had this hunch that he stayed close, that maybe he never stopped shadowing my mother, that he never stopped keeping tabs on me, his second child. I thought about asking the hospital where I was born, but Frank was, of course, never listed on any forms. I found a few teaching commendations and even a picture of him in the Steuben County Courier, strapping students into some new contraption called the seatbelt convincer. He also, apparently, taught driver's ed. The photo was grainy and his face in the crowd of students was not much more than a smudge. The father of two ghosts, barely more than an apparition himself. After admitting to myself one night that I make a lousy detective, I asked my mother for help. I can't assist you right now, she said, as if she were in the middle of planning a state dinner. Please don't ask me again. So it was back to the books. I researched his name, Latimer, to try to get some fragment or sense of him, of a new familial history, to try and see if I could recognize something about myself. It's of French origin, introduced to the English after the Norman conquest of 1066, deriving from the Old French latiner, translated literally as a speaker of Latin. In the Middle Ages, all important documents were recorded in Latin, making the position of Latimer an important one, like a teacher today, perhaps. Although I don't know what's so esteemed about sending a bunch of sophomores careening into a wall to convince them to wear a seatbelt. All of this research was getting me nowhere, so I've doubled down, pushing myself around the clock, desperate to find something, anything more on Frank, to prove that my mother is mistaken or prove that she's telling the truth. It's the uncertainty of it all that's eating away at me, the circumstantial nature of the evidence that's preventing me from writing a single word. I can't decide if my mother's story would hold up in a court of law or if the whole thing would fold like a house of cards. In a perfect world, I would just go home and write, put a pin in this, meet my deadline. But this new obsession is bordering on addiction. I try for a day to stop, to just work on the manuscript, and my hands shake and my brain sputters like I'm going through withdrawal. Am I a fool to think this is all related? Am I just using Frank to procrastinate, afraid of even further rejection if I can't make things just right on the page?
I pull Daniel over to the reference section, alongside a row of fat, forgotten books. I'm sorry, there was an issue with the microfiche reader, and the only woman who could fix it didn't come in until noon. He pulls a neglected tome from the shelf, confused by our change of venue. He reads the spine and says, "What's a gazetteer?" I want to delight in his not knowing something for once, but I can't really explain what a gazetteer is either. He places the book back on the shelf. "You said you were writing. Why do you need microfiche?" I don't say anything, which tells Daniel everything. "You were looking for Frank again." I was determined to write when I came here today. I was. But then I found myself scouring old newspapers like a junkie looking for a quick hit, and found 2 undiscovered articles on the campaign my mother claimed they volunteered for. And yet, further corroboration of her story, a photograph of my mother with a strange man, perhaps standing behind the candidate at a rally, still eludes me. I didn't lie. The 2 things are intertwined. He looks dejected. We had plans. Is it over? You missed the whole thing. I rub my hands together in an attempt to warm them. I may have to start bringing gloves. Cold air travels in here like whispers. Is there any leftover? Leftover what? Popcorn. He takes a few steps away from me before abruptly turning and coming back. Yeah, it won't be as good though. He shakes his head. I'm a lost cause, it seems. I popped it on the freaking stove. A smile creeps across his face. Daniel's been downright chipper since he received the news a week ago that he was hired to direct a production of Christopher Durang's Beyond Therapy at a small theater in the West Village. Rehearsals don't start for a few months, but it's changed his whole outlook on the year, and for our relationship, it couldn't be better timed. His good mood balances my dark one. How was it? The popcorn? I just told you. The inauguration. At noon, Bill Clinton was sworn in as the 42nd President of the United States. I promised we would watch the inaugural address on TV together, which felt like a low-key second chance at New Year's when I fell asleep well before the ball dropped. It was good. There was a poem. An older gentleman approaches, holding a note card, and I freeze as if Daniel and I are doing something covert. He consults his card and realizes he's in the wrong spot and moves on.
A poem? Yeah, apparently Kennedy had one. He kicks me playfully. I run my finger across a collection of atlases and decide I've had enough of the library for one day. It may be the dark corners, or the sun setting in the early afternoon, or the subject of my research, but I feel depleted. Walk me home? Sure thing, he says, whispering at last. Daniel spills more about the inauguration as we step out into the cold, down the steps, and past the stone lions that guard the library. Something about the speech or something about a parade. I'm only half listening, as it occurs to me yearbooks might be another place to look for Frank. As we approach Bryant Park, I hear Daniel say, "Saudade" is how my grandmother would describe it. His word catches me by surprise. Who? At first I think he's trying to say Saad, the singer of smooth R&B hits. Saudade. It's a word my grandmother used to say when she was missing home. Daniel's grandmother was born in Brazil, and so every now and again some Portuguese pops up in conversation. What does it mean? Oh, it doesn't have an English translation. I give Daniel a little shove, and he skids on a small patch of ice. I catch him just before he falls. Easy, fella. I have his arms behind his back like he's under arrest, and hold on until I'm sure he has his balance. Not a direct translation, anyhow. He turns his head and makes a kissing sound. Why don't you just give me the indirect one? It's like a nostalgia or melancholy, but more than that, with a recognition that the something we're longing for hasn't happened, or isn't returning, or maybe never was. Why do you say that now? About today? I don't know. All those people in the inauguration crowd, they looked young. They looked hungry. They were probably cold. I exhale and my breath forms a tiny cloud before floating away. Daniel casts a sideways glance. This difficult attitude is what he's had to put up with of late. They want their Camelot, but it's not coming back. It can't come back. The world has moved on in complicated ways. Saudade. I study Daniel's face. The cold lessens his skin's elasticity, leaving an echo of his solemn look. Or maybe it never was? Is that the idea? Maybe. He points to the walk sign across 6th Avenue, and we enter the crosswalk facing west. Where are we going? I thought we'd stop for soup at that place. I don't really want soup, but I keep quiet. The truth of the matter is, it's all too much. Clinton, Kennedy, nostalgia, melancholy, things that are not coming back, things that perhaps never were. I feel a deep need to believe there was another time, before, when everything seemed right, unlike now, when everything feels wrong. Tell me something else. I pull Daniel's string to keep him talking so that I don't have to. About the inauguration? Clinton was just wearing his suit jacket, no overcoat. Idiot. What about Hillary? Hat? No hat. Big hat. I think of Jackie on the same dais, how overwhelming it must have felt in person once upon a time, what the view must have been like looking across the National Mall, and how small one must feel in the face of such incredible responsibility. Was she watching earlier today, or has she entirely moved on? The cold whips down 6th Avenue, but it's invigorating to be outdoors. There are days when I barely get out of my bathrobe, when I manage only a winter coat over pajamas to run to the grocery on a ridiculous errand, to buy pears, for instance, before I remember that pears are out of season. What was the poem? Maya Angelou. She has very crisp diction. It had the word mastodon. I feel my face contort. In what context? Who knows? I just remember the word. The street stretches like taffy. It actually feels like it gets longer, as if we're in some carnival funhouse. When we finally make it to the soup place, I stomp my feet to regain sensation in my toes. We read the menu board together before I settle on Thai carrot ginger because they make it with coconut milk, and there's something about that that feels lush and warm. Eat it here or get it to go? I look around the restaurant and there are plenty of seats. To go, I say after some consideration. If we go home, we'll turn on the TV to keep us company while we eat. If we stay here, Daniel will drone on about the inauguration. An inauguration is a beginning, one whose end is unwritten. I need to focus my brain on endings. As Daniel pays for the soup, I turn to the TV mounted in the corner of the restaurant. It plays clips from Washington, the events of the day inescapable. I watch Bill and Hillary wave to the crowds as they walk from the Capitol to the White House, so full of promise and hope. An administration is judged by whether or not it fulfills the promise of its start. A book should be judged in a similar way, I think to myself. I watch as the soup guy tapes lids to our containers, places them in a paper bag, and calls out, "To go." As Daniel collects our order and I grab 2 plastic spoons from the counter, inspiration hits. The answers I need are not here, not in the library, not in the city. I need to take my quest to go. I've spent 3 nights in as many Super 8 motels, although I hardly notice. They're all the same. The rooms, the sounds, always next to a major road with rumbling trucks at almost evenly timed intervals, the musty smell, the beds, the pillows, the light bulbs, a maddening hum whose source can never be traced. Even the wall art, which is at least slightly different in each port and designed to make the whole experience more palatable, fails spectacularly in exactly the same way. I followed the article I found with Frank Latimer's picture to a school in the Hammondsport area, which sits at the tip of Keuka, one of the Finger Lakes. It reminded me of Ithaca that way. The school secretary took pity on me. Frank's tenure lasted for only 3 years, early in the Reagan administration, and they've had a lot of turnover, so there wasn't much overlap with the current staff. She remembered him fondly enough, said he had an impressive mustache, and brought his own lunch and mostly kept to himself. He helped her once with a flat tire, after some students had scattered nails in the parking lot as a prank. He carried pens in his pocket, and most of his shirt fronts had ink stains. She didn't remember the seatbelt convincer, but said it's possible the contraption came through on some sort of tour, part of a larger campaign perhaps, around the time they were debating raising the state speed limit. I tried to absorb her every word, but her neck had this loose skin that jiggled like a turkey's waddle, and it was hard not to focus on that. When I asked why Frank left, she had to check her records. Her tall, gray filing cabinet moans like a yawning tiger when she opened it. She produced a thin manila file that said he took a job in Wanianta.
I asked to see the file, but personnel records were private, she said. Before I even left the school, I had already forgotten her name. I wandered around the town, bundled against the cold and the frigid winds that came whipping down the water. The lakefront had a number of private docks, and I walked out to the end of one and sat to watch the sunset. I could feel the cold boards of the dock through my pants. I should have packed long underwear. I have no ability to change a flat tire, but I do always carry pens. If the goal was to feel a connection with Frank, Hammondsport was kind of a wash. I stayed until my fingers and toes felt like the slushy bits of lake water that lapped at the shore, and the lake reflected the raging fire of a bright orange sky. Next up, Wanianta. It's a sunny town, and that alone made it sparkle with more possibility. I nervously walked the high school hallways looking for the office, peering through the narrow window in each classroom door. There's a sameness to all these mid-century schools. The floors, the lockers, the drab paint color, the scent alone is instantly transporting. What was the poem? Maya Angelou. She has very crisp diction. It had the word mastodon. I feel my face contort. In what context? Who knows? I just remember the word. The street stretches like taffy. It actually feels like it gets longer, as if we're in some carnival funhouse. When we finally make it to the soup place, I stomp my feet to regain sensation in my toes. We read the menu board together before I settle on Thai carrot ginger because they make it with coconut milk, and there's something about that that feels lush and warm. Eat it here or get it to go. I look around the restaurant and there are plenty of seats. To go, I say, after some consideration. If we go home, we'll turn on the TV to keep us company while we eat. If we stay here, Daniel will drone on about the inauguration. An inauguration is a beginning, one whose end is unwritten. I need to focus my brain on endings. As Daniel pays for the soup, I turn to the TV mounted in the corner of the restaurant. It plays clips from Washington, the events of the day inescapable. I watch Bill and Hillary wave to the crowds as they walk from the Capitol to the White House, so full of promise and hope. An administration is judged by whether or not it fulfills the promise of its start. A book should be judged in a similar way, I think to myself. I watch as the soup guy tapes lids to our containers, places them in a paper bag, and calls out, "To go." As Daniel collects our order and I grab 2 plastic spoons from the counter, inspiration hits. The answers I need are not here, not in the library, not in the city. I need to take my quest to go. I've spent 3 nights in as many Super 8 motels, although I hardly notice. They're all the same. The rooms, the sounds, always next to a major road with rumbling trucks at almost evenly timed intervals, the musty smell, the beds, the pillows, the light bulbs, a maddening hum whose source can never be traced. Even the wall art, which is at least slightly different in each port and designed to make the whole experience more palatable, fails spectacularly in exactly the same way. I followed the article I found with Frank Latimer's picture to a school in the Hammondsport area, which sits at the tip of Cuba.
In my high school, I walked the hallways trying my very best to hide my true identity, head down, hiding behind books. Now I wander these halls in search of it, head up, with no props to hide behind, but awkward still. Give me a college campus and I will feel at home. High schools contain haunting memories that jangle my very nerves. The vice principal in Wanianta, a Mrs. Caskey, is less friendly than was the secretary in Hammondsport, but ultimately more helpful. She knew Frank, but she's not sure why I want to. I told her I was a writer from the New Yorker. I'm surprised how easy lies come of late. It's as if my mother has opened a floodgate, doing a story on high school English teachers who had writerly ambitions of their own. I was given his name as a lead. It's ridiculous to think this idea would fly at the New Yorker, but it seemed to pass muster in Wanianta. He was always working on something in the teacher's lounge, that's for certain. Sometimes he was late for class, she said. Do you know what it was? I imagine some brilliant work the world may never know. It wasn't a grade book. He was terrible about turning in grades. That's interesting, I said. I can procrastinate too. She tilted her head and pursed her lips, as if annoyed by my trying to draw a connection. I asked if there was an old yearbook I could see, to make sure it was the same Frank Latimer whose name I'd been given. She walked over to a closet in the back. A minute later, she returned with 3 yearbooks and plunked them down on the counter. He was definitely here at least one of these years. Faculty's near the back. I bought myself a moment by studying the book's cover. The school mascotta, not unfriendly-looking yellow jacket, looked straight back at me, as if it were about to buzz my face. Sting, quickly and with purpose. I immediately flipped toward the back, but the faculty names jumped from Lancaster to Leicester. In the second book, I found him on the first page I opened to. It wasn't like looking in a mirror, but I recognized him nonetheless. It was his nose, I think, and something about the eyes. A discomfort of being photographed we shared, as if posing were taking us both away from something more important. I traced his features with my index finger like a blind person feeling a stranger's face, suddenly able to see. "That him?" Mrs. Caskey asked. "That's him," I said, my voice cracking between the 2 words. At the hotel, I open a bottle of drugstore Cabernet and wallow in feeling lost. The room doesn't have a corkscrew, so I mangle the stopper with a pen that's laid out by the telephone until I can push the remnants into the wine. With each sip, I spit out bits of cork. For some unknown reason, Deb from Martha's Vineyard comes to mind. If you're ever lost, take a right. I'm not sure this counts as a turn, but I pick up the phone and call my mother. "I'm in Wanianta," I say, another bid, but not really caring this time if I pique her curiosity. In the brochure left on the table, it states Wanianta means place of open rocks in the Mohawk language, so I tell her that too. "I found a letter," my mother blurts out, after we talk about January's snowfall. It had a return address. In Syracuse. I drop the phone in annoyance and it lands on the bed with a thud. The Super 8 mattresses could be the open rocks the Mohawk were referring to. I take a big swig of cheap, syrupy wine and can feel the cork bits in my throat when I swallow. I make a sound like a cat trying to cuff up hair. Eventually, I pick up the receiver. "A letter from him?" "Yes," she says, but only after a great pause. "Well, you're just full of surprises." "Don't be like that. No, you don't get to do this and also tell me how to be." Neither of us says anything for a long time. The room's natural hum mushrooms into a piercing ring. "What does it say, the letter?" "I never opened it." "But you never threw it away." "I guess not." I rap the phone on my forehead 3 times before saying, "No time like the present. Please don't make me." I open my mouth, ready to bark at her to open it, but instead I say, "I have his nose." I laugh because I picture myself actually having his severed nose, and then I think of Isis collecting pieces of Osiris, and I stop laughing and actually start to cry. "Do you?" she says, but I don't know if she's questioning this information or if she can't really remember enough about him to know if it's true. I think so. I hang up after she gives me the return address on the envelope. Outside, I take several deep breaths in the cold as I watch the traffic go by. The air is sharp like razor blades. My sweatpants and t-shirt provide little warmth, but I lean on the railing until I spot a car with one headlight out and feel I've seen enough to go back inside. I pour the rest of the wine down the sink and take a hot shower. Afterward, I flop on the bed in only a towel and flip through the TV channels until I've watched every station at least 3 times. I turn the TV off and study Frank's address, Milnor Avenue, named perhaps after the people who make hats, the Latin speaker and the hat maker. No, wait, that's milliner. In the morning, I drive from Wanianta to Syracuse. It takes 2 hours and 13 minutes. I stop at a AAA and ask for a map, and even though I'm not a member, they take pity on me. It doesn't take long to find Frank's house, although I pass it without meaning to and have to throw the car in reverse, parking across Milnor Avenue to get a good, hard look. The house is brick, small, with a red door. The driveway is plowed, and there are burlap bags over what I imagine are rose bushes under the front windows along the walk. Icicles hang over the front door, which seems dangerous. I judge Frank for not taking better care. There's a car in the driveway, some sort of hatchback. It's hard to see exactly what make and model from where I sit. Someone is obviously home, Frank, or maybe a new wife. I'm drenched in sweat, despite temperatures hovering around freezing. I focused so singularly on getting myself here that only now do I realize how nervous I am. When the windows completely fog, I remove my knit cap to blot the sweat from my forehead. It's as if I'm a burglar afraid of being made. But am I stealing anything so much as reclaiming a part of myself?
I wipe a small section of the window so I can continue to study the house. It's as unremarkable as these events are unusual. If Frank is indeed inside, we're only a few hundred feet apart. This is it, the last few steps, the closing of a 30-year gap I only just discovered. I don't remember opening the door or getting out of the car, but I'm in the middle of the street anyhow, crossing toward Frank's driveway. My feet move independently of my commanding them to. I'm a marionette. My legs are bowed where they are attached to strings, and I do this weird pivot as each leg moves closer to the drive. I place one foot on Frank's property and stop dead, like there's one of those electric dog fences keeping me from advancing any farther. It's the mailbox, the source of this current. Across the top is a little sign that says, "The Dembrowskis." Total panic. I pull my cap farther over my brow and look from the house to the mailbox to the car and back to the house again to make sure I have the right number. I even fetch the paper from my pocket with the address my mother gave me. I wrote it down 3 times, once for each time I made her repeat it. The curtain in the front window flutters, movement in the house. I whip around to cross the street and come this close to getting hit by a Toyota pickup. If my heart had stopped, that started it right up again. Slush from the melting snow is all over the front of my pants, all the way up to my knees. It's now or never. I turn back to the house, walk up the front steps, and knock on the door 3 times. I live a lifetime in the 30 seconds it takes for someone to answer. A man, shorter than I imagined Frank to be, and rounder. "Yes," he says.
My tongue feels heavy, like I'm having an allergic reaction to shellfish, even though I have no such allergy. I'm looking for Frank Latimer? My voice doesn't sound like it usually does. Who are you looking for? Frank Latimer. A woman's voice bellows from deeper inside the house. Who? Frank, somebody, the man calls back. We are Dembrowski. There's no such person here. In my heart, I knew there wouldn't be. When I'm safely inside the car, I lock all the doors and turn the air conditioning up to full blast to keep me from overheating and prevent the windows from fogging again. I have only one need, to leave Milner Avenue as fast as one humanly can. They'd never heard of him? It's Daniel. After a tuna melt at some ramshackle diner and a couple of hours to collect my nerves while kicking around town, I call him from, wait for it, another Super 8 motel. No, did you ask? Not so much. Then come home. I might still. Ask. I'm staying a little longer. You're spiraling. I have to finish the book. I look over at the manuscript, which I brought with me, looming on the dresser. Then finish it. Stop messing around looking for Frank. Wow, I could really use my boyfriend's support right about now. I am supporting you, and you're being too ridiculous to see it. Oh, I'm being ridiculous? In fact, you are. You think finding Frank is going to be the end of this thing, but it's actually going to be the beginning of a whole other thing. You've jumped in with both feet without really thinking about the consequences. You're conflating a deadline for the book with a deadline for blowing up your whole life. I flop back on the bed dramatically like a teenage girl whose parents read her diary. Daniel and I have had some version of this conversation for days. I don't understand his position on this. I don't get why he can't see the two things are related. Go ahead, finish your book. But please, give yourself breathing room on everything else. I don't have time. Yes, you do. I can't think straight anymore. I'm not leaving this motel until I finish. You're staying in Syracuse. Syracuse is my last stand. Then go back and ask, Custer. Go back and knock on the door. Then come home. Who were you looking for? Mr. Dembrowski's voice echoes in my ear. Silence. There are dead flies in the light on the ceiling. I can see them behind the frosted plastic. What a depressing place to meet your end, slowly rotting until some janitor comes to replace the bulb. Is that to be my fate? I never find my way out of this trap and some housekeeper finds my body while restocking miniature bottles of shampoo? Maybe Mr. Dembrowski is right. Whom am I looking for? It really isn't Frank, is it? Soon. I'll be home soon. There's one more stop I have to make. It's dark when Scott and I turn onto my street, so I'm surprised when I look at my watch and it says only 4:30. The solstice is still a week away, and it feels like each bitter cold day suffers a failure to launch. The sun sets before it reaches its full height in the sky. The days are not different in that regard from things with Scott. Rockets ignite, despite our best efforts not to let them, and each time there is an unspoken dare, fueled by hunger, to go further. But an actual launch is always scuttled, for weather or safety concerns or whatever reasons these things are called off, and we have to disembark before getting anywhere near the stratosphere. As often as I promise myself this is the time we will talk about it, this is the time we will put words to our hungry teenage explorations, we don't. We ride around as we do now, in total silence. Two boys without a definition, unsure of what they mean or who they are to each other. Sometimes I ache so much for the sound of his voice, even if it announces nothing of consequence, that I might explode in a ball of fire if I heard it. Scott pulls his father's sedan to the side of the road in front of my house and says, "Well, gosh." My entire body tingles as we roll to a stop, and Scott puts the car in park. This is it. This is the conversation. This is when we will say out loud what we are. It's not the most artful preamble, but now is not the time to critique his language skills. It's me who wants to be a writer someday, not him. I make a noise, I think, not quite a word, but a sound, a grunt. I'm embarrassed by this, so I swallow and ask, "What is it?" feigning concern and surprise like there weren't oceans of unspoken things between us. He nods toward my house. I turn my head, and in the thick shadows of late December, I see my mother step out the front door with a box and drop it on the lawn. It joins several others, making a kind of lopsided barricade. What the... Are those... Scott does his best to explain what's unfolding in front of our eyes. Decorations? I do not answer. When I was younger, we had a gaudy plastic creche, one with hollow characters that lit up from the inside. We would set it on the lawn about now, the week before Christmas, and, like dutiful Catholics, leave it up through the 12th day of Christmas, nearly a week after our neighbors' reindeer and snowmen came down. It sat in the garage in boxes for most of the year, and my father would set it up under my mother's watchful supervision, usually cursing the cold and his numbing fingers as she took great pains to exhibit the manger just so. We sold it in a yard sale a few years back. The wise men, the animals, the angel Gabriel. My mother protested. It seemed sacrilegious to mark them with price stickers, but the figures were worn, and my father rightly argued discarding Jesus, Mary, and Joseph in the trash would be a worse sin than rehoming them. No, seriously, James, what's going on? I know exactly what this is, and I seethe with rage. Now? In this moment? Can't I have anything? Can't I just have this one little moment with a boy? It's my father, I quietly admit. Scott squints and looks again, confused. "In the boxes?" he says, horrified, as if he's discovered my mother's secret identity as an axe murderer. I close my eyes as tight as I can and wish hard that when I open them, none of this will be happening. I know magical thinking will not make it so, but when I open my eyes, the barricade of boxes seems exponentially bigger than it should be, like maybe I drifted off. I've got to go. I look at Scott and try to say 1,000 things with a single look. My right hand on the car door handle, my left giving him a gentle punch on his thigh. Drive away with me, I plead with my vigorous stare. But of course he doesn't. He just looks back at me with his dopey smile. Deep down, I'm already imagining some future love, another man who loves me enough to clearly receive my telepathy, who would in this moment hear my soundless plea and hit the gas pedal. "Okay," Scott says, and my grip firms on the handle until the car door opens with a surprising pop. I jump like someone reacting to champagne being uncorked. I look at Scott in his doofy Luke Skywalker t-shirt and unzipped coat like this goodbye is goodbye forever. Then my weight shifts and the door feels like it opens the rest of the way of its own accord. I tumble out. The cold air is a slap to the face. It actually stings. I stand in the cluster of birch trees, all of us like tall, pale ghouls against the dark winter sky. I hear the window roll down behind me, and Scott shouts, "Call me later," but I'm not sure if it's because he's desperate for the sound of my voice too, or if he's into salient gossip, or both. Before I can respond, his car tires spin in the salt on the road until they catch traction. In seconds, he is gone. I fortify myself for the walk across the lawn just as my mother reappears with another box and tosses it on the pile. "Mom!" The ferocity of my tone startles us both, and she peers in between the trees to make out my approaching form. "Francis?" She sounds wholly confused. Ugh, when she sees me, my mother huffs. I reach her and we stand in silence, like insurance claim adjusters walking through the scene of a fire. "It's time," is all she says.
And then, I understand. We remain still and survey her handiwork. Does he know? My mother shrugs. He's about to. I don't understand why today is the day, until I do, until it courses through my arteries to the point where even my toes understand, and it starts its return trip to my heart. It's him or me, isn't it? That's the choice he gave you. That's between your father and me. That's a yes. This is a bed my father has made, and yet I'm filled with sudden regret that he has to lie in it. Like it's somehow all my fault. And, I guess, on some very real level, it is. It's sad. A man's life reduced to possessions, to boxes of things strewn across the front lawn of the house he, until this very moment, called home. If my mother made a different choice, the things in the boxes could just as easily be mine. Either way, our family has already forever changed. Naomi and Kenny have left to start their own lives, and my mother and I now face life as a twosome. I'm overcome with desire to know exactly when the last moment was that the five of us were under this roof. Whatever the occasion, it was the finite end to something concrete, something nuclear, something compound. We are divided, individual atoms now, and while atoms cannot be destroyed, they can certainly be scattered, just as my father's things are spread out across the ground. I place my hands on my mother's shoulders. They are bonier than I might have imagined. Are you sure? Are you sure about... I don't know what to call the mess around us. This. I'm sure. There are other ways, I want to tell her. This feels awfully hard to walk back. I could help you carry everything back into the house before he gets home. Scott's parents would let me stay with them until this blows over. Or maybe I could crash with Kenny. It's already over, Francis. I shove my hands into my pockets, wondering if my gloves are still sitting on the seat in Scott's car. The crack of a twig makes us both look to the tree line, but not even a raccoon emerges from the darkness. My name is James. My mother drops her head. You're taking his side. I'm not. James. She looks at the boxes as if she's counting them, as if to double-check that she got them all. If you're doing this for me, Mom, I want you to see me, to see who I am. Francis doesn't really exist. He does to me. Well, maybe you can say hello to him for me. We stand in frosty silence, but I can't let it go. I'm leaving here too, you know. Kenny's gone, Naomi's gone, it's my turn next. One more year. And you will be here, alone. Let me go. I'll figure it out. I pick up one of the boxes as if I'm going to bring it back into the house myself. You shouldn't choose me. My mother looks up, perhaps to wish on the evening's first star. As if on cue, the clouds part just enough for Orion's belt to shine through. I already did. I don't know how to reply, not really, so eventually I just put the box down and say, it's cold. I feel badly about my outburst, the stark dose of reality. I trace the box tops near me with my fingers and think of how to soften what I've just said. I make a silent vow. I will always choose you too. I already know it's one of those promises that sounds easy to keep when you're young and don't yet know how long life can be. My mother has been a constant for just about every day I can think of. The rational part of me knows that it won't always be that way, but there's another, not insignificant part that thinks, how could it not? I pull my hand out of my pocket and take hers in it. My entire life, my mother has radiated warmth.
to the touch, with a smile, with her time and attention, by things she made in the kitchen. But standing here in December among the bulk of my father's things, a perverse Christmas if ever there was, for the first time I can remember, her touch feels cold as ice. I pull the rental car down the driveway and find a spot in the far corner of the parking lot, away from the building that looks like an enormous ranch-style house with oddly placed windows and sliding glass doors that I'm convinced would be welded shut if it weren't for some overriding fire code. In front of my windshield is an ugly, shrinking mountain of slush and grime, a winter's worth of plowed snowfall. The trees are bare, rigid skeletons in formation in front of a soft blue sky. It doesn't look a thing like the brochure my siblings and I were shown, which offered lusher, greener photos taken at the height of summer. I don't remember how we found this place. I say we, but this was, of course, Naomi's work, the only one of us able to function while the rest of us were in denial or feigning indifference. The cars around me are as nondescript and unremarkable as the building, cars they give away on syndicated game shows, Buick Skylarks and Oldsmobile Cutlass Calais. Sadly, no one here is winning, on a game show or otherwise. I always felt it was sexist that it fell on Naomi's shoulders to handle all of this at the time, but truthfully, Kenny was ill-equipped and, on top of everything, had 2 young kids. Me, I lived in the city. There's no place like this where I lived, at least not one we could afford, and my father would have been unhappy and confused with the noise of New York, plucked from the quiet of upstate, only to be confronted with screaming sirens and the endless mental jackhammering. It's enough to drive even those of us in our right minds insane. Besides, I was persona non grata to him, had been for many years. I sit in the car, stretching and contorting my legs until I hear a few unsettling pops. It would be more productive to stand and stretch, but I like the sanctuary, the security that the car's interior provides. I feel invisible, despite being surrounded by windows, a false confidence that is not uncommon based on the number of nose pickers I've witnessed on this trip. I rotate my feet in circles, and when I get bored of that, I flex my calves. I stretch my neck by looking over at the entrance, only to see someone who looks vaguely like Naomi exit the building, and I slouch in my seat to hide. It hadn't occurred to me that I might run into family while here, and what I would say if I did. Fortunately, it's not Naomi. She would never wear such a hideous coat. When I enter the building, I'm confronted with a whiff of depression and sadness, and of the meat of bodies stored in heat instead of refrigeration. The smell is poorly masked with some sort of citrus freshener meant to make it all okay, but somehow makes it worse, slapping a happy face on grimaces of tortured pain. It's the smell of animal shelters, although not as pronounced. The faces here too, hoping to be sprung with each arriving visitor, but too broken to yelp and bark. "James Smale," I say to a woman at the front desk, announcing both my name and the name of my father. She doesn't even look up. "Room 124, she says, with some sort of French Caribbean accent. His room number is the same as that of my creative writing classroom in high school. The irony. Room 124. The room that set my brain free is now the very one trapping his. I can go back? Surely they don't just let people in off the streets. She finally pays me a glance and holds it a second longer than would be polite before nodding me through. I guess I don't look dangerous, just neglectful, which is probably true of all visitors here. I walk down the hall and smile at everyone I pass. A woman sitting in the hall in a wheelchair. She smiles back, all gums and no teeth. An older gentleman with dark lesions on his bald scalp, propping himself up with a walker. A man in nurse's scrubs carrying a mop. He nods back at me, both of us unsure who has the sadder task. I find the number 124 on the wall and trace my fingers over the letters of my name on the nameplate underneath as if I'm blind and reading Braille. I can almost feel Annie Sullivan spelling ASL letters into my hand. F-A-T-H-E-R. But I don't know ASL, so maybe she's spelling something else. The door is open. I take a deep breath and step inside. "Hi, Dad," I whisper.
I fight with the one annoying Demi Moore-style tear that always forms in the corner of my eye when I visit. There is, of course, no response. His eyes are open and he stares vacantly at Oprah on the television set on the dresser. I watch him for a while before turning my attention to the TV. The episode seems to have something to do with a week in the life of a troubled family. I can't imagine what their troubles are, but I doubt very much they come close to equaling ours. Something looks different about my father. Maybe it's just that he's older than he was when I saw him last, 2 Christmases ago, before I sold my book, before I met Jackie, before Frank Latimer, back when I was somebody else. His hair is white where it used to be silver, but it's more than that. Someone's parting it on the other side. His face is sullen, sunken, vacant. I didn't know skin could look gray. I turn away, it's painful to see, and don't look back until the show goes to commercial. Then I pull up a chair beside him and sit down. "It's James, Dad." He doesn't respond to that, so I say Jimmy, the name he often pushed in my mother's face. We spoke some on my last visit, but nothing of any consequence. My father seemed to think someone had taken his eyeglasses and replaced them with a pair of identical-looking frames with a slightly different prescription. I told him most likely it was just time for him to see an eye doctor, that perhaps his vision had changed. In fact, I tried to arrange an eye exam with the nurse, and Naomi followed up. Several weeks later, they found his glasses in a neighboring room's. Sure enough, another more mischievous resident had switched them. I'm not sure he had a firm grasp then on who I was, nor am I all that certain now. "How are your glasses?" I look at them on his face. They're so smudged with fingerprints and grease I can hardly see his eyes. "Here, let me help you." Carefully, I lift them off his face. He flinches, but just a little. I wipe the lenses on the t-shirt under my sweater, but they're so greasy I can't tell if I'm making them better or worse. "Hold on, I'm going to wash them in the sink." He nods, but I don't think he understands. In the bathroom, I run the water until it's warm and find liquid soap in a wall-mounted dispenser. I run the glasses underwater and lather the lenses with my fingers until they're lost in foam. I look in the mirror and hardly recognize myself. I look older, too. When did I become such an adult? When did these lines appear, these dark ones under my eyes? Did I have them a week ago, before I left the city? Is my forehead growing north? Is my face sliding south? When did my pores become so embarrassingly porous? The water runs hot and I can feel my hands burning, but it takes a moment before I register real pain. I rinse the lenses under cooler water. I wipe the glasses dry and place them back on my father's face. "Here you go. I think you'll be able to see a lot better with these." He flinches again. I sit back down in the chair by his bed. He widens his eyes as if he notices an immediate improvement, and I feel happy that my presence here has accomplished at least one good thing. "So what's new?" No reply. "What's new with me? Well, let's see. Still in New York. Daniel's good. He's directing a play, but they're still raising the money. I have a book coming out, in August, a novel about mothers and sons. I guess we haven't spoken about that. It's been a while. Maybe Naomi told you. I'm sure she did. She seems proud of me. I would like to think that you are too." Silence. I sound unnatural, like a snare drum. My sentences no more than crisp staccato notes. I remember being a child, playing with Lego or some sort of toy. How I would make the people talk, how they would have vivid, colorful conversations on all sorts of topics, movies, car racing, city planning, until a grown-up appeared in the room. And then these toys would revert to the stilted, polite conversation of strangers. It feels like that now. Like I want to have an animated conversation, full of excitement and ideas, except an adult just walked in. But aren't I the adult now? My father groans and starts banging his hand on the bed. Mom's not thrilled, of course, but I'm going ahead with it anyway. We can talk about the why. I just thought you would get a kick. As much as he hated when I would disobey him, he delighted in the few occasions I would cross my mother. "You're not going to believe who my editor is." "Nope, nope, wrong," I say silently to myself, as if he had offered actual guesses. "Jackie Kennedy." I wait for a reaction that doesn't come. "Well, Jacqueline Onassis now. That's what she prefers to be called." Can you believe it? Not that she prefers to be called that, but that she acquired my book? It took a long time for that to sink in. I'm sure you can imagine.
I'm sure. You imagine. What are these words? I'm not sure of anything when it comes to him. Does he imagine? Can he conjure or visualize or dream? It was only a few years after my mother kicked him out that he first exhibited signs of his disease. He was still young, so we were slow to catch on. The progression, in retrospect, was rapid. It was hard to keep on top of reports of his declining health. And truthfully, I wasn't sure how much I was supposed to care. Naomi stayed involved, Kenny too, but my mother and I were the most aggrieved, and it was hard for us to know just how much concern to muster, although we managed plenty of guilt. It occurred to me much later that perhaps he agreed to leave knowing he was sick, that he was going away to die, the way a dog might crawl under the house or a wild animal might retreat far into the woods, that I was just a convenient excuse, though I knew that was a bit of a stretch. To me, it was a relief, his illness, even though I know how terrible I am for thinking it. He struggled on his own. It was hard to imagine his starting anew. His best days were seemingly behind him. Wasn't it more merciful this way, to have him succumb to something quickly rather than wither quietly or loudly for years? I'm still looking for an ending, for my book. I see if that sinks in. I'm looking for a number of things. I thought maybe you could help. He actually turns in my direction, but stops short of looking me in the eyes. She really pulled a number on us, didn't she? I look up just in time to see two terriers trot past his open door. Am I hallucinating? There's an air vent close to the ceiling. Maybe they pump in mind-altering drugs? Perhaps that's how they keep people here calm. Excuse me for a moment. I get up, cross the room, and poke my head into the hall. The dogs greet a woman with an angular haircut, angered by severe highlights. She's crouched in the hallway 2 doors down. When she sees me, she waves. Hi, are dogs allowed in here? I say it not as an accusation, but as a question of policy. Should I get my father a dog? He's desperate for the company, I think. And maybe it would teach him a good lesson. A dog wouldn't go anywhere. Dogs are loyal, more loyal than families, more loyal than many fathers. Let him sit with that every day. These are therapy dogs, specially trained. We bring them in once a week. Ah, one of the dogs sees me and trots languidly in my direction. I reach down and pat atop of her soft head and then tussle the hair on her skull into some sort of wisp. She's more agreeable than Domino, who, much like my mother, does not seem to like being touched. Would Mr. Smale like to visit with her? It takes me a moment to realize that I'm not the Mr. Smale she's referring to. I don't actually know. He knows Buttons. Just lift her onto the bed. They'll be fine. Buttons raises one eyebrow and looks away, as if she wants it made clear that she didn't name herself. I don't really know the best way to pick up this dog, but after a false start trying to lift her like one might a child, I put my hands underneath her and hoist her into a football carry. Look who's here, Dad.
I thrust the dog forward before setting her gently on the bed. She intuitively finds an open space between his arm and his body, circles ceremoniously 2 times, and lies down. My father peers down his nose, surprised to find a dog curled up in his armpit, but not unpleasantly so. He moves his hand slowly to pet her. He looks right at me for the first time, as if to make sure we're seeing the same thing. I start to pet Buttons too, and our hands touch. It's awkward at first, the accidental grazing of fingers like 2 teenagers on a first date. How does this escalate? What do we do next? But we find our rhythm and stroke Buttons back in unison, 2 parallel pendulums never connecting. Casp, he starts, before slurring the rest. Casper? Casper was a dog we had when I was growing up. My father nods. It's strange to think, with the way his disease works, that all the things I no longer think about are the very things that are readily accessible to him. Memories that are gone or only faint recollections, Casper, for instance, are perhaps as vibrant to him as if he had lived them yesterday. And all the things I'm mad at him for, all the things I obsess over when I'm lying awake at night, his rejection of me, the hateful things he said to my mother, are probably to him long gone. So, did you know about this? My father, of course, says nothing. I'm going to have to do the heavy lifting myself. About what? About this Frank Latimer character. Name sound familiar? Frank Whatimer? Latimer. Frank Latimer. That ring any bells? Never heard of him.
I just don't know if I believe you. Who is he? Well, for starters, it sounds like he had an affair with your wife. My father remains focused on the television, and I feel immediate disgust with myself for speaking of my mother so crassly. Anger holds a clenched grip. Shocking, isn't it? They seem to have had quite the affair. Oprah cuts to another commercial. Maybe if you'd just been a little bit nicer, a little more attentive, a little bit more of a man, maybe that would never have happened. It takes me a full minute to do the math on that. But then, I guess I wouldn't be here. Or I would be 50% different, 50% someone else, 50% more him. It's hard to know what to wish for. He starts coughing, and Buttons and I look at each other, alarmed. I sit him up and administer a few whacks between the shoulder blades in an awkward attempt to get him to stop. A passing orderly sticks his head at the door, but I wave him away. We're fine, we're fine. I can feel tears forming in my eyes, and I don't want anyone to see me cry. The orderly gives me the thumbs up and moves on. I rest my father back down in the bed. You did know, didn't you? From the beginning? Is that why you insisted I be called James? To claim some ownership over me? Or was it not until much later, when you wanted me out of the house? Maybe you were done altogether with betrayal. I'm fully crying now, and it catches me by surprise. I've never done this before, never wanted to give him the satisfaction. He continues to focus on the television, so I find the remote twisted in a blanket and turn it off in a huff before tossing it back down on the bed. Doesn't matter. You were a real jerk to me. The room's suddenly silent, my sniveling is amplified. It sounds ridiculous, even to me, so I decide to catalog the items on his nightstand in the hopes that a task will put me at ease. A clock radio, lotion, a lamp, a box of Kleenex, wool socks that seem to have been laundered and folded in two, a photo of the grandkids in a frame, probably from Naomi. With the television off, he returns his attention to me. I was the jerk? Yeah, you were. I was a kid. I reach for a Kleenex and blow my nose, then return to petting the dog. And then you got sick, so I was the jerk for not loving you. Real nice. This is new, this kind of outburst, and to me it's confusing. I don't know what to feel. Is it good? Should I consider it progress? Is this the healing Jackie encouraged me to embrace? So, about the book. Remember me saying that? I wrote a book, a novel. It's going to be published. My father thinks on this for a moment. Casper? His voice is thin and raspy. That's not really Casper, Dad. Casper is dead. That dog's name is Buttons. I pause to ascertain if that is even his question. Maybe he's asking something else entirely. I take a breath so deep I could bust ribs. Is Casper in the book? No, it's a book about Mom. Well, a version of Mom. It's about mothers and the mysteries surrounding them. You know Mom. I cringe at how awkward I sound. Buttons starts licking my dad's hand, and he looks surprised but not displeased. Did I know Mom? Did any of us? Well, that's a really good freaking question. I'm surprised by my repeated profanity, my apparent need to appear more masculine. I watch him spread his fingers so Buttons can lick between them. I'm a little put off by how long this goes on, like maybe I should wash his hands afterward, or should have for poor Buttons' sake. You're in the book. Not too much. I pause to consider my next words carefully, to evaluate the ability I have, or don't have, to inflict harm. But then I decide what the hell. At the very beginning, you put a gun in your mouth and pull the trigger. I wait for a reaction, wondering if it's as painful to hear as it was to say. The acknowledgement that for a long period of time, he was dead to me. Slowly, my father tilts his head to look squarely at me, and his eyes water and his forehead crinkles, even more than it's now naturally creased, and he nods. Wouldn't that have been nice? Yeah. Come to think of it, you'd probably prefer it to this. We continue stroking the dog, although our pace slows, the metronome clocking our hands, losing its charge. I remember a time I visited his apartment soon after my parents split. There was only a bed and one chair and a lamp on a cardboard box. All the clocks in the house were turned backward. The one on the stove was covered with tape. "Why are all the clocks facing the wall, Dad?" I had asked. He didn't want to answer me, and so I pressed him on it, and he finally said it was because he couldn't stand to watch the time tick by. Only then did it occur to me he might be living with regret. The truth is, I didn't think you were an important part of the story. But now, the licking sounds become unbearable. Now I'm not so sure. Everything I thought I understood is bathed in new light. Perhaps my father always knew he was raising another man's son, and he stayed and did the hard work of it anyway in the face of such betrayal. Especially then, when it was men who strayed and women who were faithful. A cheating wife, a hit to his already toxic masculinity. A gay son, especially one who wasn't his. Well, that was just the final blow. I'm not mad at you. The words feel like a shirt I want to like in the dressing room mirror, even though I know it will be an awkward fit in the light of day. You know what? That's not true. I am mad at you. Nobody in this family ever says that. No one in this family ever says anything. I'm angry, and I have been for a really long time. Very feebly, as if he's out of the practice of speaking, my father makes a sound with 3 syllables. Is it a word? There's no real way of telling. I run the sound backward and forward through my head as though I were examining frames from the Zapruder film. Perhaps there is still something there. Something. Someone. Perhaps there's still someone there, and these syllables are important. This rosebutta, a memory from a long time ago, categorized in the one lobe or the one cortex or the bits of basal ganglia that are still functioning, that are still showing signs of life. He's alive, kicking. Just as my mother was more than a decade ago when she sided with me and threw all of his things out onto the lawn. Then he slams his fist on the mattress, once, twice, and a 3rd time for good measure. Then both fists, banging them like a gorilla.
Good. This is good. I grab a throw pillow from the chair and start punching that until we are 2 men expressing primal rage. You're angry too. It's not fair that you're here. Get it out. We punch and we punch and we punch. At another time in my life, I wonder if we might have punched each other, and my pillow and his mattress are just surrogates absorbing our pain. I can almost feel the sting of a fist connecting with my jaw. And then, a light bulb. Dad! 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 I drop the pillow on the bed and put my hands on his, holding him down until he stops. We sit quietly for a moment as we catch our breath. And then I tell him, this is what Jackie meant when she told me I was letting my characters off too easily. My father looks at me confused, so I offer, Jackie, Mrs. Onassis, this is why my ending feels hollow. It doesn't have the requisite anger. The quarantine lasts only 40 days. My characters are not going to solve everything in less than 6 weeks' time, but they have to at least address the years of resentment they enter the quarantine with in order to position themselves in the right direction moving forward. They have to get really mad. They have to decide they're not going to take it anymore and say so before they can make a change. And in the tail of that blazing realization, my father's syllables finally connect. At least in my mind they do. Forgiveness. We have to get mad, and we have to forgive. I forgive you, I say in my head, because I'm not certain yet that I do. But surely I can let my characters forgive, try it on for size through them, and come back here someday, hopefully soon, and say those words out loud. I forgive you. I punch the throw pillow once last time, then reach up and muss his hair, brushing it back in the direction I'm used to seeing it parted, and suddenly, in that one little difference, like a ship approaching the lighthouse cake we made all those years ago, my father appears from the fog. Spring arrives, and with it, an invitation from Jackie to join her for lunch at the Carlisle, which I eagerly accept because this meal is pure reward. I drove straight home after seeing my father, back to the city, back to Daniel. I got in just after midnight and crashed hard. And then I worked for 3 days and 3 nights in our apartment so Daniel could see I was indeed writing. He made pot after pot of coffee and left for long stretches, and always came home with food. He hardly said a word, quietly turning on lights for me when it got dark and turning them off again when it was light, until I wrote the final sentence that I never thought would come. I dropped the manuscript on Mark's desk just before my deadline. 2 agonizing days later, Jackie called. The search for my father, according to my editor anyhow, my best work yet, and the book is ready for production. I remember Jackie's exact words in telling me the ending was just right. "You built a volcano. How marvelous to have it erupt." At first, it seemed odd, her choice of metaphor, like she was complimenting a child's science project. But what was the quarantine if not extreme heat building inside a confined space, looking for a way to vent? Daniel found me slumped on the floor that afternoon. It's not that I passed out from relief. Honestly, it all felt strangely anticlimactic. But now that the book was complete, I didn't know what to do with myself next. In my mind, the lunch marks a transition in our working together. The writing is done, and it's now full steam ahead to publication. I perform a little due diligence on the Carlisle to put myself at ease. Alan had some interesting insight. It seems it was John Kennedy who really put the hotel on the map. As a senator in the 1950s, he was such a frequent guest, they installed a private phone line just for him. After he became president, the press dubbed it the New York White House. When he died, Jackie moved the children into a suite on the 31st floor as she hid from the world. The children would play in the lobby. It's odd to me that she would keep this as a haunt, given her history with the place, but who am I to question? I dress for the occasion in a jacket and tie and arrive early to experience a drink at Bemelman's Bar, named for its murals by Ludwig Bemelmans, who illustrated the Madeline series of children's books. I've read he also painted a private mural on Aristotle Onassis's private yacht, the Christina, but I know better than to mention that. I take my gray goose on the rocks to a quiet table along the mural where a mustachioed man is handing a pointy-faced child a bouquet of balloons. Surrounding him are whimsically drawn scenes of France, with the occasional odd touch, like a rabbit in a man's green suit with his arms sternly folded, dogs in their Sunday finest, and a giraffe poking its head through a tall fence. When I take a sip of my drink, I notice the ceiling is gold foil. Even the lampshades are illustrated. I remember the Madeline books. Naomi used to read them to me when we were kids. There was an old house in Paris, covered in vines, and out front stood a dozen little girls in 2 straight lines. There's something very Jackie about Bemelman's style, as if maybe she had been one of the 12 girls herself. It's not a stretch of the imagination to picture her as a child in a perfect yellow coat, legs tapered to a fine point like a ballerina's. The murals remind me of something Joseph Kennedy allegedly said to his son, warning him about Jackie's merits as a political spouse. Too much status, not enough quo. My time reading up on Jackie has unearthed a number of delicious remarks. When 12:30 arrives, I walk over to the restaurant, the vodka making me a bit punchy. Status, status, too much status. Mrs. Onassis's table, I say to the maitre d', unsure if the right amount of S's spills out of my mouth. And you are? James Smale. He checks the reservation until he seems satisfied. Very good. Right this way, sir. He collects a hardbound menu, leads me through the restaurant to a private table near the back, always the back, and motions for me to be seated. Mrs. Onassis should be here presently. Thank you. I accept the menu with both hands as if it's carved in stone and give it a quick study. I'm forever afraid of being caught off guard, like in a dream, to have a waiter arrive to take my order, only to open the menu and see it's in a language I cannot understand, and everything is market price in a currency for which I do not know the exchange rate. I quickly settle on salad as appropriate lunch fare. Eating a large sandwich can seem vulgar, and some of the classic dishes, lobster thermidor, I don't understand. I rule out the seafood salad, as I don't like the sound of lump crab, and narrow in on the salade niçoise as the most sensible option. Just like how the tide rapidly recedes from the shore before a tsunami thunders in, the ambient din of the restaurant drops and a strange quiet falls over the dining room, save for the sound of one falling fork, when Jackie enters. The shoulder pads in her bright-colored jacket, along with its narrow waist, make her look like the angular shapes in a Kandinsky painting. As she weaves through the restaurant, she waves at certain guests with a gentle flutter of her fingers, almost as if she's embarrassed to interrupt, smiling the whole time. She has a large manila envelope tucked under one arm. I'm standing when she reaches the table. "James, you look spiffy." I kiss her on the cheek, inhaling deeply, incarcerating some of her magic and satisfying a room full of prying eyes. "Thank you for the invitation." "It's my pleasure. Shall we sit?" A waiter in a white jacket materializes. "Something to drink, madam?" "Champagne. 2 glasses." She turns to me and winks. "We're celebrating. Right away."
"What are we celebrating?" I ask, once he is out of earshot. She says, very plainly, "You." My face is warm, but not from the vodka. Congratulations again on a marvelous ending. I just needed to be pushed.
And I was happy to oblige. You really let her have it. She seems almost too enthusiastic. You're sure it's not too much? I think about a potential time, years from now, when my mother breaks down and reads the book. How will she take this shellacking? I would have reined you in if it was. I gesture at the package. Is that what I think it is? Jackie opens the envelope on the table and pulls out a galley for the book. I wanted to place it in your hands myself. For the first time, I am holding an advance copy of my novel. Not a manuscript, not a story, not stacks of loose papers held together by a rubber band, bound pages. It's weighty and thick, and across the top it reads, Ithaca, a novel. The cover image shows trees at the height of their fall foliage, and yellows and oranges and red pop off the cover like wildfire. At the bottom, in white, is the author's name. My name, James Smale. This is something else. You'd think by now I would have learned to conquer speechlessness. The cover is luscious, and your name even sounds like an author's. Have you read the latest James Smale? I imagine readers asking, about some future anticipated work. No? Is it good? A whole conversation flashes through my mind. It's so good. Remember when we talked about spring? I ask. We had once imagined a similar cover image with softer colors, yellows and greens under a mellow light. Spring, Jackie had said, suggested growth and renewal. Fall, I countered, represented change, a return, thinking of the Kavafai poem still, but also bounty and a harvest. You were right about autumn, she says. I convinced her, I think, with another poem, Keats' Ode to Autumn. Especially with the fiery new ending. It's a handsome book, James. Your mother will be proud. Her optimism is almost contagious. Should I send her a copy? I chuckle. It's the most I can do to even suggest that our family drama has not resolved itself, and in fact has managed to double. She picks up on the story I'm not telling her. Should I? I stop laughing. The waiter arrives with 2 champagne flutes and sets one down in front of each of us. Jackie raises her glass and toasts. To Ithaca, coming soon to bookstores everywhere. I rub my temples. I can't imagine walking into a store and finding it there. You won't have to imagine. You're mere months away from living it. That doesn't make it any more tangible. The waiter returns, and when he asks if we'd like to hear the specials, Jackie affirms that we would. The waiter beams and runs through his prepared list, grinning from ear to ear. I know she doesn't think much of this effect she has on people. After all, she doesn't do a thing to wield it, but it's exciting to watch. When he finishes, she makes a humming sound, as if giving her deliberation the most serious thought. I'll have the scallops, s'il vous plaît. Jackie doesn't even have a menu, and scallops were not one of the specials. Whether scallops are on the carte du jour, or when you're Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, all dining can be off menu, I do not know. Salade niçoise. I hand the waiter my menu. I don't have the nerve to invent my own dish. I want to tear through the galley, see every typeset page. Instead, I arrange my napkin in my lap so as not to appear overeager. So, how does it feel? Jackie nods toward the book. I'm overwhelmed. Is that good? I think so. I'm feeling a rush of things. She removes the envelope from the table and tucks it under her handbag. So, now, tell me how you finally came to your ending. Courtesy of an unexpected ally. Tell me more. It's still difficult not to blurt out everything when she gazes so intently at you, but I address the visit to see my father in only the broadest strokes. Well, the anger we discussed, but it took me getting really upset at someone myself before I could accurately let my characters express it. And then it didn't feel right to just leave things there, so I thought a lot about what you said, about healing. I crave it at times in my own life, but I'm guilty of being passive, I think, in my quest to be whole and happy again. So forgiveness was equally important. Jackie nods. And forgiving is an act. Exactly.
I went back to the opening pages and realized both characters had someone to forgive, and in letting them do so, it gave them enough common ground to move beyond their quarantine and start down a path toward forgiving themselves. Well, it was superb, moving away from a tidy conclusion. The best endings, I believe, always leave the reader imagining what comes next, which is why, I suppose, I still feel a bit unsettled about the book, about life, and then I come clean about the healing in my own life. What comes next, now that the book is done? This is what happens when you write autobiographical fiction. The book ends, but the story continues. Jackie rests her chin on a single finger, like a mynah bird on a perch. Do you remember the riddle of the Sphinx? I look at her, confused. Head of a human, haunches of a lion? That Sphinx? Exactly. In Greek tradition, the Sphinx had a riddle. What walks on 4 hands in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 at night? Is this like Isis and Osiris? We're going to have to work on getting you more modern references. She laughs. I'm curating a book on Egypt. I give up, I say, without giving it any real thought. So easily? The Sphinx consumed all travelers who failed to answer. I twirl the stem of my champagne flute between my fingers, slowly rotating the glass on the table while I replay the riddle in my head. I study the bubbles in my glass before it dawns on me that I know this from a classics course I took in college. Man, Oedipus gave the correct answer. Jackie arches one eyebrow as if to say, well done. Lucky for Oedipus, the answer was man. Why do you say that? I posit that any riddle whose answer is woman is inherently unsolvable. She laughs and slides her own flute to the side and then places both hands on the table. My mother, I say, just to clarify that we're talking about the same thing. She nods. It's the fact that you tried, the fact that you wanted to solve your riddle, to stand in front of the Sphinx and not shy away from the question. That is very noble. Even if I'm eaten? Even if you're eaten alive. Jackie's eyes glisten. What about your own children? Do you mind me asking? This is the champagne talking. Have they solved their riddle? She considers this. You have to ask them. They'd most likely tell you, I like books, and beyond that, it's anyone's best guess. They'll probably turn out awful, too. Jackie winks, her playful side on full display. I laugh. Should they stop trying? Some days I wish they would. But no, never. She takes a pointed sip of champagne before looking at me. And neither should you. We hold our focus until I blink and awkwardly reach for the galley. I soak in my name. When I flip the book over, words of praise from other authors, friends of Jackie's mostly, make my heart skip once again. I'm confronted by my own image when I open the back cover. What a phony, I think. I then scan the first few pages until I come across the copyright information and Library of Congress registration. Below that is my name in small print. Smale, James, 1961. There is no end date. I almost need to double-check that this journey hasn't killed me, but nope, I'm still here. The book may have its ending, but I, as yet, do not. I have to continue to chip away at my riddle. My mother. I have orders not to give up from Jacqueline Onassis herself. 2 older gentlemen stand outside the theater, outfitted like one imagines people dressed to see plays in an earlier time, the 1950s or 60s, in tweed or gabardine, ties and pocket squares, in colors like salmon and aubergine. They are deep in conversation, each leaning in closely to hear the other. No one notices them, although there's no reason anyone should. They are invisible, at least to the younger crowd that brushes past them to pick up their tickets at will call. But I can't keep my eyes off them.
One has posture like an exclamation point, even in his 70s, and may have once been a dancer. The other is hunched like a question mark, like he's spent a lifetime in the types of folding seats that populate playhouse rows. Question mark redresses exclamation point's cravat. Stop fussing, it's fine. It's not fine. You look like some sort of mercenary. And what kind of mercenary would that be? The kind with a crooked cravat. Question mark stands back to admire his handiwork. There you go, Fosse. Exclamation point immediately loosens the fabric. I can't breathe. And why do you keep calling me Fosse? Question mark beams. Because you're a singular sensation. It's something you rarely see. Older gay men, together, happy. The 1980s took care of that. The Reagan administration took care of that. A cruel twist of fate obliterated an entire generation of homosexual men, save for these two and a few others like them, whom you only occasionally see at delis and museums fussing over a cravat. I wonder if that will be me and Daniel one day, if forever is an option for us. One singular exclamation point stammers. That was Michael Bennett. Who? Question mark asks like he's hard of hearing. It's impossible he doesn't know the name. Michael Bennett choreographed a chorus line. You're thinking of Michael Bennett. Oh yes, of course. He fiddles with exclamation points cravat one last time. There you go, Bennett. The two of them together are a dream in a beautiful sleep. The air is cool, and trees that dot the sidewalk have their full summer leaves. The air smells like Central Park cherry trees mingled with magnolias, although perhaps it's someone's perfume, and slightly of cigarettes, of car exhaust, of the city, but in a distant way that makes the additional layering inoffensive. The only siren I hear is blocks away, gentle like a mewling kitten. This is the New York I love. This is the city Sinatra sings about. It makes me want to stroll west, to the riverbank maybe. The very edge of Manhattan might offer the solace I seek. Instead, I'm here to support Daniel in his art, even if his support of mine still feels iffy. James? I'm awoken from my daze by the sound of my name. I turn to see Mark standing behind me. What are you doing here? I stammer. It's good to see you too, he says, annoyed. Sorry, surprised to see you is all. We hug, and while I can't help but be excited by his body pressing against mine, I'm careful not to let it linger. Mark glances over at question mark and exclamation point and winces. It disappoints me, the dismissal of them, of love. But Mark sent me a supportive note after he read the final manuscript, a gesture that meant a lot to me in the moment, so I also immediately forgive him. What are you doing here? I'm here with friends. He indicates two plastic-looking people behind him. The three of them are awkwardly posed, looking like mannequins in a Macy's window modeling trendy clothes that I would never wear because they'll be out of fashion before fall. You? I clear my throat. My boyfriend is the director. Mark looks at me and says, Ah. We stand in awkward silence. Did you invite Jackie? He asks. I momentarily brighten. Would she have come? The thought that she would even consider it makes me kick myself for not having mentioned it. Mark shrugs. Durang isn't really her thing. He says it like he and Jackie have spent endless hours discussing theater of the absurd. As if late at night, when they were the only two in the office, when the phone stopped ringing and the photocopier and the fax machines had been lulled into quiet sleep, maybe they had daiquiris and discussed Pinter and Beckett and Pirandello. Maybe she told him a story about lunch ladies, and they laughed and toasted the work they would do together. Maybe I am nobody special. To her, to anyone. I used to like that I had someone to share Jackie with, but now I want it to stop. I want her to be mine and mine alone. I'm annoyed at her for not liking Durang, taking Mark at his word. Is she above him somehow? She prefers Williams and Ibsen and more serious work? The stage door bursts open and Daniel appears, scanning for me in the crowd. He's holding a program that he's nervously but expertly rolled into a tight cigar. He could hold a seminar for factory workers in Havana. You comin', babe? I'm holding a seat down front. Yeah. I turn back to Mark and motion in the direction of the door to indicate I should go. Enjoy the show, Mark says, putting his hand on my shoulder and squeezing. It's not unlike something a friend might do, but he also does it for show, to puff his chest in front of Daniel, to lay some small claim on me. It makes me feel valued, despite myself, but also like the wreck that I am. Who was that in front of the theater? At the end of the night, Daniel and I are lying in bed, exhausted from both the excitement of an opening night and the after-party for the cast and crew that was held at Mari's Crisis. In my head, I answer him, but out loud, apparently not, because he produces a stuffed Snoopy doll and asks his question again, this time through the dog. Who was that you were talking to in front of the theater? Ruff. That was Mark, Jackie's assistant. It's both uncomfortable and titillating to say his name aloud in our bed, even to a stuffed animal. Oh, where did you... I point to Snoopy. The cast gave it to me. It's like Charlotte's. No, I gathered that.
In the play, the character of Charlotte, a therapist, delivers bad advice, often unfortunately derived from the play Equus, through a stuffed Snoopy doll. Did you invite him? And then the real question. Did you invite Jackie? Daniel rolls onto his side, eagerly propping himself up on his elbow. No, it was coincidence. He was there with friends. I run my fingers through Daniel's chest hair. Could you? Invite Jackie? I mean, think of the publicity. Daniel nods enthusiastically. It's the first time someone has asked me for a favor because of my association with her. I don't know. I wish I could. I wish she would see it. But I don't know. I'd have no idea how to ask her without sounding like I'm using her as bait for the pride of photographers that stalk her, for the mention in Liz Smith's column or a paragraph on page 6. Besides, Durang's not really her thing. Daniel rolled his eyes. There's no way in hell I could know such a thing. So what did you think of the play? Didn't I tell you? I realize I'm not currently my best self, but am I that self-absorbed that I didn't congratulate my own boyfriend on the premiere of his play? Yes, you did, backstage and at the bar while people were gathered around the piano, singing numbers from Jesus Christ Superstar. You had to yell into my ear. Godspell, day by day is from Godspell. I smile, thinking how proud exclamation point would be of me if he were here to catch this correction. Oh wow, I must be exhausted. Daniel covers his face, feigning embarrassment. But what did you really think, now that we're alone? I turn to look him in the eye. It was great. Really, truly great. I wouldn't mislead you. Thank you. I thought the guy who played Bruce was... well, he was good. Miscast, right? Just not who I pictured in the role. Daniel groans. I know. He's a friend of the producer and put up some of the money. It's just he's more of a Bob. You've got 2 Bobs and a Prudence. Daniel laughs. Very different play. I begged him to take the role of Bob, but no dice. You would be a better Bruce. But listen, no one is going to care. You should be proud. We're naked, inches apart. Telling Daniel he should be proud makes me realize I'm proud of him too. I look at his face, the same face that once made me swoon. I know I've been taking him for granted. He's always around, in the house, like a sleeve of Ritz crackers, perhaps, but suddenly I have an overwhelming hunger for snacking. There were some first-night blips, some of the pacing, that sound cue, but we'll improve. The show just needs to tighten. Just take it day by day.
I do a little of the hand choreography that goes with the song, but not too much. Daniel laughs and he moves his leg and it brushes against me. The feeling, electric. He makes a face, surprised. Where did that come from? Before a moment of shared closeness. There was a couple outside the theater tonight, an older gay couple, in their 70s maybe. One of them had scoliosis. He fussed with the other man's scarf. Daniel seems confused. This is dirty talk? I push his shoulder, but he grabs me to steady himself. Don't touch me, I say. But when he pulls his hand away, I immediately reach for his hand. We both laugh. They were cute. They squabbled, but you could tell they really loved one another. Prudence invited them. I guess one of them was a colorful theater reviewer from the early days of New York Magazine, something like that. He gesticulates information going in one ear and out the other, but it looks a little like a gesture for blowing his brains out. What about them? Daniel asks. Do you think that will be us someday? Is your dirty talk going to improve? I'm serious. Daniel pouts, mimicking my tantrum, but not quite mocking it. I'm serious too. My parents aren't together. Your parents are, but they don't really speak. And it's not like there's a lot of role models in the gay community either. Why do you worry so much about forever? Why do you not? He sighs. Because there is only here and now. It's not the time to go Daniel about his belief that long-term monogamy is a myth, but it's a scab that I can't help picking at. What am I, a dog? People don't live like that. And so they spend all their time worrying about the future or chasing the past. That last bit feels like a dig at me. I lie back and look at the ceiling. Late at night, agitated, unable to fall asleep, I have wondered if something in me is genetically coded, that alongside the DNA for my blue eyes and my big feet is something that is forever going to make me feel restless and unsettled in life. I'm the product of an affair. What if my attraction to Mark, to someone else, was preordained?
That maybe because of my questionable past, it's impossible for me to ever be truly present. What if I'm actually attracted to drama and chaos? The air conditioning unit in the window makes the thumping noise it does, like a heartbeat, then stops. You have a responsibility to share things with me, Daniel says. Share what things? Whatever it is that keeps you awake at night. I look at Daniel, and he continues, You think I don't know you're not sleeping? The mood ruined, I turn off the light, hoping it will make me invisible. I feel a blast of cool air from the window unit, and I keep my eyes open until they adjust and the room turns from black to blue. It's quiet for so long, I wonder if Daniel has fallen asleep. When he speaks, my leg flinches in that way it does when sleep comes with the sensation of falling. You made your search all about the book. I make a face so that he knows that I'm offended, even though it's dark. What is that supposed to mean? You turned in your manuscript and everyone was happy, so you stopped. Stopped what? Daniel hesitates. Reconciling? What are you talking about? This is about Frank, isn't it? I push the covers back so that cold air can wash over me. I don't really know how to answer that, other than to say yes, but I'm not in the mood to be agreeable. No, because that would be the past, and there is only here and now. I shouldn't be mocking him, but sometimes I can't help it. Forget it. Why? Because you're not even listening to me. You're not listening to yourself. Good night, James. Daniel rolls over to face the far wall. This tension is not what I want. I sit, agitated, in the dark, until I decide to try another approach. I snuggle into him and whisper, Tell me again. Daniel swats me away like an annoying housefly, so I shake him again and he sighs. Frank himself is the past, yes, but has a remarkable hold on the present. How so? Your mother's in the present. There's an obvious example. So, talk to her. Work this out. I press my palms against my eyes and grind them until I see vibrant red static. I don't know if I'm ready. Okay then. He settles into his pillow. Come on, I'm trying. No, you're not. Daniel bolts upright with surprising force. You want to find Frank? You've known all along where you can find him. I don't immediately respond, so Daniel grabs my chin and pulls my head toward his. I can just make out the whites of his eyes as they pierce the darkness, and the way he holds my face is surprisingly intense. Yeah, I know. I kick Daniel gently under the sheets, and eventually he lets go of my chin and then envelops me, pinning me to the mattress, and despite the heat and the anger and his body temperature, I don't want him to let go. My desire intensified. That could be us someday, those men, he says, kissing my neck. The weight of his body presses mine into the bed, cracking my back in such a perfect way it should be part of some spa service. I sputter a last protest. Yeah, but will they, was my original question. You're ruining my opening night, you know. He moved intimately against my body. I don't mean to. Ruining? I pull him tightly to me and squeeze my arms around him. Do you? He bites my ear. My opening. Ow, I say, even though I don't want him to stop. I hold the phone receiver up to the light, inspecting it for fingerprints and odd bits of earwax, the unpleasant relics of other, easier conversations, before polishing the phone with my t-shirt, because A, it's disgusting, and B, I'm unable to actually dial. I notice there's a copy of the Post on the coffee table, but we don't get the Post, so I don't know when or how it got there. I flip through the pages. An elementary school in the Bronx is being closed for asbestos removal. A professor from Hunter College has been charged for possession of child pornography. A man was almost run over by the F train, but some good Brooklynites pulled him to safety just in the nick of time. People can be heroes. People can also be cowards. The phone shouts at me, the angry signal it makes when left off the hook. Gutless, gutless, gutless. So I place it unsteadily back in the cradle and again wipe it clean of fingerprints as if I had just committed a crime. The apartment is hot. I get up and head to the bathroom to splash water on my face. The light is brighter than I remember. Did Daniel change a bulb? I look at myself in the mirror, leaning in across the sink to get the most honest view. My eyes are bloodshot from lack of sleep. Even my skin looks tired. I turn my face to each side and then back and forth again. I worry that a lack of symmetry makes me look untrustworthy, duplicitous. One sideburn is fuller than the other. When and why did sideburns come back? I take the scissors from the medicine cabinet and trim a few wayward hairs. When I replace them, I see a jar of firming face mask Daniel and I had purchased once at a Duane Reade late at night, thinking it would help wash away the unpleasantness of a friend's painfully dreadful dinner party. I don't even remember if we ever used it. The face mask. The jar is collecting dust. I wander back to the phone, then back to the bathroom. I forget to turn sideways to pass the bookshelf in the hall and knock a few paperbacks, including Hugo's Les Miserables, onto the floor. Son of a, I start, but am cut off by my own laughter that comes from the fleeting and ridiculous thought that only Francis' wretched poor have suffered as much as I have. In the bathroom, I reach for the jar of blue clay and open it. Sure enough, it's untouched. I stare at it. I want to scoop some out, but I also don't want to disturb its unmarred veneer. Eventually, I take off my shirt and study my chest in the mirror. The pale skin, the jutting clavicle, the few moles my doctor assures me are nothing. I dip 2 fingers into the mud, it feels clammy. I take a dollop and swipe it across my forehead, then repeat the motion and smear 2 lines under my eyes.
I make more marks until I look like an overly painted extra from The Last of the Mohicans, then wash my hands and return the lid to the jar. I feel empowered. Not only have I decorated my body for battle, I've also taken charge of my skincare. When I return to the phone, it is still judging me, taunting me, daring me. But I am a warrior now, so I pick it out of the cradle, holding it firmly in my hand. I study the buttons momentarily, then quickly press the numbers before it can hurl further insults at me. Jackie's voice in my ear. You should never stop trying. The phone rings 4 times before my mother answers. Hello? I challenge, before she can even say anything. Announcing myself first is a victory. It shows that I am unafraid. My mother does not say anything. I can hear the faint shuffling of some activity. It's been a while. Am I going to have to do all the talking? Pause. Yes, it has. I've been angry, I say, as if admitting defeat, even though I know that if anger was the right emotion to point my characters in a new direction, it can only serve us too. I imagine. You do? I do. I stop there to catch my breath and listen for more activity. What are you doing? Folding towels. Domino is helping. I don't need to be there to see the dog on the bed, curled up in warm, clean laundry. That's Domino helping. The folding goes on for another half minute. You sure have a lot of towels. The woman lives alone. How many towels can there be to launder? Or were they not even dirty? Does she just occasionally take them out of the linen closet to wash and refold them to make sure they don't collect dust and that all the seams are even? In either case, she doesn't respond. I'm calling with an invitation, I continue. An invitation that's an olive branch of sorts. But of course, I don't say that. Daniel's right. The place to find Frank is in the heart of the one person who maybe loved him last, the one place I've avoided looking. Oh, I have her attention. I'm having a party. Or a party is being had for me. What kind of party? My mother sounds rightfully skeptical. Leaving it at that, it does sound like one of those sitcom devices where a character stages a made-up event to assemble 2 other characters in desperate need of reconciliation. I open my mouth to say more, but the mud on my face is drying, tightening, and it becomes harder to move the muscles in my face. I feel like the Tin Man rapidly resting, desperately calling out to Dorothy, Oi all, oi all. A book party. A party for the book. It's being published in a few weeks. I watch as a flake of dried beauty mask falls tenderly into my lap. I stare at it in a state of bafflement at first, like I should lift it with tweezers, a fragile piece of gold foil to be studied under a microscope. How perfect. I'm blathering on so long, my face is literally crumbling. I know the book is a bit of a sore topic, but I'd like for you to be there. Do you want oogle? For a second, I think my mother is having a stroke. Do I want what? Oogle. Oogle is the name of an oversized, stuffed sewer rat-looking thing monster, I guess, that my father brought home one Halloween when we were kids. He told us Oogle had magical powers. My siblings were old enough to know better, but I was a believer. I was kind to Oogle, afraid to incur his wrath. He didn't look at all dangerous, perhaps a little misunderstood. But as a kid, you can't leave these things to chance. At the time we acquired him, he was as big as I was, bigger if you counted his yellow hat. I haven't thought about him in years. You still have Oogle?
In the attic. But I'm not keeping him any longer. Naomi says he probably has mold and he frightens Kenny's kids. I live in a tiny apartment in Hell's Kitchen. I can't take Oogle. That wouldn't make any sense. Can we finish talking about the party? My mask is now fully dry. I touch my cheek and my skin feels brittle, the muscles underneath losing their elasticity. This must be what aging feels like. Rapid aging. It's torturous, the idea of Oogle tossed in a trash heap, one more member of our family thoughtlessly discarded. It's not his fault we all grew up. If he were truly magical, he would have kept us all young and safe forever. Fine, I'll take him. When is it? My mother and I speak over each other. This is hopelessly awkward. The party? Yes, it's Friday. In 3 weeks. 3 weeks from Friday. I know you don't like to come into the city. It's what is it? Ways. But I thought... I pause here and take a breath. I don't know what I thought. I've been angry. I don't want to be. I thought this could be something you could do. For me. My mother continues to fold towels. Or not. Or maybe she folds and unfolds a single towel and will do so until we hang up. I thought it would give us the opportunity to talk. I'd like for us to talk. Will she be there? My mother asks. Who? I'm not being coy. For a split second, I actually forget. You know who. Would that make a difference? Silence. I imagine she will. I hope so. I would like to introduce you. Well, see. Okay then. Okay. I miss you. I can't stop myself from saying it, but it's the truth, so why should I? I do miss her. Dead silence. Not even the folding of towels. And then, just before my anger is reborn, screaming into the world anew, she says, I miss you too. A sigh of relief. I stand down. Don't throw Oogle away. I can't help but think that maybe he has power still. But Jesus Christ, let's move him way down on our list of priorities. Again, we'll see. We'll see is not a no, and I use the last mobility I have in my face to form the tightest smile. I hang up the telephone, proud of myself for calling. It was the right thing to do, even if I'm setting myself up for crushing disappointment. My expression is completely frozen as I turn on the shower. I wait for the hot water to rise in our pipes and steam to fill the room before I slip off my underwear and step naked into the tub. My mother will accept my invitation. She has to, doesn't she? And yet I'm paralyzed with a sinking feeling she won't. Eventually, I close my eyes and put my face under the water, and streaks of blue run down my body and over my toes, swirling down the drain like Janet Leigh's blood in the movie Psycho. As the elevator rises inside 1045th, so does my excitement. My eyelid spasms in the throes of some sort of nervous tic. Where did that come from? And I can feel the floor rattle as the cables pulled a small car up toward the sky. I look for some sort of certificate to see when this elevator was last inspected to vouch for its safety, but when I spot the document in question, the date is smudged. Great. Even rich people can't be assured of safe carriage. Jackie and I are to go over the final plans for the book launch next week. She's taken personal interest, and everything is suddenly very real. Unless the elevator plummets to the basement, splintering it and me into myriad pieces, in which case things are still real, just no longer for me. My mother will show up for the book party, and someone will have to explain that what's left of me is sitting in some decorative urn on the mantel, perhaps a piece of ceramics that Jackie herself acquired while traveling some exotic place with a strange spelling like Marrakesh. I hope that, in my mother's shock, as she slowly comes to accept this garish turn of events, someone at least has the decency to offer her a crab puff. When the elevator doors open, I'm surprised to find I'm inside an apartment. Not in a hallway, not faced with a closed door or with the kind of drab furniture you might find in a vestibule. I am in the foyer of Jackie's home. Did the lobby attendant turn some sort of key when he showed me into the elevator? Did Jackie activate some control from her end? I was too lost in my own thoughts to notice. I jump, startled, when the door slide closed behind me like I've wandered into a horror film where the audience knows I'm the next victim, but I as yet do not.
The entry is filled with the mild scent of hydrangeas, and just as I convince myself it's some sort of disinfectant to cover the stench of carnage, I spot a large vase of the white, puffy flowers on a side table. There's my author. Jackie appears, arms outstretched. The light in her apartment is soft and clean. There must be windows in every direction. She looks like she's lit for a film. Mrs. Onassis, please, please. Jackie gestures for me to follow her and leads me down one of the halls. This is the first time I've been invited inside her New York apartment, and I discreetly peek into each room, marveling at how much square footage some people have on an island with 8 million people, the beauty of vertical space. The entry and surrounding hall is easily 2 of my kitchens, and she probably has like 5 bedrooms to our one. It's kind of you to have me over. We could have done this at the office. We're moving offices, didn't Mark tell you? No, he didn't mention. Wait, yes, maybe. Mark has been our go-between leading up to the book's release. We talk often and have found a comfortable working relationship. At times, he seems more excited about the book than Daniel is. Well, everything is chaos. Where are you moving? To 1540 Broadway. I do a quick calculation. 46th Street? 45th. We step into a library with red and gold French wallpaper and matching patterned draperies. It's decorated with the effortless elegance of velvet upholstered chair, a round end table that could have been lifted from Versailles, decorative sculptures on stacks of books that I have come to know as Jackie's interior style. The only space of hers not to reflect this is her office, the one place I like to imagine she's truly at home. How is that going? Jackie sighs. Everyone is fussing over me. How will Jackie handle the move? Will she pack her own boxes? Will she wrap her own knickknacks in bubble paper? After all this time, I'm still the talk of the office. This is a thorn in her side, that after years of hard work proving herself, people still see her as other. Mark himself has told me he's seen her elbow deep in a photocopier one time, clearing a paper jam, and another time running down the halls in her stocking feet, racing to make a deadline. But even if I can picture her rushing down the hallway, I can't quite conjure an image of her navigating Times Square. Her new commute is troubling to me. How will Jackie handle the move? She asks herself. She's handling it by steering clear of it. I smile at the thought of Mark having to do manual labor like boxing up his boss's office. He must be cursing his predicament right about now. How are you, Mr. Author? Nervous? Excited? Take a seat. Jackie sits in front of her fireplace and gestures for me to sit on a striped love seat opposite her. Behind me are floor-to-ceiling built-ins lined with all kinds of books, including an old set of encyclopedias. An oil portrait of a Napoleonic figure on horseback is mounted on the divide. Excited, I say, before qualifying the sentiment. I think, anxious for sure. I've had authors tell me they broke down in tears right before their books were released. Be prepared for a rush of emotion. I might cry now, I say in a moment of naked honesty. Fortunately, Jackie laughs, so I pass it off as the joke she thinks it is. I just came from lunch with my son. He wants to start a magazine about politics, a fresh, new take, if you can imagine that. Jackie looks heavenward, presumably for strength. So I might cry too. That's wonderful, isn't it? Is it? Jackie seems unsure. You tell me. He wants to be an editor, like his mother. I keep the second half of the sentiment, instead of a politician, like his father, to myself. That's a lovely way of looking at it, James. She squints as she considers my take. You have a writer's gift of perception. I swoon. I'm sure he'll do very well. I wish I had your confidence. I'm not sure it's the smartest investment, of his time or his money. On the table next to her chair is a wrapped gift. It sticks out in a room where everything else is curated. It's a book, the gift. I did this a lot as a kid, identify each present under the tree by the mere shape of it. My father would chide me for taking all the fun out of Christmas and shout empty threats about returning all the gifts to the store. My mother always told him to calm down, reminding him that Christmas wasn't about what's under the tree. Jackie must catch me eyeing the package. A little something for you, to mark the occasion. She hands me the present. May I ask, tearing at the seam of the wrapping before she even gives her permission. I rip open the gift, half adult, half child in the throes of excitement. Jacqueline Onassis bought me a present. The book is entitled Remember the Ladies, Women in America 1750-1815. I don't know what to say. Like, really, do not know how to respond. It's the first book I worked on at Viking, my first book to mark the occasion of yours. The title comes from Abigail Adams, from a letter she wrote to her husband while he was in Philadelphia in 1776. In the new code of laws I suppose it will be necessary for you to make, I desire you would remember the ladies and be more generous and favorable to them than your ancestors. You have it memorized. I flipped the book over to study the back jacket. You don't forget a woman like Abigail Adams. I wrote an inscription for you inside. I would hope that after everything dies down, you too would remember the ladies. Your mother, particularly. Be generous and favorable to her? Toward her. I shake my head, more at myself than at her. Always the editor. Jackie smiles, pulling her hair back from the side of her face before letting it fall forward again. And toward you? Oh, well, you've always been favorable toward me. She shimmers in that way that she does, and I hug the book close to my chest to express appreciation. I'm dying to read her inscription, but I know better than to do so now. It's enough that I know she wants me to remember her too. As if I could ever forget. Books make the best gifts, don't you agree? She asks. I do indeed. President Kennedy and I used to give each other books when we were courting. They were one of the first things we bonded over. I picture Daniel and myself in bed, me nestled in the crook of his arm, both of us reading, as we do sometimes. I wonder if it was like this for them, the future president and first lady. I'm sure he would have very much liked this book, I say, immediately thinking it stupid. Am I trying to come off like I knew her husband, that I had any insight into his taste? He would have, she agrees, kicking off her shoes and tucking one leg underneath her. She turns and stares into the empty fireplace. Although, remembering the ladies was never Jack's problem. My jaw drops from the unexpected condor. Tea? A stern-looking woman appears in the doorway, startling me. I look up, surprised to see it's not Joan. She's carrying a silver tray with a teapot and plate of sandwiches. Right here would be fine, Martha, Jackie says. Thank you. The woman sets the tea service on a table next to where Jackie is seated, and the cups and saucers rattle. I glare at her as she pours, willing her to dissipate as quickly as she's appeared. The clock has struck midnight and snuffed out a moment of pure magic. Now everything is awkward, and I can't laugh at Jackie's candor or press her for more. Mrs. Kennedy is Mrs. Onassis again. Black is fine, thank you, I say when the woman holds up a small pot of cream. She serves Jackie her tea and exits without saying a word, leaving the tray behind. I sip from my cup quietly. I invited her to the book party. You invited Martha? Jackie asks, looking over her housemaid. I laugh. No, my mother. That's wonderful. Never stop trying. That's right, she says, recalling her advice. She adds lemon to her tea. Has she accepted the invitation? I offer a feeble smile. Not yet. I can feel myself sweating. Jackie, sipping a hot beverage in a sweater, doesn't seem at all bothered. I set my cup back on the saucer and place both on the table in front of me, discreetly fanning my shirt so that it doesn't start to stick. It would be so lovely if she came, Jackie says. And then, as if it's just occurred to her, I'll bet she comes. If I were your bookie, I wouldn't know what odds to place on that bet. May I say, Jackie begins before pausing, without knowing the circumstances, women like your mother and me, from our generation, we were duty-bound. Things were expected of us, marriage and motherhood. But we were girls once, with dreams and aspirations of our own. When we see our children succeed, of course, part of their accomplishments are our own. But it also reminds us that life doesn't turn out for everyone the way they dreamed. I can see a world where my mother could have been happier living another life with Frank or someone else, or with a career maybe, outside the home, with no man at all. But she chose us, her children, again and again and again. Remember the ladies, I say, breaking the silence, the tea finally welcome to soothe the lump in my throat. Remember the ladies, Jackie repeats with just the hint of a smile. Forgiveness, I hear my father grunt, before shaking it from my mind. This tea is delicious. It's an Assam tea, from India. An absolute dream, India. Such splendor, such color. Have you been? No, I raise my teacup in a little toast. But you really should reconsider a book, with everything you've seen. I've done several books on India. I'll show you, she says, but makes no effort to get up to produce these books. No, I mean, you should be writing a book. Jackie sets her teacup down on her saucer and studies me as if considering whether she can trust me, really trust me, for the first time. James, may I tell you a little secret? Always, I say, desperate to be a confidant. Remember when you asked me before about writing a memoir? On Martha's Vineyard, you said you would not waste your time so long as there were beaches to be walked. That's right, and I meant it. But the truth of the matter is, I have. A sudden wave comes over me. I'm at ground zero for the biggest breaking news in publishing in years. You have? That's wonderful. I have an immediate fantasy of being the first to read it. Well, now, not so fast. She can feel my excitement. My life is my life, and I don't feel any particular need to share it in an obvious or expected way. However, if anyone has bothered to pay attention to the work that I've done, they would know that I've been telling pieces of my story all along. I'm suddenly more in awe of this woman than I ever have been. Through the books that you've edited, precisely. They all share something about me, express a side of me. Like the books I've done on India. I'm deeply humbled by the gist of what she's saying, but it leaves me feeling confused. My book fits into your catalog? Into your life story? I've been a wife, I've been a working woman, a tourist, an ambassador of sorts in my 1,000 days as First Lady, and I will be an historical figure, the answer to some future trivia. Maybe, although who can really name Grover Cleveland's wife? I look up, expecting a light-hearted laugh. Frances Folsom. The name floats between us, slowly wafting my way. Eventually Jackie laughs, but only at the dumbfounded expression on my face. When you're in a club as elite as that, you tend to know the other members. I blow on my tea, buying time to process what she's telling me. But my book isn't about any of those things. James, your book says who I am above all. I'm almost stunned in total bafflement, even though the answer is right in front of me. A mother. She nods. I sit back in my seat, understanding our relationship, perhaps for the first time. Well, that's just... I think about what it is exactly that I want to say. A whole other level of responsibility. It's not meant to be. How can it not be? You're one of, women of the 20th century. I try not to use any of the words I know she detests. Famous, iconic, paragon. Jackie looks deep in her cup as if reading the tea leaves. But to tell your story? She cuts me off. You already told my story. That's a lot to digest. Have a sandwich then, to wash it down. She smiles and holds out a plate of small sandwiches, and I take two and eat one over my saucer. I struggle to chew through the cold cucumber. I'm hopeful that she will come to the party, I say after swallowing, sensing Jackie would like to move off the subject. My mother. It's difficult to imagine it without her, but I don't know. There is still so much hurt. The past is a funny thing. It has such power over us, such sway. It's wily. The past morphs and changes, even though, in theory, it should be set in stone. The past is all perspective, Jackie says, not at all thrown by my rambling thoughts. I suppose. I long for it, though, the past, even though I wouldn't trade a moment of this. And even though I know in my head the past wasn't as good as I remember it, I ache for it still. I think we ache for the certainty of our past, perhaps, more so than the goodness of it. Writers open themselves to many perspectives. They put themselves in their characters' shoes. It muddies your image of things. Much easier to see the past through a single lens, but it's never the whole story, is it? This makes sense to you. Jackie looks down and crosses her hands in her lap. I know it sounds a bit bizarre, but in Camelot, that's how conditions are. I've felt so flummoxed by this thought in my little world, and Jackie has lived most of her adult life in the long romantic shadow cast by history. What must it be like to have a whole nation idealize a past that you know firsthand was painfully imperfect? Do you long for it ever? The past? It may very well be the most personal question I've ever asked her. Jackie looks again at the fireplace, as if there were roaring flames that only she could see. I long for a past that maybe never was. Saudade, the Portuguese call it, I say. And then Daniel's mother is Brazilian.
I can't be sure she's listening, but I add, my Daniel, anyway, and then don't say anything more. I'm struck with profound gratitude that our paths have magically crossed for this brief moment of existence. She is, I see now, the only logical editor this book could have had. My book, my valiant quest to understand my own Arthurian legend with Igraine at the heart, to define my own Camelot, in the tender hands of Guinevere herself. My eyes well with tears, even though knights are not supposed to cry. I'm scared, I say, wiping my eyes with the backs of my hands. Of what? She asks gently. I reach for the second sandwich on my plate before deciding I can't eat it. I'm not sure, but I do know I'm scared of not knowing how to make things right. You have wells of strength inside you, James. I nod, but I can't look at her, compliments, and I rub my hands together like I myself might be starting a fire. I want to thank you for this adventure. I'm not certain what comes next, but I want you to know how grateful I am that you saw something in my writing that made you want to take a chance on me. I can't tell you how good it feels to finally be celebrated, Jackie asks. I reach for just the right word. Noticed. You're going to be a lot more than noticed at the party. Jackie leans forward, like she might pat my leg. I don't worry about you, James. Some of my authors, I don't know if they have another book in them, let alone a career. Not you. You are interested in the truth, and that search will always give you things to write about. Thank you. That means everything to me. In one fluid motion, she rises from her chair, standing like a flamingo on one leg, before placing the other on the ground. I have a copy of your book somewhere. She crosses over to a mahogany secretaire. I follow, and she moves some papers around, exposing the desk's gold foil inlay. Ah, here.
She holds up the book. I was hoping you would sign my copy. She picks a pen out of a desktop pen stand and offers it to me. May I sit? Of course, she replies, and pulls back the chair. I trace the desk's gold inlay with my fingers, around the table to the corners where the leg posts bulge like the corner pockets on a pool table. Like everything else of Jackie's, it's flawlessly made. I open the book to the title page and stare at the blank space between Ithaca and my name. Absent-mindedly, I almost put the pen in my mouth to chew on it while I think, but stop myself just in time. Jackie senses my hesitation. President Kennedy signed the Limited Nuclear Test Ban Treaty at this desk, so no pressure on you to come up with something monumental. I look up at Jackie with my best "you've gotta be kidding me" expression. She laughs and places her hand warmly on my shoulder. It's true. I am acutely aware of her touch. Why don't I give you some room, she says, and squeezes my shoulder twice. I hear her refilling her tea before retreating from the study. I look over my shoulder and she hesitates for just a second in the doorway, and we share a bashful smile. Don't ever stop trying, she offers again. Do that for me. My hand starts to shake and I mouth the word promise. When I'm certain she's gone, I put pen to paper, but nothing comes. Complete and total writer's block. I'd be lying if I hadn't thought about this moment, signing a book for Jackie. But nothing ever seemed right. Everything sounded too gimmicky or trite and did not encapsulate all that she has meant to me. I glance over at her bookshelf for inspiration, and my eyes land on a collected work of poems. The Cavafy poem springs to mind, and I know instantly that it's perfect. Fortunately, I have the final stanza memorized. For Jackie, who gave me the marvelous journey and taught me to understand what Ithacas mean. With gratitude, always. James. I set the pen down and turn around to survey the room. The books, the wallpaper, the fireplace, the bouquet of fresh red roses on the table beside her chair, the very place she was sitting just moments before, her shoes still on the oriental rug. Of course, she's just a woman walking around her house in her stocking feet, the way my mother often does. But the sight of her shoes in front of the chair makes it appear that she's been raptured. There's a small moment of dread when my heart feels like a lump. The fear, I suppose, that she's somehow, at least temporarily, leaving my life. Later, when we've gone over the publicity plans and she imparts some insight on how to speak to the press and handle any potentially negative reviews, we say our goodbyes. Once I'm back in the elevator that will or will not return me safely to the ground from my afternoon in the clouds, I crack my gift to read Jackie's inscription. I remember a story Mark once told me where Jackie was feeling obligated or pressured by a business acquaintance to give her autograph. She relented but signed only Jacqueline Onassis, denying them what they wanted most from her, the allure of Jackie and prestige of Kennedy. But here she has written, "For James, a son who would make any mother proud. With great affection, Jackie Kennedy Onassis." As the elevator descends, I jump, knowing full well that the force of my landing may compromise the elevator's already questionable integrity, but I don't care. With the floor dropping beneath me, I stay airborne for fractions of seconds longer, and it is there that I feel truly alive. I'm standing in the middle of the room, and people are buzzing about, and my tie is too tight. The room is too loud. How can 60 people make the noise of a jet engine picking up speed down a runway? I curse my jacket. Tweed. Obvious. I'm playing the role of writer as relic, just as I have to imagine these parties in dark-paneled rooms with brightly dressed literati will soon be a part of a publishing museum. The publishing world, it seems, is changing. I maneuvered out of a rambling conversation with a forward-thinking lunatic who congratulated me on the book and then rejoiced in telling me that in 10 years there will be no more bookstores. Or there will be bookstores, he said, but they won't have any books. They will just have a computer and a giant printer, and everything will be print on demand, and you will choose your own cover and binding depending on how much you want to spend. Want a leather-bound copy of Dumas' The Three Musketeers? Fork over your wallet and take a seat. Booksellers like LensCrafters, your chosen title in under an hour. The thought of it is bleak. I mean, I can live without book parties. I can't live without bookstores. I look across the room and someone who looks a bit like Gay Tilley's, but who is not Gay Tilley's, has witnessed my champagne fiasco, so I playfully wobble my empty champagne flute between my fingers while raising my shoulders and making a face. Can't get a drink at his own party, the man seems to say. I shrug in return. Upon our brief introduction, Doubleday's editor-in-chief told me they used to keep a suite on Fifth Avenue for book parties and random entertaining back in the halcyon days of publishing, when authors were stars and editors were names and books were events. My editor is still a name, and a star, and an event for that matter, and the publisher has high hopes that my book could do well based on its association with that name. And a party is just the way to announce that this is a capital N novel, even if I'm a capital N nobody. But these parties are growing increasingly rare, and publishing houses no longer keep suites, so we're in a large reception area on one of the floors in the Broadway building Doubleday is in the midst of moving into. Because of this, people don't really know how to act. Guests smile and nod, and we make polite conversation about the state of the business or about my chances of making the list, which is for most people the New York Times bestsellers list, but for one gentleman, a writer himself, it was eventually revealed to be the long list for the National Book Award, which I can't imagine is on anyone's radar, but I suppose is what passes for cocktail chatter at these things. Making me feel even more like a nobody is the fact that I barely know anyone here. Danangel is not even by my side. His show was extended, but the actor who played the lead dropped out. Guess who they want to replace him? He asked. He was eating a banana in our kitchen, and you could tell he was suppressing a smile. You? I must have said it with some degree of judgment, because he tossed the banana peel in the sink instead of in the trash. You don't think I can do it? Obviously I think you can do it, I told him. I said as much on opening night, remember? You would be a better Bruce. I said that. I sense a but, he said. Of course there's a but. If he was now going to be on stage, how was he also going to be at my book party? You can't be in two places at once, I told him. That seemed like a simple statement of scientific fact. Congratulations. A woman in funereal black interrupts my thoughts by resting her hand on mine. The veins on her hand are alarming. Thank you. She looks around the room for Jackie. It's always for Jackie. And when she doesn't see her, she carefully but swiftly removes her blue hand and noose on. The waiter passes with more champagne, and this time I'm able to swap my empty glass for a full one by keeping my elbow close to my side, it's best not to fight the jacket, and reaching out with just my forearms, looking tragically like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. I take a full, long sip and let bubbles explode in my mouth like pop rocks. Perhaps because we're similar in age and most everyone else is at least 20 years older, the waiter feels comfortable leaning in.
I heard Jackie Kennedy is going to be here, he whispers, like an old-timey gossip. Swirling headlines, swirling headlines. Oh, you heard that too? Of course Jackie Kennedy is not here. Her absence is dubious, and the party feels disquieted and unresolved. A bunch of worker bees and drones waiting for their queen, standing in this newly constructed hive. Congratulations. It's the publisher, or CEO. We've met once before. He's the only other gentleman here wearing tweed. We're both hanging on tightly, he to the past, me to a future I'm not sure I'll even like. Thank you, very kind. I offer my champagne flute and we clink glasses. She's very proud of you, you know that. I was hoping she would be here. He puts his hand on my shoulder. She does this. She wants the spotlight to be on the author. I know, I get it. It's exactly her modus operandi. But in this case, her fame wouldn't detract from me. It would draw attention to the book. Moreover, I could use a friendly face. Working on anything new? One wasn't enough? We both laugh. I may have something up my sleeve, I say. Good. We like our writers writing. He smiles and squeezes my shoulder before letting go. Oh, there's. He looks at me apologetically before slipping away. It's okay, go. I give my permission to the empty space where he just stood and am left once again without even the waiter to talk to. I flash back to my argument with Daniel. Your book party isn't going to be over before I get there, he promised at the time. I will let you be the toast of the evening, then I will race across town and I will be there to celebrate you too. I may be wearing some makeup still, but I will make an entrance and I will be there. Toast of the evening. Most people don't seem to know who I am. I take a few steps and set my drink down on a counter that I think is some sort of reception desk. I look around to see if I should grab a napkin to use as a coaster, but quickly decide not to bother. I mean, the veneer is nice, but let's be honest, it's not like any nuclear test ban treaties were signed on its surface. Having fun? I spin around to see Mark. Oh, thank God. This time I hug him and don't feel like letting go. Since I can't raise my arms in this jacket, my hands meet around his waist in a way that feels even more intimate. I inhale deeply, and his skin smells like wet soil after the rain, but in a really high-end way. It's clear he paid a lot for a fragrance expertly designed and tested to make the wearer seem like he is not trying very hard. Of course, this wearer is trying hard, but it smells so good, and I am so desperate it's all I can do not to lick him. Thank you. For what? He asks. I realize I don't know. It just kind of slipped out of my mouth. For believing in me. Are you kidding? Your book is maybe my favorite of ours. I squeeze him again before letting go. I'm being weird. I'm just so glad to see someone I know. You know people. Mark leaves his arm around my shoulders and starts discreetly pointing around the room. That's Liz, your publicist. You know her. And that's the features editor from the Times. He's good friends with Jackie. I can introduce you. Over there is the team from marketing, and Peter did your book cover, and Janet did the story on you for Kirkus. As Mark talks, all I can hear is an electric hum, the buzzing of telephone wires hot with voices. It takes some time for the sounds he makes to form words, and another moment still for me to remember their meaning. Oh, right, I know Janet. Where's your agent? I'm right here, Alan says, materializing from behind a cluster of other guests. I thought you'd left. No, duty called. I was pitching an editor on another client. Alan, this is Mark, Jackie's. I struggle in this moment not to embarrass him. Assistant. I'm Mrs. Onassis' assistant. They shake hands. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mark. Did Donna come? No. She was going to, but then got in some fight with her mother over childcare. Listen, this time I really am leaving. Alan, I object. I know, and I love you, kid, but I'm going to catch the second act of Shakespeare for my father.
Nothing happens in the first act, Mark offers. That's what I heard, Alan confirms. Something happens in the first act, I protest, in defense of playwrights. Still, I shake Alan's hand, and we agree to have lunch, and as fast as he appeared, he is gone. So that's your agent, Mark says. Yup. He seems... I honestly don't know how Mark is going to finish that sentence, but I cut him off anyway. You have no idea. What about your boyfriend? Where's he? Not here. I raise both eyebrows suspiciously. I see, he says. Is that glee he's trying to mask? Another drink? Sure. I say it with just the amount of disinterest I know he responds to, and he scuttles into the crowd. I survey the room because now we're playing a game, or more accurately, now I am playing a game. Mark, it seems, is always playing. I spot someone else not involved in conversation, young, handsome, and I hurry over, hoping for some common ground. Hi, James, the author here tonight. I smirk, but not in a smarmy way, just enough to let him know I'm in on how ridiculous all of this is. David, he reaches out to shake my hand. Congratulations. Thank you very much. It comes across as a second-rate Elvis impression, and I wince. What are you doing here? A poor rebound. David laughs. Are you this accusatory with all of your guests? You know what? I think I am. I'm having a hard time believing that anyone is here for me. He laughs. It's okay. I was the same way at my book party. Couldn't believe any of it either. Oh, you're a writer. Thank God. I am. I wrote a book for Jackie, in fact, and we're doing another one together. A biography on Jean Harlow. Comes out this fall. Jackie, I say, as if trying to place the name. I take a quick scan around the room to see if she has arrived fashionably late. Fashionably very late. European fashionably late. David can tell what I'm doing, and he puts his hand on my arm. I squeeze my bicep reflexively. She doesn't like these things. I sort of figured that. She wants the emphasis to be on you, on the book. She didn't come to yours either? David tosses back the last of his drink. No. I see Mark approaching with 2 glasses of champagne. Say something quick about Jean Harlow. Died young, right? 26, David says, caught off guard by my breakneck change in direction. Mark is upon us, so I laugh like something is funny, even though it's horribly timed. There's nothing funny about dying at 26. David, do you know Matt? Mark hands me a glass of champagne, annoyed. Mark, right. I feign horror. This night, I make a gesture like this is all so wild, and I couldn't possibly be expected to keep anything straight. I know Mark, David says, and they shake hands. Jean Harlow died at 26, I tell Mark, employing this new information. Mark nods. So young, David says. I turn to Mark. Geez, if you were Jean Harlow, you'd only have 5 or 6 years left. I grimace, punctuating the thought with a silent yikes. David, catching on, leans in and adds, Harlow was an American film actress from the 1930s. Yes, I get it. I'm young, Mark says, already tired of the whole routine. In many circles, that would be considered an asset. Huh, I utter, as if the thought of youth being desirable had never occurred to me. A woman who is the spitting image of Alexis Carrington saunters by. It's only after she passes that I turn to catch a good look at her. Was that Joan Collins? Mark and David shrug in unison. If you'll excuse me, I need to say hi to someone. David shakes my hand and heads for the makeshift bar. When we're alone, Mark says, Matt? Very funny. I thought so. Mark studies me in a way he hasn't since our first night having drinks at the Royalton. Who are you tonight? I take a long, slow sip of champagne and give the only answer I have. Who am I on any night? Mark squints with something adjacent to admiration. Respect, maybe? I don't know. But not this.
He takes my hand and we weave through the crowd, and as he pulls me forward, the room spins and I realize I may be a little bit drunk. Faces pass in a blur, but we are invisible to most of them, the friends of Jackie. Laughter crescendos, and there's a bizarrely timed cackle. I hear the toasting of glasses, the rustling of uncomfortable clothes, the buzz of gossip, the tap of dress shoes, which may be my own. Where are we going? Bathroom. You like bathrooms. I like hotels, I clarify, worried Mark may have drawn the wrong conclusion from our previous encounter. Without looking back, he says, This is a hotel. I crane my neck to remember where I am. This is an office building. Moving forward, looking backward, the champagne further weakens my resolve. Is this an office building? Your office building, I say, mustering the last bit of certainty I have. We reach the men's room, and Mark kicks open the door and gives a final yank that all but twirls me inside like we're doing some unrehearsed Viennese waltz. I think of the painting of ballerinas in Jackie's old office and how ungraceful I am in comparison. I almost slam into a sink. The door closes slowly behind us, and the party becomes little more than a muffled din. Mark pushes the 3 stall doors open to make sure we're alone. "Shut up," he says. I didn't say anything. You were about to. He's got me there. All the glorious confidence I displayed out there dissipates when we are alone. "You like this. Attention," he continues. "From you, from everyone." I bite my lip and then slowly nod. How do I explain that the people here mean nothing to me, that everyone I want to be here isn't? I can't. Not without some sort of dithering reply. He's standing very close, and my heart beats faster, and it may be the champagne, or it may be the 25 sad push-ups I did before the party, but my chest feels tight, and I think of my mother and how she felt on those drives with Frank Latimer, when everything was charged and dynamic, and how easy it is in any given moment to be weak, and how much I want to be strong. Mark presses against me, and it becomes clear the dizziness I feel is from the blood draining from my head, and a strong desire grew. This is, I pause, letting that hang as the most existential of statements before adding, wrong. I know, that's what makes it so fun. Mark kisses my neck, and I grab his hair, not mashing him closer, not pulling him away. His lips are soft and his stubble the perfect rough, and my body responded with intense arousal. I stumble against the sink, and when I reach out to brace myself, I must hit something because water comes flowing out of the faucet. "Oh God," I whisper. I wrap my arms around his waist and pull him in toward me until we are pressed so tightly together there isn't even room for air between us. I could feel the intensity of his desire mirroring my own, and I pressed myself even harder against him, and the world is spinning with possibility, and I kiss him full on the mouth. For no real reason other than I'm drunk and he's there. He showed up. He expressed interest. The kiss isn't even that good. His tongue does this overeager lizard thing. I try to kiss by example, but it's futile to get him to stop. I'm already bored of it when the door opens. Startled, I try to pull back, away from Mark, but I can't really, and I dip the elbow of my sleeve under the water and instead push him forward. I glance at my sopping wet elbow patch before we both look up. Busted. It's Daniel. Gosh. Mark pulls back and does his best to hide behind the door, but it's no use. "Hi." My voice drips with guilt. "There you are." Daniel is still trying to register what he's seen. "You made it." I try to sound both casual and like I'm excited to see him. I hold out my elbow. I spilled, as if that lie is any sort of explanation. "I'll come back," Daniel says, and retreats out the door. "No, there's no stay." I'm fumbling with myself, attempting to diminish the obvious evidence of our intimacy. What fresh hell? I glare at Mark. "Gosh, Matt." I burst through the door and re-enter the party. I can see Daniel across the room, headed for the exit. This time, for whatever reason, I am not invisible. As I race after him, 3 people stop me to offer congratulations. "You're wonderful. You must feel so proud. Tonight is your crowning achievement." "Thank you, thank you, thank you." I make gestures, promising I'll return. I literally peel one woman's hand off my arm as I try to barrel through. When I reach the hall, I see the farthest bank of elevator doors start to close. I shove my arm inside the car just as the doors close on my wet elbow before a bell rings and they are triggered to reopen. Daniel is facing the back of the elevator, but there's a mirror, so I can read the anger on his face. "Don't go. Not like this." Why should I stay? I furiously backpedal. It was nothing, a stupid slip-up. It's not a big deal. Oh, it's not?
You don't even believe in monogamy. That doesn't mean I believe in being lied to. You know what? This is partially on you. You never gave a very much about this book. Him? At least he's interested in my work. For a hot second, I actually think I can get away with blaming this on Daniel. He meets my gaze in the mirror. Your work, always so consumed with fixing your book. That's right. What's wrong with that? Daniel spins around. Why don't you fix your life? What? I know you're going through some mess, and I'm sorry about that. I really am. I have given you a wide berth to process it. But really, who do you really think you are? Daniel, not the man I fell in love with, that's for sure. Daniel, please, you're not. Daniel yells, and it catches the attention of several partygoers who have spilled out into the hall. I want to protest, to try to explain. I look over at the other guests. I deserve that. I almost say it out loud, but they pretend not to notice me. One man goes as far as to check a pager that hasn't beeped. Okay, so why don't you figure that out? The elevator alarm sounds. I've held it open too long. Several other guests appear in the entry to see what all the commotion is about. Daniel spins around to push my hand away from the doors, and they start to close. I see him point angrily at me, and he looks like Uncle Sam. Don't come home tonight. An Uncle Sam who doesn't want me. Daniel! I leap to press the down button, but it's too late. Daniel is gone. I press the button a dozen more times, hoping it has magical powers to erase the last 3 minutes, hoping that the doors will reopen and Daniel will arrive fresh from his play, and he will be so excited to see me there waiting for him. That what just happened was a cautionary vision, a glimpse from some future party that hasn't actually been written. Of course it isn't, and none of this happens. Pushing an elevator button to turnips in rapid succession only serves to make you feel like a jerk. I am a jerk. My elbow is wet. I hate my freaking jacket. I hate what I've done to Daniel. I hate that no one I care about is here. I hate the excuses I make. I hate that I feel like a prisoner at my own party. Can I leave? Are there rules? Will I be blacklisted? Will I ever publish another book? Do I want to publish another book? Ding. It's the elevator behind me. As the doors start to part, before they can fully slide open, I desperately say, Daniel, and imagine how happy I would be to see him, even if he only came back to yell at me more and tell me what a horrible person I've become. I could tell him how much I really do love him, that I realize that now, that these past few months I've been an insufferable jerk, that it's not genetic, that I am responsible for my own choices, that I am deeply, deeply sorry. I spin around, hoping to see his face, but it's not Daniel who emerges. I stand perfectly still, frozen in shock, and everything melts away. I look at the woman standing in front of me, clothes not fresh off the runways of Paris, but decidedly off the rack. Hair not in a flawless helmet, but mussed as if she were lost or confused. She looks just as petrified as I must, and it's all I can do to whisper, "Mom." We walk down the long, empty corridor of my mother's Midtown hotel in total silence. All I can hear is her dress, the amplified rustling of coarse, synthetic fabric. A light bulb is out, or I'm seeing a dark orbital spot, and an imminent migraine will be the price I pay for 3 hours of nervously pounding champagne and holding in tears. The longer we walk, the lengthier the hallway seems to get, and the more I expect to run into the twins from The Shining. "Come play with us, Danny," they'll say, and it will make me long for Daniel even more. "Where is your room?" My mother points to the very end of the hall. The walls are beige, the carpet is a darker beige, everything is some sort of beige except for the discarded room service trays placed just outside people's doors. But even the half-eaten meals are largely in bread bowls or burger buns, or the remnants of some unfortunate chowder, so count them as beige too. It's not like the party was the height of glamour, but this is some kind of opposite bookend. My mother's room is the very farthest from the elevator, and when we get to her door, she fishes endlessly in her purse for the key. She pulls out everything from a grocery list to a plastic rain bonnet before I intercede. "Do you want me to go down to the front desk and ask for another one?" "No, I have it here somewhere." She abandons the purse and nervously pats down her light raincoat and finds it in a pocket. Here it is. The ice maker in the closet behind us drops a fresh batch of ice with a sound like shattering glass. We both jump. "That's a nice sound," I say, already imagining my being jolted awake every 10 minutes if I ever get to sleep at all. Inside, the room is dark. My mother hesitates before entering, so I push ahead, saying, "Here, let me." I fumble for the light switch on the wall. The fluorescent overheads hum and sputter before finally bathing the nondescript room in ugly light. I usher my mother inside, and she drops her purse on the desk. I close the door behind her, take a few steps into the room, and then we both shove our hands into our pockets. "Well, you sure made a mess of this night," she says. The charge hangs in the air for an awkward moment, and then we both bust out laughing. It's bold for my mother to strike such a tone, but I like this punchy new side of her. The moment she stepped off the elevator at the party, I enveloped her in a tight hug. Too tight, per our established rules of engagement. She knew immediately something was wrong. I came clean with a litany of wrongdoings, as there was no point in hiding my misdeeds. It was a lot for her to take in, and as soon as she acclimated, she assigned degrees of urgency like we were in triage. "Are you going to be okay?" she asked, and I said I thought I would be. "Do you need to go back to the party?" she asked, and I said yes, I did. "Do you need a moment?" she asked, and I said that it was best to just get it over with before the shock wore off. So we re-entered the party. Several people asked if everything was all right, and I assured them it was, a lie, and introduced them to my mother before they could slip in any follow-up questions. "You must be proud of your son," they would say, and oddly, I think enough people telling her so did make her feel something akin to pride. She smiled and laughed politely and even had a glass of champagne. It had been a long time since I had seen her smile, and even if it was just for show, it was a show I enjoyed watching. It was nice to see my mother out in the world, among other people. She's lived too much of it cooped up. Afterward, our walk through Times Square was mostly quiet, except when I grabbed her arm and asked if she remembered when she and Dad walked me through Manhattan when I was young, her holding on to me tight. "We did that? Dad did that. I'm not sure you were so thrilled. But you did tell me New York is where writers live." "Huh, it made an impression." She looked up at the neon billboard for Coca-Cola and said, "I guess so." It was clear her recollection wasn't as sharp as mine, which angered me at first, but then I tried to walk it back by finding something nice to say. "Is that a new dress?" She hates shopping, being fawned over by department store saleswomen whose makeup and hairstyles might as well make them alien creatures. A new dress would be a big deal. My mother looked down at the black dress under her raincoat. Yes, I didn't have anything to wear. "It's pretty," I said, and we moved on. I catch my reflection now in the mirror over the dresser. The fluorescent light is not doing my skin any favors. Is it really possible for a person to look green? Is this how I looked all night? Thanks for letting me stay. The room has double beds, a dresser, a desk, and a television. By the door, an alcove serves as a closet, and an ironing board with a frayed fabric cover pokes out. The one piece of art, a watercolor of daisies in a vase in a field, somehow makes the room sadder. But it's a step up from my tour through a string of Super 8s earlier this year. "This will all be fine," my mother finally says. "Daniel loves you." I haven't been very lovable of late. He's a good man. No one is arguing that. I watch him play with your nephews until they're tired. No one would do that if they didn't care. I think about this, and even though I know that it's true, I still protest. They're less complicated than I am. You should spend more time with them, if that's what you think. My mother removes her coat, and I reach to take it from her. I just wish he cared more about the book. I could have used his support. I wrestle with a hanger from the closet before realizing it's attached to the bar, and my hand slips and I knock all the other hangers about, turning them into the world's worst chime. I look back at my mother, who opens a nightstand drawer and places her hand on the Bible as if she were about to swear an oath. It's not that he doesn't care about your book, it's just that he cares more about you. I manage to attach her coat even though the hanger itself is alarmingly small. My blazer with its wide shoulders would slip right off. I count one bathrobe. Then it sinks in what my mother is saying, and I grab onto the closet bar for support. I have everything in Daniel and haven't cherished it. Which bed do you prefer? I ask, when I can finally stand on my own. I think the one by the bathroom is best. I cross and sit on the bed by the window. It feels remarkably intimate, sharing a room. We somehow went from barely speaking to sleeping side by side, a remarkable jump in just a few hours. I'm sorry Jackie wasn't there, I offer. I'm not. No, I didn't come to meet her. I came to see you. This lands like a sucker punch. Still, I would have liked to introduce you. You have a lot in common. Silence. Oh? The fluorescent lights start to hum, or they have been humming, and it finally reaches my ears. Outside, someone lays on their horn, and another kind soul haunts their return. I can't be sure of it, but I think I hear shouting. We're only blocks away from my apartment, but the ambient sounds are jarringly different, and they rattle my already addled brain. You're both my editor, cutting scenes from my story, sending the narrative in different directions. I smile, thinking this quite clever, not immediately aware how it lands. When I look at my mother, I can read the distress on her face. I'm sorry. You don't have to be. It's just, you let me stay here tonight. I shouldn't come out on the attack. My fingers feel numb, and I make two fists, but immediately unclench them when I realize it's not the visual to accompany an apology. My mother is frozen, uncertain what to say or do next. I'm not mad about Frank, I continue. I need you to know that. These things happen.
Mark's face with its stupid grin flashes in front of me, but I struggled my whole life with identity, to know who I really was, why I didn't feel connected, why I never truly fit in. And all this time, you had the answer? You could have saved me when I was spiraling, and you didn't. My mother nods, and it's a long time before she speaks. It breaks my heart to hear you say that. From the day you were born, you've always been more yourself than anyone I've ever met. I guess I felt deep down you didn't need to know anyone else in order to know who you are. I look at my shoes until the ice maker across the hall drops more ice, shattering the silence. It's as disruptive as I had feared. Can I interest you in some ice? I ask. Jackie was right. I do have trouble hearing compliments. My mother circles her bed to take a seat across from me, smoothing out the bedspread with her hands. It's okay to be angry. I'm not angry. I even think that's partly true. I'm actually grateful. I wasn't going to leave you on the street. I take a sharp breath. I can picture myself wandering all night through the city, seeking a 24-hour McDonald's or some other relatively safe refuge. Not for that, although I am grateful for that too. The floating dark spot returns in my eye like a cloud threatening rain. I rub my eyelid in a vain attempt to get rid of it. You chose me. Again and again, you chose me. She picks at a thread on the duvet, a perfect metaphor. I wait for everything to unravel. I just wish I knew something about him. Not about him, I guess you told me that. About what he was like. I think that's the piece that's missing. I look right at her so she knows that I still want to know this, even if she doesn't think I need to. How do you mean? I don't know. Was he funny? I flop back on the bed and stare up at the ceiling, wondering if I need to tick off a list of characteristics. Never mind, you probably don't remember. My mother turns on the table lamp with a loud click before turning it off again. Click. I don't have to remember. You're just like him. I take a breath so sharp it's almost a gasp. I'm awash in my own foolishness. Everywhere I looked, and it never occurred to me to look within. Eventually, I sit up and untie my shoes and kick them off my feet, then place them neatly at the end of the bed. I walk in across the room in my socks and secure the chain lock across the door and adjust the thermostat to cool. It takes 30 seconds or so for the fan to kick on. Kind of funny this, I say. How so? You and I, locking ourselves away. My mother looks at me, not getting it. It's like the quarantine. From the book. A siren speeds by and then fades. The book is coming to life. I can only imagine this is my mother's worst nightmare. Maybe I should read it again. My ear immediately dissects that sentence.
Wait, again? I thought you didn't read it. Of course I read it. Are you insane? I read it the moment you first gave it to me. Then why would you say that you didn't? My mother shrugs. Why do we do anything? I don't know whether to be annoyed that I've been lied to again, or to be ecstatic that she's read the book I wrote for her, or to feel dumb for believing her in the first place. Well, a lot has changed, if you wanted to. I can't believe I'm saying this. Read it again. You're an excellent writer. I'm too stunned to say anything other than thank you. She gets up to retrieve a bag of toiletries from her suitcase and walks into the bathroom. I hear the faucet and I head over to the window to give her the maximum amount of privacy the small room affords. The city's heart pulses, and I watch brake lights head toward the battery and oncoming headlights shine like spotlights. So, remind me, in this quarantine, yeah? The fan cuts out just as I speak, making it seem like I'm shouting. Silence from my mother as she rummages through her lotions and makeup. Then, after a beat, how long did that take? 40 days, I reply. I study my reflection as I look out at Midtown. Lights from the building across the way sear onto my face. Do you want me to call the front desk and inquire about a weekly rate? My mother sticks her head out of the bathroom, a terry cloth headband pulling her hair back as she wipes away her makeup. Pass. Maybe I'm just completely drained, but her flat delivery strikes me as our funniest exchange yet. I laugh until she can't help but laugh too. And then the ice machine does its thing and we laugh again until we can't remember whatever was funny in the first place. Then someone in the next room bangs on the wall to silence us. I place my blazer over the desk chair and pull back the covers on my bed. Don't worry, the quarantine is fiction. Besides, I'm leaving on tour in a few days. Just as well, we can't really fix our problems by hiding from them. I guess that's the difference between a novel and real life. No, I don't suppose we can. I lie back against the headboard, too tired to undress any further, and think about Daniel and what he is doing right this very minute. I hope nothing stupid. I hope not kissing someone else just to get back at me, even if I would deserve it. I hope he is lying in bed, missing me just as much as I'm missing him. I turn my head toward the phone on the table between the two beds and think about calling him, letting him know I'm okay, but worry about making things worse. I have to let us both sleep it off. You don't have a toothbrush, my mother calls from the bathroom. I don't have anything, I reply, the reality of my predicament sinking in. What do we do? I think we both get a good night's rest. Yes, but what do we do about your teeth? They'll still be there in the morning. Do you have toothpaste? I'll use my finger, an old trick from dating before I met Daniel. That's disgusting. Her revulsion makes me smile. Maybe the book is coming true for us. Not the actual quarantine part, but the healing that was the result. What Tomorrow Will Do, May 1994. It's dark, and I barely hear the tapping on the door. I was dreaming, I think, of Jackie's empty shoes sitting there in her apartment by the fireplace. There was more to the dream, but alas, everything minus the shoes is a hazy, half-formed hallucination. I recognize the feel of my pillow underneath my head. I am definitely in my own bed. Was I really asleep? Was I drifting in that mysterious place between sleep and awake, where real-world sounds commingle with fantasy? I've been exhausted, I know that. Ithaca was well received. Strong reviews, each as surprising to me as the last, and while the sales were modest, my book sold enough copies to garner a second contract. I've been working late, night after night, fueled by caffeine and panic, obsessing over getting my new manuscript just right, and wondering, in my darkest thoughts, why I signed up for this agony all over again. Jackie has called twice in the past few months to make sure that I've been writing, and I assured her I was. This seemed to please her, and wanting to please her, I left it at that. She called a third time, more recently, during a few days' stretch when I felt helplessly blocked, when I wasn't writing. I didn't return the call. I was hoping she would think I was busy. The tapping comes again. 3 soft knocks. Tentative. Halting. James. The door opens and a sliver of the softest light creeps in, casting a golden isosceles triangle on the floor, connecting the doorway to the far corner of the bed. Daniel enters, closing the door most of the way behind him, narrowing the triangle into a dagger. He sits on the edge of the bed, and I can feel the mattress sink under his weight. He waits for his eyes to adjust and then places his hand on my forehead, like my mother used to when she felt I might be ill. I lie perfectly still, wondering what this is all about, afraid that words can only ruin this beautiful tableau. I break the silence first. I think my wrist is giving out. It might be tendinitis.
I roll completely on my back and make a fist and twist it around several times on the end of my right forearm. For several weeks after the book party, I wasn't sure our relationship would survive. My mother returned home and I slept on the couch before leaving on a small book tour, mostly the northeastern corridor between Washington, D.C. and Maine, with Chicago and San Francisco tacked on like incongruous additions on an otherwise sturdy house. Daniel and I agreed on a break for those 2 weeks. As I checked in to each new hotel, I would ask the desk clerk for messages, hoping for a kind note from Daniel. But there were never any messages, except once from my publicist who had booked a local radio interview. When I returned, I wasn't sure that I still had a home. I braced myself for the sight of my things in boxes, crowding the landing outside our door, just as my father's possessions were once stacked unceremoniously on the frozen lawn. I remember I knocked, even though I had a key. "Hi," I said, when Daniel came to the door. I leaned in the doorway, hoping somehow it would make me seem cool and irresistible in a slouchy James Dean kind of way. "You're such a loser." My backpack slipped off my shoulder, hitting the ground with a thud, followed immediately by my heart. I slowly pointed at his face. He was wearing eyeglasses, something that was new. Nerd. I wasn't prepared to engage in name-calling. It was the best I could come up with. "Are you going to stay out there, or are you actually coming in?" "In, I think." I lifted my backpack a few inches off the ground, I hope. It took him a few seconds, but he stepped aside, and I came home. As he sits with me now on the bed, Daniel's face is backlit, expressionless, blank. "I'm sure it's not tendinitis," he says. In October, we went to Paris, just the two of us. We strolled the Champs-Élysées and laughed about the time I asked Jackie about Charles de Gaulle. Slowly, things resumed there, better than they were before. We bickered plenty over stupid things, like if we wanted to order crepes that were savory or sweet. Daniel's residual frustration with me sometimes gurgled to the surface in unexpected ways, like when we were pushed around a bit in the Louvre by crowds waiting to see the Mona Lisa. I wanted to see her, knowing she too had a special history with Jackie, but Daniel got fed up and left to wait outside. I absorbed all the hits I had coming, and sometimes I looked at him like we didn't know each other at all. When he wore his glasses, they became like a simple disguise that made it look like he was masking a secret identity, but he had never been more of a Superman to me. I roll my wrist again and again. "Are you sure? Do we not have tendons in our wrists? Because it really might be tendinitis." I think of the typing and the book signings and the long-form writing for when I can't type and the thank you notes and the fidgeting is procrastination and banging my fists in frustration and everything the last 10 months have brought. I start rotating my left fist and I swear I notice a difference. I feel Daniel's touch leave my forehead, and seconds later he clasps my hands in his and forces me to stop. Although things are good again, there is always part of me that fears he will awaken to the realization that he can do better, that while he gave us a second chance, my selfishness is just too much. Conversely, the whole close call with Mark made me realize that I cannot do better. And then Daniel leans in and whispers in my ear, his warm breath shattering my world. I look up at the ceiling expecting to see stars where there are none, then close my eyelids and mash them tightly together, hoping to see stars there. Instead, there's just angry static, a satellite signal lost. Daniel takes my hand and tugs. "Come." He pulls me into an uncomfortable sitting position like I'm some sort of monster come to life, stitched together from the awkward-fitting parts of other ill-matched bodies. He pulls again, but this time I pull back. I pull away. I know where he wants to take me. Through the crack in the door, I can hear the muffled trombone voice of Ted Koppel or Sam Donaldson. I fall back against the pillow. As long as I lay here, I don't have to hear what they are saying.
As long as I can't hear what they're saying, I can deny that what Daniel told me is true. Even if I knew this day was coming ever since Mark called the house a few months back. I thought we agreed it would be best if you didn't call here. I had instructed Mark after the book party that if he needed to reach me, it was best to get me a message through my agent. I couldn't risk Daniel answering the phone. "She's sick," he said. She wasn't telling people yet, but she was sick and he wanted me to know. "That's not possible," I said, knowing of course that it was. I held onto the phone long after Mark had to go. I remember wanting to cry, but no tears came, and the feeling was worse because there was no release. "Come," Daniel says again. He tugs, putting his arm around me this time, and suddenly I am on my feet. "Rise." I think about Jackie's response to my question about de Gaulle in our first meeting, now more than 2 years ago. Like the Frankenstein monster, she had said as we sat in a conference room and just talked, and everything about it was magic. Jackie, I need to call her. She called here for me and I didn't call her back. "Shh," Daniel hushes, and he rubs his hands through my hair. No, she left a message. I wasn't writing then, so I didn't call her back. I am writing now, so everything is fine. I'm going to call her and tell her that I'm okay. Daniel hugs me tighter, but that's the extent of his compassion. "You can't call her. You can't call her anymore." The flash. Apparently official now. I don't need to see the news. When he opens the bedroom door, the light shining across his face confirms everything. Daniel is Walter Cronkite. He even removes his glasses and pinches his nose to hold back tears. When? I don't have the strength to make it sound like a question. Earlier this evening. They just broke in with it now. And thus the ordinary end to an extraordinary story. In many ways, the opposite of Dallas. This is the way the world ends. T.S. Eliot. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. We sit together on the couch, holding hands. Reporters are standing outside her apartment at 1045th, crowded by well-wishers. The images are searing, and it takes my brain time to attend to them. I'm already misunderstanding things. Not well-wishers, mourners. I've been there, is all I can think. I've been to that building. I took the shaky elevator. I've been inside her home. There's a copy of my book in there. I wrote a special note for her inside it. The reporter and Ted Koppel do a back and forth, but I can only hear the stifled voices of adults in a Charlie Brown cartoon. Their words muffled trumpets. Nonsense. Did you know she was sick? Of course. A few weeks after the call from Mark, Jackie released a statement to the press. That was February or March. The announcement was upbeat and her prognosis seemed good. So much so that I couldn't bring myself to raise it as a topic of discussion the last time we spoke. I knew the statement couldn't have been her idea. If she had her way, she would suffer the whole ordeal in private. She certainly didn't want to discuss it with me. Besides, she had access to the very best, cutting-edge healthcare available, treatments out of our reach. So it didn't occur to me to worry. Not really, anyway. She was still young and very much alive. Forever young? Yeah? Daniel asks. Everyone knew. There was a story, after all, in People magazine. Did you know she was this sick? I'm asking. I think I shake my head no, but I'm not even sure I do that. I had reasoned the hospital wouldn't let her make it seem like all would be fine if it wasn't going to be. If something dramatic happened, the hospital would appear liable. But how could they have stopped her? No one dared tell her no.
There's a spring in this couch cushion. A coil? A sproil? It makes sitting here uncomfortable. Why have I not felt it before? I look up at Daniel. We are huddled together in the center of the sofa like two people who had just escaped a house fire and are sitting on a curb across the street watching our lives go up in flames. I guess lately I've been too happy and distracted to notice this spring, this coil, snuggling with Daniel as I have. Passions reignited. That much is good. Everything else, however, is sproiled. The reporter's words settle in focus. Mrs. Onassis' longtime spokesperson and longtime friend Nancy Tuckerman confirmed that she died at 10:15 this evening, about an hour and 20 minutes ago in her Fifth Avenue apartment, just across the street from Central Park, where she was photographed only Sunday with her longtime companion Maurice Templesman. Long time.
I mentally mark up the reporter's speech the way Jackie took to a manuscript. Lazy, find better language, redundant. An hour and 20 minutes ago, I was walking up the steps, coming home from the library. The library where I was surrounded by books. She loved books. Templesman was at her bedside, along with 36-year-old Caroline, the mother of her 3 grandchildren, and her son, John. Other people were there, including her former brother-in-law, Senator Ted Kennedy, and the actress Daryl Hannah, a friend of her son's. She had lapsed in and out of a coma today, and was in fact in a coma when she passed away this evening. Her sister-in-law, Ethel Kennedy, the widow of Robert Kennedy, also a close friend, said the apartment was filled with love. Again, Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis passed away earlier this evening at the age of 64. Daryl Hannah from Splash? There was a mermaid there? I don't mean it as a joke. It's the only takeaway my brain can register. But Daniel snickers anyway, wiping away a tear. He squeezes my hand and it feels good, like maybe I'm no longer in danger of falling. The reporter throws it back to Ted Koppel, who brings in a medical expert to talk about non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. The expert says that 50% of people diagnosed are still alive 5 years later, and that the way Jackie succumbed to the disease only a few months after diagnosis was unusually fast. I want to scream. A few months since announcement of the diagnosis? There's no doubt Jackie tried to keep her health private for as long as possible before that. All of this feels like sloppy reporting, but in truth, I don't know anything different. I just don't like what's being reported. I don't like any of it at all. I'm not ready for this news. I didn't call her back. Was she sick when we worked together? When she sat next to a fireplace in summer? Did I somehow know this? Is that why I dreamt of her shoes? Now she is gone and I'm panicked. I never said thank you. Did I say thank you? Perhaps I did, but I never said goodbye. There was a mermaid there. The broadcast cuts to black and white photos of Jackie on Air Force One, standing by LBJ as he is sworn in, then her climbing the steps to the Capitol Rotunda, her kissing the coffin, John saluting his father. She looks little more than a girl herself, so poised, statuesque, yet she is probably my age in these moments, and I am but a child still. Remember the ladies, I say, recalling one of the many gifts she gave me, that women of her generation had obligations, duties, but they were girls once, with dreams and hopes of their own. And then I remember what she said next, especially your mother. I can't help but wallow in the fragility of life. What if my mother were taken now? What if there was still so much left unspoken? In the hotel room the night after the book party, she held my hand and told me she had fun, that she was proud of me, even, just as Jackie said she would. But did I tell her anything? Seize that opening? Did I apologize for my own behavior? Did I truly forgive her for hers? What kind of son am I? The ordinariness of it all is oddly comforting, Daniel says, interrupting my thoughts. Ordinariness doesn't seem like a word. If we were playing Scrabble, I might challenge him on it, based on its number of syllables. It's much too much a mouthful for its meaning. But if I'm going to throw around words like sproil, I don't know that I have the moral high ground. How do you mean? But I already know exactly what he means. There was no Dallas. There was no Ambassador Hotel. There was no gunshot. There was no actual Walter Cronkite trying to hold back tears on TV. There was only Daniel waking me from my own slumber. She was human. Turn it off, I tell him. Daniel looks at me. I can feel my eyes sting, and I resist the urge to cry because I don't know what else to do but to fight. I'm not going to be able to hold back tears for long, and I don't want to see pictures of Jackie as everyone knew her. I don't want to see the woman who belonged to everyone. Please, I want only to remember my friend. I want only the version of her who belonged to me. A woman with her hands in her hair, legs tucked beside her, asking me always to try. For James, a son who would make any mother proud. Daniel gets up, and I sink farther into the couch, as if he'd dismounted the opposite end of a seesaw. He snaps off the television set, and the room is deafeningly silent. On Tuesday, Daniel and I both dress in black suits, he exceedingly handsome in his, mine feeling alarmingly small, like I grew 4 inches overnight. He assures me I look fine, then reassures me when I threaten to change. And when he finally gets me out of the apartment, we walk over to 8th Avenue to hail a cab. I fidget with my father's cufflinks as we wait. My mother gave them to me years ago, after he left, because she remembered I had admired them as a child. I debated not wearing them, but they remind me of the journey I've been on. Without Jackie, it seems like I'm going to be in charge of reminding myself to never stop trying. We ride in silence to St. Ignatius Loyola Roman Catholic Church, although Daniel turns once and offers a feeble smile, and in that one expression, a whole conversation is had. We've been good at this of late, talking less, communicating more. Traffic slows and then grinds to a halt. There is very little honking, as if the whole city is paying respect. We get out of the cab at 80th and Park and walk the final 4 blocks. It's impossible to get any closer by car. The church is 100 years old maybe, a neoclassic structure built of what I'm guessing is limestone. It looks not unlike a government building, more courthouse perhaps than church, or maybe a building for customs. It's not showy like Manhattan's neo-Gothic cathedrals, like St. Patrick's or St. John the Divine. For Jackie, it seems just right. The announcement in the Times said that she was baptized here. When I read that, I got very emotional. This solemn occasion, a homecoming of sorts. The night after she died, I made Daniel go with me for daiquiris, although we could find only the sweet kind that sorority girls drink on spring break, and we toasted a remarkable woman who lived many lifetimes and yet still died impossibly young. The drinks proved excellent lunch ladies again. The more we consumed, the more we were able to laugh and reminisce and rejoice, until we were drunk, and then we were sad again. As we make our way up Park Avenue, the crowd becomes thick, and suddenly we are in a throng of spectators and police have the street cordoned off. I grab Daniel's arm to keep him from plowing too far ahead. I start, but I'm not sure what it is I'm hesitant to say. You don't what? I don't want to push. But what is it I do want? Can we just stand here and watch? Daniel reaches for my hand and quietly squeezes. There is some police activity, talking on walkie-talkies and waving and making signals. I look east, where 2 officers are pointing. She lived just 2 blocks over. Daniel points in the direction of 5th Avenue.
And a few blocks up, we maneuver a bit closer without being aggressive. The crowds are held back by metal barriers. I motion for Daniel to follow me up Park in the wake of 2 photographers who are not as concerned with being respectful, but stop short of the bank of television cameras set up across the street from the church. We are 2 of the only people wearing suits. The rest of the crowd is dressed more comfortably for the 80 degrees predicted. After we stand there a good long while, a hearse appears on 84th Street and rounds the corner onto Park. A hush falls over the crowd. A number of black sedans follow until the hearse glides to a gentle stop. Family members step out of the cars, and I'm relieved to be in the company of others dressed in black. It makes me feel less out of place. I forget for a moment and look for Jackie's face among the mourners, her familiar sunglasses, her ramrod posture, her perfect lampshade of hair. Of course, she's not among them. The pallbearers assemble. They are nephews mostly. There's a family resemblance, although one man is older and clearly has white hair. They huddle together, going over their instructions one last time before pulling the casket out of the back of the hearse and then, in unison, hoisting it onto their shoulders. The flowers draped over the coffin flounce gently. John and Caroline appear and follow their mother up the steps. I move to wave my arm, like they might know me, just as I feel that I have come to know them. "Do you want to try to get in?" Daniel asks. "No," I tell him, and after another moment, I can't. I expect Daniel to protest, but he doesn't. I spot a black woman with graying hair a few people over and nod toward her. She's dressed in her finest too, as if for church, and is holding a transistor radio and fidgeting with the antenna. "Try to listen?" Daniel asks. I nod and we move subtly toward her, careful not to bear down. She adjusts the radio until she picks up a weak signal, and we hear Bryant Gumbel speaking, and then, a moment later, Katie Couric chimes in. She's picked up an NBC broadcast before losing it again. The woman looks up at us and shakes her head. "I just put new batteries in this thing." "May I help?" I ask, and she hands me the radio. I fidget with the dial until Bryant and Katie return. I hand the radio back. She studies our suits as if she's found compatriots in a foreign land. Did you know her? Pardon, I say, buying time to formulate an answer. Did you know Mrs. Kennedy? She asks again, pointing to our suits. I can feel Daniel staring at me, curious to see how I'll respond. I look down at our clothes and offer what is now so apparently true. Mrs. Onassis? On more than a few occasions, I have exaggerated our acquaintance, a ridiculous attempt at posturing. But today, I only have the truth. I knew her only a little. The woman is satisfied with that response. People aren't here to pry or to gawk. Everyone is so well behaved, and you can tell they genuinely want to feel part of something that now feels forever gone. There's no pushing, there's no yelling. In fact, there's an almost unsettling quiet throughout a crowd. Here, the woman says, handing me her radio, you boys hold it for me and we can all listen in. I hesitate to take the radio, and when I do, I hold it with both hands, like I'm the gentle custodian of someone's most prized possession. Together, we listen to Bryant and Katie and a third voice I don't recognize. They mention the notable guests, the current First Lady, Hillary Clinton, and a former, in Lady Bird Johnson, Senators Edward Kennedy, John Kerry, and John Glenn, her sister Lee Radziwill, the director Mike Nichols, and Jackie's children. They reference the crowd, and it's weird to think they are talking about us, that we are indeed part of this something bigger than ourselves. Katie speaks of the opera singer Jessie Norman, here in attendance, and Bryant mentions something about Franz Schubert before they cut away to listen. There are no cameras inside, at least that I'm aware of, only microphones to broadcast the service. Outside, many people stare at the church facade with no real way to listen, and there are others, like us, huddled around battery-operated radios sharing information as best we can. The faint whisper of Ave Maria drifts through the air, muffled by the church walls, amplified only slightly by the scattered radios. But the crowd, previously swaying and fidgeting uncomfortably in the mid-morning heat, stands still in awe, as if one of the world's great voices was on the steps of St. Ignatius singing only for them, only for us. The woman next to me links her arm with mine in fellowship as we listen to this hymn. When Ted Kennedy gives the eulogy, the crowd remains equally still, even though only those of us with radios can hear him speak. She made a rare and noble contribution to the American spirit, he says. I often think of what she said about Jack in December after he died. They made him a legend when he would have preferred to be a man. Jackie would have preferred to be just herself, but the world insisted that she be a legend too. She never wanted public notice, in part, I think, because it brought back painful memories of an unbearable sorrow, endured in the glare of a million lights. I look up the avenue and down. There are several thousand people spanning multiple city blocks. If we were just a few of those million lights, the bright, prying whites of our eyes ever focused on her every move, we are dimmed today in her honor. We listen to every word, Daniel, this woman, and I, and there are many. Mike Nichols offers a scriptural passage, John reads from Isaiah, and Caroline reads Memory of Cape Cod by Edna St. Vincent Millay. When they take the microphone, I can feel others around us lean in, but I don't mind. In the end, 6 simple words, offered by the officiating priest, stand out above all the others. So dearly beloved, so sorely missed. I hold it together and keep my composure the entire time, stoic like Jackie always was, until Maurice Templesman, her Belgian, addresses the mourners. He reads from Ithaca by Constantine Cavafy. Ithaca gave you the marvelous journey. Without her, you would not have set out. She has nothing left to give you now. My shoulders slump, and I start to weep. Daniel rubs my back, and the woman with the radio looks up at me with a kind smile. She doesn't say anything, but rubs my back too, and I nod and then wipe my eyes and whisper, I may have known her more than I thought. After the service, we watch as the doors open and the first mourners exit somberly onto the street. Limos line up in front of the church, and I study faces that I imagine belong to members of the Kennedy and the Radziwill and the Bouvier families. Daniel squeezes my hand with excitement when we catch a glimpse of Mike Nichols. A director himself, that's a sighting that's extra meaningful to him. He's been so good to me these last days and weeks, I'm happy there's a small piece of this grandeur that feels like his. Eventually, the coffin is brought out, and as it's carried down the stairs, I can clearly see the flower arrangements adorning it are in the shape of a cross. People twitter with insight, things they've read, things they've heard. The hearse is headed to the airport. President Clinton himself will meet the casket at Washington National. She will be buried in Arlington National Cemetery next to her husband, her first husband, one final act to discharge her obligations to history. As the hearse pulls away and the crowds start to thin, Daniel asks if I'd like to go somewhere, perhaps to get something to eat. I ask if we can stay a little longer. We say goodbye to the woman with the radio, and she hugs us both and tells us to be good boys. When she embraces me, she whispers, "I admired her husband. How lucky you are to have known her in any way at all." We stay until even the cameramen lining the sidewalk start to pack it in. Eventually, Daniel puts his arm around me. I nod, and we turn to head down Park Avenue toward home. "Could we walk in the park instead?" I ask. "Of course," Daniel says, and we cut over on 79th Street. We find shade under the trees and relief from the heat, and we both loosen our ties and remove our jackets. I remove my father's cufflinks and put them in my pocket before rolling up my shirt sleeves. "It was really lovely," Daniel says. It was. As we walk in Central Park, Daniel starts talking about things he saw in the crowd, people he made out, details that moved him. I do my best to listen, but there's a woman ahead in a yellow cap. I can just make out the top of her head as she weaves through a sea of people. I remember Jackie in her bathing cap on a similarly warm day, bobbing in the waters of Squibnocket Pond like an angel gliding through the heavens. Daniel's voice fades, and I stop to recall something Ted Kennedy had said. She graced history, and for those of us who knew and loved hers, she graced our lives. When I wake and whisper to Daniel that I need to go away for a few days, he nods, tussles my bedhead, and smiles. I worry this may trigger memories of the last time I ducked town, but he seems to know where I'm going and why. The morning light streams through our narrow window that opens to the top of the airshaft. From my side of the bed, I can just make out the faintest sliver of blue sky. When I think of the to-do list that comes with this decision and compare it with my day if I were to tackle some writing, maybe stepping out only for a pizza or a pint of ice cream to bring home, it's tempting not to get out of bed at all. "I'll miss you," Daniel says. "I'll miss you too." And when I feel I don't have Daniel's full attention, I grab his chin and turn his head so that he's looking at me. He smiles while scratching his bare chest before enveloping me in a big hug. "I know you will." I'm able to rent a car at the second Enterprise location I find. The first only has luxury sedans available, which I know will be a point of contention, and I make it through the Lincoln Tunnel with little effort. The traffic gods are with me. Maybe they know I have a hard day ahead, or maybe they think I've been through enough. As I drive north through New Jersey, I flip through radio stations to find something, anything, to keep me distracted, calm. The Carpenters are on a 70s station, and I somehow take that as a good omen. Even though the song is Rainy Days and Mondays, I sing a full verse of Ticket to Ride before realizing my mistake. I stop only once for coffee. My mother called when she heard the news that Jackie had died. We talked, and she did motherly things like ask if I was okay and listen to me when I answered. She told me about the day when Bobby was assassinated. To her, it was like she tucked her children safely in bed in one world, a world she understood, if not entirely admired, and we all woke up in another world that didn't have any rules at all. It was nice to hear her memories and be able to pair them with faint ones of my own. We talk, not often, but regularly now. She's even softening on the book, or so I hear from Naomi. Apparently, my mother calls her local library to put the book on hold. When her number comes up, she removes her name from the list, then calls to add it again, just to make the book seem in demand. It's her little game, and she seems to enjoy it. "If you tell her I told you, you're dead," Naomi threatened. But still, it was information she thought I needed to hear. Naomi even admitted she goes undercover to her local bookstore to face copies on bookshelves out and exclaim emphatically how good the book is when anyone is in earshot. The last time my mother and I spoke, she asked about my search for Frank. This didn't seem like prurient curiosity, but an understanding that I was going through something traumatic and could use, at the very least, a friend. When I said I had instead gone to see my father at the nursing home, she asked how he was and offered to go with me if I wanted to go again. It was a good reminder that when it came to my father, she too was nursing a broken heart. None of this makes me certain that she will actually get in my car today, and when I pull in her driveway, I realize how nervous I really am. How essential I have come to see this trip as part of our healing.
how easy it would be for her to say no. Despite our renewed relationship, despite her trip into the city on her own, my mother is still a woman most comfortable within a close radius of home. I fidget in the car like a young man picking up a prom date, sweating even in the car's AC, wondering where to pin the corsage. Only after I see her appear in the bay window do I get out and walk up the drive. "Hi," I say when she answers the door. "Hi," she says in return, while looking down the driveway to see if anyone else is with me, or if there is otherwise cause for alarm. "I was wondering," I start. "I was thinking." That's no better. I hate that this is so hard. "What were you thinking?" She says it without any trace of the accusatory tone that would have previously poisoned a question like that. "Do you have any interest? Good Christ, spit it out. Do you want to go for a ride?" My mother looks back at the house, at all the reasons to say no, the cleaning, the dishes, the ironing, the safety of her own bed, years of patterns and habits and fears, and then at me, and finally over my shoulder at the world beyond, at the future that beckons gently to us both. What do I need to bring? When I share our destination, she suggests I stay the night and we start fresh on the road in the morning. The drive, after all, will take us 5 hours due south. I agree, and we get takeout sandwiches and head for an evening walk in Stewart Park, along the shores of Cayuga Lakes, something we did a lot when I was young. We find just the right bench looking out over the water under the shade of a large willow tree. "How is your writing?" "It's good," I say, as I peel back the wax paper around my sandwich. "Maybe a little chaotic." I laugh gently, since I'm writing next about my father. My subject has doubled in scope. I want to tell her there are days when I wonder why I'm doing this to the family again, but she seems to understand this time that it's my story to write. In truth, I haven't written much since Jackie died. I suppose it's not a race, what you do. My mother takes a bite of her sandwich before lifting the bread to see what's inside. "Did you find anything more on Frank?" I think, after seeing Dad, I kind of stopped looking. He was my father, for better or worse. I open a bag of barbecue potato chips and offer her one, before correcting myself. She takes a chip and says, "Thank you." Maybe one day I'll start the search again. Maybe this new book will prompt me to. But right now I don't feel pressure. I know you wonder what happened. To us? To you and Frank? Or to you and Dad? To you and me. I listen for a moment as the water laps the shore. Right, it's part of the mystery I still haven't solved. When you settled on writing, you started questioning. You wanted an answer to everything, even the questions you didn't yet know to ask. I remember how relentless I was at first, like a reporter on a new beat wanting to prove his worth. I was afraid you would find out about Frank before I had the courage to tell you, and if that happened, I would lose you forever. The sun is setting, and house lights start to dot the far shores of the lake like shimmering fireflies. It must have been lonely, keeping that inside all this time. She considers this. The days were long, but the years piled up very quickly. I'm suddenly overcome with a longing to see Jackie, to tell her I did it, that I was not consumed by the Sphinx. In this moment, I solved my riddle, here, at dusk, as the lake and the sky become one color. Jackie pushed me so hard on the book's ending, but it was really another ending she had in mind all along.
This one, right here, right now, my mother and I together, we finish our sandwiches and my mother offers me her pickle like she used to do when I was a kid. It's something, because I know that she really loves pickles. The air is cool, and it's a nice change from the stickiness of this warm early summer, and we sit together until the mosquitoes get the best of us. In the very last of the day's light, with only a tiny orange ribbon above the hills on the horizon, she asks, "How about some ice cream? My treat." On the way home, we stop to get cones at a place with a walk-up window. "On our next trip, I'll treat for ice cream," I tell her. "I know just where to go." "Oh yeah? Where's that?" "Mad Martha's on Martha's Vineyard. They serve something called the Pig's Delight." My mother makes a sour face as she holds her single scoop. "That sounds awful. Let's do it." In the morning, we surprise Kenny at his house by leaving him with Domino and a bag of dry food. Ellen, seeing my mother and me together, immediately intervenes and says she's happy to dog sit. We hit the road just after dawn. We ride for the first few hours mostly in pleasant silence, stopping for coffee and plain donuts, crisp with the flavor of nutmeg. At one point, my mother slips off her sandals, sets her bare feet on the dash, cracks the window, and lets the morning air rake over her like she's performing some sort of cleansing ritual. It's cleansing for me, too. Despite heavy traffic around Washington, we arrive at Arlington National Cemetery by early afternoon. It feels good to stretch our legs. We meander through the visitors center, collecting a map and several brochures. Buses of boisterous kids fill the entrance, and because of the time of year, I can't tell if they are here on the rowdy last days of school or the excited first days of summer camp. JFK's grave is only a short walk from the entrance, but we take a circuitous route, almost as if to prolong the errand and ditch the organized tour groups. Did you know Taft is the only other president buried here? I ask while skimming through a list of notable graves. Maybe we should drop in on him, my mother says, as if he were an old family friend. But instead of stopping, we pass by Taft and continue along Sherman Drive to Arlington House before cutting in along a walkway to our destination. Have you ever been here? I ask, wondering, as much as the Kennedys meant to her, if she has somehow made this pilgrimage before. No. You? No. The entrance to President Kennedy's grave consists of an elliptical plaza featuring a low wall of granite stones etched with quotations from his inaugural address. We stop and read them, and my mother circles back to read them again. I step away to take in the Washington Monument, which towers in the distance. We're both stalling for time. I watch as my mother waits for a group of kids to move on so she can run her fingers across the lettering on the first stone. Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans. I know she remembers watching this address as she has told the story many times. I was in her arms, less than 3 months old. I take a few steps back to give her even more privacy and wonder what the words meant to her then when she was part of that next generation and what they mean to her now that there is a new generation behind her. When she completes her second pass, she takes her cross necklace and holds it tightly in her hand before kissing it. She finds me in the plaza and I offer my hand, and she takes it. Together we step forward to the actual graves and wait behind several people for our turn. My heart pounds in my chest. I've imagined this moment many times, introducing my mother to Jackie. Never once like this, but still, I'm finally bringing these women together. John Kennedy's grave marker lies flush with the ground. John Fitzgerald, 1917-1963, surrounded by smaller stones set in the grass. All three are simple and unceremonious, without any elaborate adornment. Behind him, the eternal flame, dancing on the breeze. To the right, a fresh burial, a mound of earth. Jackie, there's no stone, I say, poorly masking my disappointment. How can I pay my respects to a fresh mound of dirt? My mother nods. There will be. All of it, so new. It's hard to remember just a few weeks ago I was working on a book, hoping to impress my editor again. It seems so long ago, and yet it is so recent, they haven't even placed a marker. The children, my mother whispers, her voice quivering. She indicates 2 smaller gravestones. One says simply, daughter, August 23, 1956, stillborn. The other, Patrick Bouvier Kennedy, August 7, 1963, August 9, 1963. It's such a stark reminder of the lives Jackie lived before we ever met, of the sadness that seemed to encircle her. He predeceased his father by only 10 weeks. I point to Patrick's grave. How is this not something we remember more clearly? It's almost unthinkable, a sitting president losing a child. How is this not one of the first things that springs to mind when remembering him? Because history tragically intervened. My mother produces a travel packet of Kleenex and gently wipes her eyes before offering a tissue to me. I take one, but I'm not feeling imminent tears. I wish there was a stone for Jackie. The trip isn't even over and already it feels incomplete. I'm sorry it's not how you wanted this to be. None of this is how I wanted it to be. I summon my dormant Catholicism and say a silent prayer. We therefore commit her body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And then, when finished, I whisper, "Goodbye, Mrs. Onassis."
We step to the left to make room for other visitors waiting their turn, and then out of the way completely. We find a quiet spot down the walk. I thought we were close. She never even told me she was sick. I had to read the details in People magazine like everyone else. Well, what? You weren't close. I turn and give my mother a look like she just slapped me across the face. Why would she say such a thing? You weren't, she says, doubling down. We stare intently at each other, neither of us blinking or backing away. I want to yell and scream and stop my feet in childish tantrum, but of course, she's right. I would like to think that I was as unique to Jackie as she was to me, but who am I to think that? Of course I wasn't. I was but one in a long line of people who entered her life, who fussed and fawned and invented a relationship that wasn't entirely there. You weren't. My mother takes my arm and tucks hers around it and pulls me tight to her, and I realized her telling me this is not hateful. It's not even mean-spirited. It's just the level truth. She's telling me this in part to keep me from spiraling over this loss, to keep me moving forward, and maybe in part to tell me that she and I, in fact, are the ones who are close. I'm beginning to see that now. My face grows red at the harsh candor of it all, and from no small amount of embarrassment for my behavior over the last 2 years. But she was very fond of you. I feel my cheeks with the backs of my hands, and they feel warm, almost sunburned. Oh, how do you know? I say, as if she's a bother. She told me. My head turns at lightning speed. What? My mother freezes, like a child caught with a hand in the cookie jar. She called me and told me so. I'm not sure whether to ask how or why. Well, she had my number, thanks to you, from Thanksgiving. What did she say? We just talked, mother to mother. I'm losing my patience. What did she say? I think of all the things Jackie and I discussed in private, how I felt these conversations belonged to me and me alone. There are still things I haven't told even Daniel. They were special treasures I had, and they are to this day among my most prized. There's a good chance my mother feels that way about their conversation, but I don't care. I have to know what was said. We talked about motherhood.
About you and our children. She invited me personally to the book party, so I came. You don't say no to the First Lady. Did she say anything else? My mother looks up at the sky as if she's trying hard to remember. Oh yes, in the end she said, if they grow up to be all right, that is our vengeance on the world. I nod as this sinks in. And did they, I ask, turn out all right? My mother brings her gaze down from the clouds. We both turn back and look at the graves one last time. Watch as the eternal flame, lit by Jackie herself, dances in the gentle wind. You bet your ass they did. It's unlike my mother to cuss, and it's always the most emphatic punctuation when she does. We continue along the path toward Bobby's grave, and when we reach it, another flat stone, this time in front of a white cross, we stand quietly and take it in. People have thrown coins, pennies mostly, on the grave. Francis, my mother says, and I don't know if she's addressing me, reading the grave, or remembering another time with Frank. Why me, of everyone? I think about that. Why did you write about me? I look at her in wonder. How in the world could she not know this? You're the most extraordinary woman I've ever met. My mother winces. So this is where I get my difficulty hearing compliments. Well, she says, unsure how to respond. Until recently. She nods back up the walkway toward Jackie. I sit on my reply until my mother turns her head back and is looking me square in the eye. That I've ever met. We stand there, panicked in the face of such honesty, each unsure what to do next. There's a sting in my eyes, and I can see it in hers too, before it grows too strong and I almost can't see. Oh, Francis. The way she says it lifts a burdensome weight off of me, one I've worn so long it had become like a second skin, and I know in that moment that I am her boy again.